Looking at the confident Nan Xiyu, Mo Xiaoxian couldn't help but click his tongue twice. She was indeed the #1 socialite in City A, and her looks were even better than the girls he had slept with, but her personality was a little too wild. No wonder Sai Yeting didn't like her. Who could stand a woman like that? Chapter 104. We have a common enemy. But Mo Xiaoxian knew that at this time, he was a tiger fallen in the plains being bullied by dogs. And he couldn't afford to offend this young lady. If she wanted to use him to deal with Bai Mengshi, maybe she could help him evade the police. Yes, 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 Miss Nan is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. It can only be said that Sai Yeting is blind. Abandoning a young lady like you and preferring that Bai Mengshi, Mo Xiaoxian's forte was sweet talk. He usually used these words to coax those socialites when he was fishing for girls. This Nan Xiyu's family background was much better than Bai Mengshi's. If he could get a sum of money from her, maybe he would be saved. Hearing Mo Xiaoxian's words, the anger in Nan Xiyu's heart grew even stronger. Even you say that, but Brother Ting never looks at me more than once. His heart is only for that Bai Mengshi. What exactly is better about her than me? Mo Xiaoxian thought for a moment and couldn't help but say, Miss Nan, I don't understand either. Where can you find a girl like Miss Nan who has a good family background, a good figure, and, most importantly, is so beautiful? This can only mean that Sai Yeting is blind and can't see your good qualities. Hearing Mo Xiaoxian's words, Nan Xiyu felt much better, but she still couldn't help but speak up for Sai Yeting. Brother Ting is not that kind of person, he's just temporarily infatuated with that woman. After a while, when that woman disappears, he'll forget her and see how good I am to him. Watching Nan Xiyu still longing for a future with Sai Yeting, Mo Xiaoxian couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Nan Xiyu, should I say you're smart or stupid? Why can't you understand that this isn't your problem at all, but that Sai Yeting simply doesn't love you? Mo Xiaoxian treats every woman the same, he flirts with them, and although it's just for fun, he still understands emotions. He could see that Sai Yeting cared about Bai Mengshi very much, which is why he had targeted him. He was doing this to vent his anger for Bai Mengshi, but this Nan Xiyu only thinks that Sai Yeting is infatuated with Bai Mengshi. Even someone like him can see it clearly, so why doesn't she understand? Or is it that she can't accept this fact and chooses to numb herself? Miss Nan, since we have a common enemy, why don't we cooperate? Mo Xiaoxian didn't want to bother with Nan Xiyu's emotional problems, he just wanted to save himself now. As long as Nan Xiyu is willing to cooperate with him, why should he worry about not being able to turn things around? Cooperate. Hearing this, Nan Xiyu was slightly stunned. Originally, she also intended to use Mo Xiaoxian to help her deal with Bai Mengshi. Unexpectedly, he brought it up himself, which saved her a lot of trouble. That's right, I'll help you deal with Bai Mengshi. And you help me evade the police. Nan Xiyu agreed without a second thought after hearing this. No problem, as long as you kill Bai Mengshi, I will definitely help you get away with it. I'll find a scapegoat, and you can clear your name. It's a deal. I always keep my word. As long as you help me get rid of Bai Mengshi, you'll certainly get your benefits. Mo Xiaoxian couldn't help but chuckle evilly upon hearing this. Since we're allies now, shouldn't you have your people untie me? Untie him? Nan Xiyu turned her head and ordered her men to release him. Her subordinates looked solemn and couldn't help but say, Miss, this Mo Xiaoxian is extremely cunning. You must not fall for his tricks. Nan Xiyu didn't take her subordinate's words to heart. He's a dying man now, I have nothing to fear. Mo Xiaoxian nodded in agreement after hearing this. That's right, I'm almost dead. How dare I play tricks under Miss Nan's nose? But the subordinate still wanted to say something. Looking worried, Nan Xiyu waved her hand, acting like it was nothing. It's okay, untie him. Hearing this, her men untied the ropes binding Mo Xiaoxian. Miss Nan, then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Mo Xiaoxian revealed a cunning smile and extended his hand. Nan Xiyu glanced at him and also smiled. Pleasant cooperation. City Central Hospital. Knock, knock, knock. A knock suddenly came from outside the ward. Mother Mo turned her head and saw several police officers walking in. Excuse me, is this Chairman Mo's ward? Seeing the appearance of the police, Mother Mo felt a little flustered. She stood up, trying to appear calm, and nodded. Yes, it is. May I ask who you are? The police officers walked in, and the leading officer showed his credentials. I am Captain Zhong from the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Mother Mo forced a smile. Officer Zhong, May I ask what this is about? It's like this. We received a joint report accusing your son, Mo Xiaoxian, of illegal fundraising, fraud for money and sex, which has violated the law. We are here specifically to arrest him and take him back for investigation. Hearing Officer Zhong's words, Mother Mo feigned shock and said incredulously, "How is that possible? Police officer, you must be mistaken. My son wouldn't do anything illegal. Currently, the police station has multiple pieces of evidence that can prove your son did commit fraud. Not only that, but Ms. Bai Mengshi has also reported that your son is suspected of intentional defamation, intentional homicide, and other charges." Hearing this, Mother Mo clenched her fists. She knew that the Mo family's current state was inseparable from that Bai Mengshi. It's all because of this little bitch that her son can't even come home. Police officer, you must be mistaken, my son. Before Mother Mo could finish speaking, Officer Zhong reached out to stop her. You don't need to say anything else. We need to arrest Mo Xiaoxian himself. Please cooperate with the investigation and tell us his whereabouts. Hearing this, Mother Mo wiped away her tears and sobbed, "Police officer, ever since the Mo family had an accident, we haven't seen my son. I don't know where he is now." Hearing Mother Mo's words, the police officers exchanged glances, seemingly questioning her statement. Our investigation shows that he appeared in the alley of Yuan Street and used a public telephone to call Ms. Bai Mengshi, threatening her. Are you sure he didn't contact you before the accident, officer? I really don't know. It's all my fault for indulging him too much, which led to these messy things, and even made my husband vomit blood and be hospitalized. As she spoke, Mrs. Mo wiped away her tears again, crying with a heartbroken expression, seeing that Mrs. Mo still had to take care of the unconscious Chairman Mo. The police were not unreasonable and said, "In that case, we'll leave first. If your son comes back or contacts you, please notify us immediately." With that, Officer Zhong took out a business card and stuffed it into Mrs. Mo's hand before leaving the hospital, Bai family mansion. The maid who opened the door looked delighted when she saw Bai Mengshi. "Miss, you're back." Bai Mengshi nodded. "How is Grandpa? The doctor has already been here, and the old master has taken the heart-saving pills. He's awake now." Hearing this, Bai Mengshi quickly said, "I want to go in and see Grandpa." "Miss, this way please." The servant quickly opened the door wide, allowing Bai Mengshi to enter. When she saw the ice-cold man standing behind Bai Mengshi, the servant looked surprised and asked, "Who is this gentleman?" Bai Mengshi glanced at Sai Yeting, opened her mouth, and was about to answer. At this moment, Bai Changgang walked over and said faintly, "Come in." Hearing this, Sai Yeting nodded slightly and followed Bai Mengshi into the villa. Arriving at the room on the second floor, Bai Changgang pushed open the door and said to Bai Mengshi and Sai Yeting, 1111, go in, your grandfather is already awake." Bai Mengshi nodded slightly and entered the room with Sai Yeting. Arriving in front of the old Master Bai's bed, "Grandpa, I'm back." Bai Mengshi's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked apologetic. "I'm sorry for making you worry." Old Master Bai turned his head to look at Bai Mengshi, reached out his hand, and called out Bai Mengshi's name, 1111. Seeing this, Bai Mengshi quickly held Old Master Bai's hand and said, "Grandpa, I'm here. Has everything been resolved?" Hearing Old Master Bai's question, Bai Mengshi nodded. "I have already handed the evidence to the police, and they are now conducting a citywide search for Mo Xiaoxian. It's all over." "That's good," Old Master Bai nodded. Then looked at the man beside Bai Mengshi, and this is, before Bai Mengshi could speak, Sai Yeting took the initiative to answer. "Grandpa, hello, my name is Sai Yeting." "You're Sai Yeting." Bai Changgang looked shocked. "Then you and my daughter have already registered for marriage." Sai Yeting nodded, truthfully replying, "Uncle Bai, Grandpa Bai, things happened suddenly, 1111, and I haven't had time to tell you yet. We just got our marriage certificate and were planning to find an opportunity to tell you the good news. We didn't expect so many things to happen." Hearing Sai Yeting's words, Bai Changgang couldn't help but look at Bai Mengshi, his brow furrowing tightly. 1111, marriage is such a big deal. How could you be so hasty? You didn't even tell your family in advance. We don't even know the other party's background. Bai Changgang has been in the business world for many years and knows that the Sai family is the richest in the country, with a large family and a great business. Such real wealthy families are generally more complicated, with many rules. Bai Chonggang is worried that his daughter will be wronged after marrying into the family. Sai Yeting knew what Bai Chonggang was worried about. Before Bai Mengshi could speak, he interjected, "Uncle Bai, it's not 1111's fault, it was all my idea. I know our marriage was sudden and we didn't have time to inform you, which was my fault, but please rest assured and entrust 1111 to me. I will treat her well for the rest of my life, never abandoning her." Hearing Sai Yeting's words, a kind smile appeared on the old Mr. Bai's face. "You two getting married behind our backs was indeed too hasty and outrageous. However, since 1111 has chosen you, it means you can give her happiness, and as elders, we can only choose to bless you." Hearing this, Sai Yeting looked delighted and quickly said, "Thank you, Grandpa." Bai Chonggang snorted, "Young man, don't be too happy. Do you think you can marry my precious daughter just like that? Let me tell you, I, as her father, don't agree." Hearing this, Sai Yeting smiled faintly, meeting Bai Chonggang's gaze. "Uncle Bai, whether you agree or not, 1111 is already my wife. Moreover, I am confident that I can make you accept me." Hearing this, Bai Chonggang was slightly surprised, then laughed. "Young man, you have quite the tone. Your Sai family is the richest in the country, wealthier and more powerful than our Bai family, and I'm afraid there are more rules. What makes you think you can give my daughter happiness? Do your parents know about your marriage?" Hearing this, Sai Yeting frowned. "My mother has passed away. My father knows. Uncle, you don't need to worry. Even if my father doesn't agree with us being together, I won't change my mind. 1111 is the wife I've chosen for this lifetime. No one can change that." After saying that, Sai Yeting held Bai Mengshi's hand, and the two looked at each other. Hearing Sai Yeting's words, "Old Mr. Bai" smiled with satisfaction. "I've heard 1111 mention you before. This is the first time I've met you. And I think you're an honest and responsible kid. My 1111 has good taste." Hearing this, Bai Mengshi beamed with joy. "Grandpa, does that mean you agree, Old Mr. Bai" said with a helpless expression. "You've already gotten your marriage certificates behind our backs. Would my opposition even be effective?" Bai Mengshi smiled embarrassedly. Sai Yeting curled his lips. "Your opposition would be ineffective too, Grandpa. Dad, don't worry, now that Mengshi and I are public, I will definitely give her a grand wedding and make her the happiest woman in the world." Bai Chonggang smiled. "Just like your grandfather said, you've already gotten your marriage certificates, so our opposition is useless." Speaking of which, Bai Chonggang sighed and said, "I only have Mengshi as a daughter. I only hope she can be happy. If this is her choice, I respect it." Hearing this, Bai Mengshi felt a pang in her heart and couldn't help but say, "Dad, thank you for your understanding. I will definitely be very happy being with Sai Yeting." That night, Bai Chonggang ordered people to prepare a lavish dinner, so that Bai Mengshi and Sai Yeting could have a meal at home to meet the family. This was the first time Sai Yeting had formally eaten with Bai Mengshi's family. At the dinner table, Sai Yeting picked up the glass in front of him and said, "Grandpa, please substitute tea for wine. I, the younger generation, toast you a cup." "Good, good, good, Old Mr. Bai" thought that his granddaughter had obtained her marriage certificate behind their backs, and with such a handsome young man, the two of them looked very well matched. Master Bai couldn't stop smiling. His wish had been fulfilled. He was relieved to see his most beloved granddaughter living happily in this lifetime. "Grandpa, I'll toast you a cup, wishing you good health and all the best." "Good, thank you, young man, thank you." Hearing Master Bai call him young man, Sai Yeting smiled slightly. "Grandpa, you can call me Yeting, or you can call me Xiao Ting." Hearing this, Master Bai nodded with a smile. "Then I will call you Xiao Ting." "Yes, Grandpa," Sai Yeting said with a smile, holding his glass and toasting Master Bai. Chapter 105 Loving You, From South to North, Day and Night. Next, Sai Yeting toasted Bai Chonggang again. "Uncle Bai, I'll toast you a cup." Bai Chonggang picked up his glass and couldn't help but smile. "Still calling me Uncle Bai? Shouldn't you change your address?" Hearing this, Sai Yeting immediately shouted loudly, "Dad!" The sound startled Bai Chonggang so much that he almost lost his grip on his wine glass. He hadn't expected that Sai Yeting, who seemed cold and taciturn, would have such a loud and startling dad. Seeing this, Bai Mengshi couldn't help but giggle. "Dad, were you scared?" Bai Chonggang cleared his throat. "Is your dad the kind of person who gets scared easily?" Bai Mengshi chuckled softly. "Then why didn't Dad dare to answer just now?" Hearing this, Bai Changgang looked at Sai Yeting, who was sitting next to Bai Mengshi, and said, "Boy, call me dad again and let me hear it." "Dad," Sai Yeting repeated. Bai Changgang immediately replied with a smile, "Hey, come on, let's have a drink, you and I." "Okay, today is my first time eating with Dad and Grandpa, so we must not go home until we're drunk." Hearing this, Bai Changgang laughed heartily and said, "Good, we won't go home until we're drunk. Come, drink." With that, Bai Changgang clinked glasses with Sai Yeting, and the two men began to drink. "Dad, don't just focus on drinking, you should eat more dishes." As she spoke, Bai Mengshi placed food in Bai Changgang's bowl and added a piece of braised pork to Grandpa Bai's bowl. "Grandpa, this braised pork is rich but not greasy. Give it a try." "Good." Grandpa Bai looked at them with a kind face, picked up his chopsticks, and took a bite. Delicious." "Grandpa, have another piece." Okay, honey, you should try it too." "Thank you, wife." Sai Yeting smiled, watching the loving scene of the young couple. Bai Changgang and Master Bai couldn't help but smile. The scene was very warm. After a dinner, Bai Changgang was already drunk, and Sai Yeting was also drunk, his cheeks flushed. Bai Mengshi first settled Bai Changgang, helped him to bed to rest, and then sent the drunk Sai Yeting home. Maplewood Villa. "Madam, why are you driving the car?" Uncle Fang's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw that it was Bai Mengshi who drove the car in, not Sai Yeting. Bai Mengshi opened the car door, got out of the driver's seat, and quickly said to the housekeeper Fang, "Uncle Fang, Sai Yeting is drunk, please come over and help." "Okay." As soon as Uncle Fang heard this, he hurried over, opened the back door, and saw Sai Yeting lying on the seat. "Why did the young master drink so much?" Uncle Fang asked as he helped Sai Yeting out of the car. "Tonight, I took him to my house, and he was happy and had a few more drinks with my dad. And then he became like this." After hearing Bai Mengshi's explanation, Uncle Fang smiled and said, "You're meeting the parents so soon." Bai Mengshi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded, saying, "I guess so, meeting the parents is a good thing." "Young madam, actually, the young master is just cold on the outside and warm on the inside. The fact that he's willing to go back with you to meet your family means that he really likes you and has chosen you." Hearing Uncle Fang's words, Bai Mengshi smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "Uncle Fang, I know, Sai Yeting is someone you've watched grow up since he was a child. You know exactly what kind of person he is, and I know it too. My choice won't be wrong." Hearing this, Uncle Fang smiled. "I'm relieved that the young madam understands this." With that said, Uncle Fang and Bai Mengshi helped Sai Yeting into the villa. The two of them worked together to help Sai Yeting to the room on the second floor. "Young madam, then I'll leave the young master in your care." Uncle Fang glanced at Sai Yeting, who was lying on the bed, completely drunk, and couldn't help but look at Bai Mengshi, giving her a word of advice. Bai Mengshi nodded. "Thank you, Uncle Fang. Go back to your room and rest early." Fang Shu nodded in relief, turned, and left the bedroom, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Instantly, Bai Mengshi was the only one left in the room. She crouched down, took off Sai Yeting's leather shoes, put his feet on the bed, and covered him with the quilt. After doing all this, Bai Mengshi got up and went to the bathroom in the bedroom. She filled a basin with hot water, sat down in front of the bed, took a clean handkerchief, soaked it in the water, wrung it out, and wiped Sai Yeting's cheeks. After washing his face, she also washed his hands, carefully cleaning them. Bai Mengshi took care of him meticulously. After cleaning him, she went to the bathroom to pour out the water and took a comfortable shower herself. By the time she came out of the bathroom in her nightgown, it was already past 12 o'clock. She glanced at Sai Yeting, who was still asleep, carefully pulled back the quilt, and lay down on the bed. Just then, Sai Yeting turned over and hugged Bai Mengshi tightly. This action stunned Bai Mengshi, and she froze on the bed, afraid to move too much and wake him up, who knew that Sai Yeting, when drunk, was not at all well behaved. His hands roamed wildly over her body, and he muttered, She, where are you?" "I'm here," Bai Mengshi said helplessly, grabbing Sai Yeting's arm and saying, "Sai Yeting, don't think you can be a hooligan to me just because you're drunk." Unexpectedly, Sai Yeting buried his head in her neck, like an obedient pet, nuzzling and sniffing her neck. She, you smell so good." Sai Yeting greedily savored the sweet scent on Bai Mengshi's body, which was particularly pleasant. Every time he smelled the familiar scent on her, he couldn't control himself. "Sai Yeting, don't move around. Bai Mengshi froze there, feeling uncomfortable all over. Sai Yeting seemed not to hear, rubbing against her chest like a pet seeking comfort. She, I like you, I know. Bai Mengshi replied, I really, really like you. Please don't leave me. Okay, in this lifetime, I won't go anywhere, the children and I will stay with you. Bai Mengshi didn't know if he had heard those secrets she blurted out that night when she was drunk, but she just wanted to tell him that besides her, there were also their 3 children in this world who would always be with him. 11. I really, really, really like you. Sai Yeting kept slurring in his drunken state. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Bai Mengshi's lips. How much do you like me? From south to north, day and night. Hearing these 8 words, Bai Mengshi's heart rippled. And she couldn't help but respond, I like you too, from beginning to end, earnest and cowardly. The former Bai Mengshi didn't understand Sai Yeting's love for her, but now she understands. She had retreated and been cowardly, afraid to face Sai Yeting's deep affection again. Chapter 106. His words are very pure. Right, and now, love is love. She no longer avoids her heart, melts away the past, and bravely pursues her own happiness. Revenge, she has taken. She also owes Sai Yeting a lifetime of deep affection, and in this life, she is willing to use her entire life to love him with all her might. Receiving her response, Sai Yeting opened his drunken eyes, gazing at Bai Mengshi's face that haunted his dreams. He rejoiced in his heart. I've finally found you. In this life, you are still mine. And you'll never escape my grasp. Upon hearing this, Bai Mengshi wrapped her arms around his neck and nodded with a smile. Yes, I am yours. I am willing to be your golden bird, kept in your cage, and pampered by you for a lifetime. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Mengshi took the initiative to kiss Sai Yeting's lips. Sai Yeting felt the gentle touch on his cool lips and instantly sobered up a lot. He immediately wrapped his arms around Bai Mengshi's waist and pinned her down beneath him. Bai Mengshi was startled. Isn't this guy drunk? You initiated this. Sai Yeting smiled wickedly. The next second, his lips descended, sealing hers. Bai Mengshi wrapped her arms around his neck, and the two kissed passionately on the bed, quickly becoming entangled. The next day, recently, rumors about the Mo and Bai families have been rampant online, and Mo Xiaoxian, the young master of the Mo family, has been embroiled in a lawsuit as a result. Many victims online have jointly accused Mo Xiaoxian of being a playboy, swindling money and seducing women. Currently, the police have a large amount of evidence and are in the process of arresting the suspect. At this time, Mo Xiaoxian has disappeared for no reason, the police stated. If anyone has seen the suspect, please call the police immediately. Bai Mengshi sat in the office, looking at the computer in front of her, which was playing a news video. In addition, the Mo family is also in a financial crisis, and the stock of its Mo group has plummeted, and it is on the verge of bankruptcy. Seeing the news reporter's broadcast, Bai Mengshi propped her forehead with one hand and smiled coldly. Mo Xiaoxian, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. This time, your Mo family has no chance of turning over. Thinking of this, Bai Mengshi was a little uneasy and couldn't help but call the police station. Hello, Officer Zhong. Has the suspect Mo Xiaoxian been caught? There are currently no clues. The last time he appeared in the surveillance footage was at a phone booth on Yuran Street. Apart from that, his whereabouts have not been discovered. Hearing the police officer's words, Bai Mengshi fell into deep thought. Haven't caught him yet, Officer Zhong. Please, you must bring the bad guys to justice. Don't worry, Miss Bai, we will definitely enforce the law impartially and catch Mo Xiaoxian. Then I'll have to trouble Officer Zhong. After hanging up the phone, Bai Mengshi still felt vaguely uneasy. The fact that the police haven't caught Mo Xiaoxian means he is still at large and could appear at any time to take revenge on her. Thinking of this, Bai Mengshi couldn't help but make a call to Manny. Hello, Manny. 1111, what's wrong? How are things going on your end? It's almost done. But I just got off the phone with Officer Zhong, and they still haven't caught Mo Xiaoxian. Upon hearing this, Manny was shocked on the phone. The police haven't caught him yet. Then aren't you very dangerous right now? That's not what I'm worried about. I caused the Mo family to go bankrupt. It's normal for Mo Xiaoxian to hate me and want to retaliate. What I'm most worried about is the safety of the 3 children. 1111, don't worry, I will take good care of Nyan Nyan and the others. We won't be going out lately either. Thank you so much. Without you, I really don't know how I would cope on my own. Hearing this, Yumani cautiously probed on the phone. 1111. Have you ever thought that instead of living in constant fear like this, you might as well send the 3 children to Sai Yeting's side? With his ability, he would be able to protect the children well enough. Bai Mengshi shook her head. If I take the 3 children to Maple Leaf Villa to recognize Sai Yeting, Sai Zhennan will know. He doesn't like me as a daughter-in-law and has always disliked me. If he knows about the existence of the 3 children, then the children will be in danger. The 3 children are not only Bai Mengshi's weakness, but also Sai Yeting's weakness. She worries that Sai Zhennan will use the 3 children to threaten Sai Yeting, making him obediently submit. Therefore, Bai Mengshi can't do that yet. Have you ever thought that, if Sai Yi finds out about the existence of the 3 children, and you haven't told him all along, will he resent you for it? Hearing Yumani's hypothetical, Bai Mengshi lowered her eyes and said, I don't want to deceive him either, but for the sake of the children's safety, I have no choice, at least until Mo Xiaoxian is caught. I can't let the children's background be exposed to the public. After hearing this, Yumani could only say, all right then, since this is your choice, as your good sister, I can only respect your decision. Bai Mengshi sighed. I know I shouldn't be hiding it from Sai Yeting. Actually, I'm very conflicted. I originally planned to tell him, but recent events have caught me off guard, and I've chickened out again. I don't dare to tell him. Upon hearing this, Yumani couldn't help but advise. 1111. Don't be too anxious. A lot has happened recently. I think you must be exhausted now. Relax a little. Don't make yourself sick, Bai Mengshi said slowly, as long as Mo Xiaoxian hasn't gone to jail. I can't relax. Her purpose of revenge is to send Mo Xiaoxian and Ling Weiwei to hell. She wants to watch them with her own eyes, go to hell to atone for their sins. Maple Forest Evening Villa. The sky outside the window was as white as paper in the daylight. Sai Yeting woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and slowly sat up, feeling a terrible headache. He rubbed his temples and was about to get up when he realized he wasn't wearing any clothes. When he saw his shirt and trousers scattered on the floor, he immediately looked around and breathed a sigh of relief when he realized this was his room. Instantly, he began to recall the events of last night in his mind. He remembered that he and Bai Chonggang were both drunk, and then Bai Mengshi seemed to help him into the car. Later, he was lying on the bed, seeing Bai Mengshi's beautiful face. He seemed to have taken liberties with her and said some drunken words, and finally they. Thinking of this, Sai Yeting couldn't help covering his forehead, feeling his head hurt even more, and muttered to himself, my words should be very pure, right? I didn't scare 1111, did I? Just as he was pondering, there was a knock on the door. Young master, are you awake? Chapter 107 The Fall of the Mo Family. Hearing the sound outside the door, Sai Yeting quickly got up and picked up the clothes on the ground to put them on. Young master, seeing there was no sound in the room, Uncle Fang knocked on the door again. At this moment, the door opened, and Sai Yeting stood at the door, saying indifferently, what is it? Uncle Fang saw that Sai Yeting was already awake and nodded slightly. Young master, the young madam prepared a hangover soup for you. With that, Uncle Fang clapped his hands. And a servant brought a bowl of hangover soup to Sai Yeting. Sai Yeting glanced at it and couldn't help but ask, where is the young madam? Uncle Fang replied, the young madam went out early in the morning. Hearing this, Sai Yeting thought to himself that she must have gone to the company. Just as he was thinking, Sai Yeting's phone rang. He took out his phone from his pocket and saw that it was a WeChat message from Bai Mengshi, so he opened it to take a look. My dear husband, are you awake? If you are, drink the hangover soup, remember to eat breakfast. At the end, Bai Mengshi didn't forget to send a kissing emoji. Seeing this WeChat message, Sai Yeting couldn't help but smile. Uncle Fang smiled as he saw the smile on Sai Yeting's face. It seemed like it was sent by the young madam. Only the young madam could make the young master smile so happily. Sai Yeting saw Uncle Fang looking at him. He retracted his smile, cleared his throat twice, and said, give me the sobering up soup. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fang quickly signaled the maid to bring it up. Sai Yeting reached out to take it and drank it all in one go, then returned the empty bowl to the maid. Seeing this, Uncle Fang immediately asked, young master, would you like breakfast now? Sai Yeting nodded. Yes, okay. I'll have it prepared right away. With that said, Uncle Fang led the maid downstairs. Central Hospital. Honey, you're awake." Madam Mo was overjoyed to see Chairman Mo awake. And she was so excited that she was almost crying. "Xiao Xian." Chairman Mo opened his mouth. Upon hearing this, Mother Mo quickly moved closer and said, "Honey, what did you say?" Xiao Xian is back." Madam Mo wiped away her tears and said, "Are you asking about Xiena? He hasn't returned. The police are searching for him everywhere, and he doesn't dare to come home. The company is in chaos right now. Honey, you must get better soon. You are the pillar of our family. If something happens to you, what will become of our family?" Madam Mo cried with tears streaming down her face. At that moment, there was a knock on the door outside the ward. Mrs. Mo quickly wiped away her tears and looked towards the door. Seeing Mr. Mo's assistant and lawyer, she couldn't help but stand up and ask, "Xiao Chen, why are you here?" "Chairman, Madam." Assistant Chen and the lawyer approached the bedside and nodded slightly to Chairman Mo and Mrs. Mo. Chairman Mo saw them and seemed to understand something, and couldn't help but ask, "Is the company gone?" Assistant Chen nodded. "Now all the shareholders have withdrawn their shares, the company's valuable assets have been moved away, and it still owes over 100 million in debt. The bank is now mortgaging all the properties under your name." Hearing this news, Mrs. Mo only felt dizzy. Does that mean the company is facing bankruptcy? What about the house? Is the house gone too? Lawyer Liu replied, "Yes, all of the Mo family's assets have been frozen by the bank. You are now penniless." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Mo immediately broke down and cried, "What sins have I committed? Heaven is going to destroy our Mo family. Heaven is going to destroy us. As long as you help me kill Bai Mengshi, this money is yours." Inside the basement, Nan Xiu opened a box of money, filled with 100 yuan bills. Seeing this box of money, Mo Xiaoxian smiled. "Miss Nan, even if you were buying a scapegoat, you couldn't use this little money to pay someone off, right? So how much do you want?" Nan Xiu raised her eyebrows. 100 million. Hearing this amount, Nan Xiu's face immediately changed. 100 million. "Mo Xiaoxian, do you think this is a bank robbery?" Although Bai Mengshi's life isn't worth 100 million, she is still the eldest daughter of the Bai family, and now she is Sai Yeting's wife, so her worth has at least doubled, right? Besides, our Mo family is about to go bankrupt, so it's not too much to take 100 million from you, is it? Hearing this, Nan Xiu gritted her teeth. "Okay, 100 million it is. Great, I like people like Miss Nan. Give me 50 million first for emergency use." Nan Xiu rolled her eyes. "Where am I going to get 50 million in cash for you? Don't forget, you're a wanted criminal now, and your bank accounts have been frozen by the bank." "I don't care. My dad is in the hospital now, and he needs money." "Alright, I'll think of something, but I can't guarantee I can give you 50 million all at once." Nan Xiu thought for a moment and nodded. Recently, the Mo Group announced bankruptcy, and the Mo family has been in decline in City A ever since. Overnight, Chairman Mo fell from the top to the bottom, from a capitalist worth over 100 million to an ordinary person burdened with huge debts. Seeing this news, a smile finally appeared on Bai Mengshi's face. The Mo family's retribution has finally come. It is said that the son of Chairman Mo is wanted by the police for fraud and illegal fundraising. The suspect has not yet been brought to justice. Hearing the reporter's report, Bai Mengshi clenched her fist. Where exactly is Mo Xiaoxian hiding? She couldn't help but think of the words he used to threaten her on the phone that day. She was really worried and couldn't help but call Xiao Li. "Hey, Xiao Li, send someone to investigate Mo Xiaoxian's whereabouts." "Yes, Sister Shi." Tianxing Group. Sai Yeting sat at his desk, rubbing his temples. At this moment, Yang Kai stood at the door. Seeing that Sai Yeting was closing his eyes to rest, he subconsciously knocked on the door. "Come in," Sai Yeting said without looking up. With Sai Yeting's permission, Yang Kai entered. "Mr. Sai, there's a project that needs your signature." Sai Yeting nodded silently, reached out to take the document from Yang Kai, opened it, looked at it, and then signed his name at the end. He casually handed the document to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and said, "Mr. Sai, if there's nothing else, I'll get back to work." "Wait a moment." Sai Yeting suddenly thought of something and immediately stopped him. Yang Kai stopped and looked at Sai Yeting in confusion. "Mr. Sai, what's wrong? The Mo family has now declared bankruptcy. Have the police still not brought Mo Xiaoxian to justice?" Yang Kai nodded. "It is said that the police are now visiting everywhere, looking for clues, but to no avail. After hearing this, a coldness flashed in Tsai Yeting's deep eyes. As long as Mo Xiaoxian is not brought to justice, 1111 will be in danger. We must get the police to close the case quickly. After hearing this, Yang Kai subconsciously asked, "Does Mr. Tsai mean to use the dark forces?" Tsai Yeting nodded. "Give the order to find Mo Xiaoxian, with a reward of 100 million. Okay, President Tsai." Chapter 108. Tsai Yeting's daughter. Outside the Mo family villa, Madame Mo supported Chairman Mo, pulling a suitcase, and slowly walked out of the villa. Upon reaching the villa's exterior, bank personnel promptly affixed a seal to the main gate. Madame Mo couldn't help but look back, reluctantly saying, "We've lived in this villa for so many years, and now it's just gone." Having said that, Madame Mo wiped away her tears again. Looking utterly aggrieved, Chairman Mo sighed, patted the back of her hand, and said, "Forget it, this is no longer our home. Let's go." Madame Mo wiped away her tears and supported Chairman Mo as they slowly walked towards the taxi outside the gate. Hiding not far away, Mo Xiaoxian watched this scene, preparing to go forward, but when he saw the bank personnel and the special police present, he ultimately didn't show himself, clenching his fists, his eyes flashing with angry light. "Bai Mengshi, you made me homeless and wanted by the police all over the world. If I don't get revenge, I'm not Mo Xiaoxian." Mo Xiaoxian gritted his teeth and swore fiercely in his heart that he would tear Bai Mengshi into pieces. "There are 5 million in this card. I will find a way to transfer the rest of the money to this account." Nan Xiu took out a bank card and handed it to Mo Xiaoxian. "Okay." Mo Xiaoxian reached out to take it, and suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help but said, "I can't show up to see my parents now. Please, Miss Nan, find out where my parents live and give them the money for emergency use." "No problem. But you have to do me a favor too." Hearing Nan Xiu's words, Mo Xiaoxian couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" 6 years ago, Bai Mengshi ruined my plan and secretly climbed into S bed. I suspect she has some ulterior secrets." "Secrets?" Mo Xiaoxian looked puzzled. Nan Xiu took out a photo and handed it to Mo Xiaoxian. "Take a look at this photo." Mo Xiaoxian looked at it. The photo showed Tsai Yeting holding a little girl. The little girl was particularly lovely, with big, watery eyes and a somewhat familiar appearance. "Who is this little girl?" Nan Xiu sneered. "Don't you think this little girl looks a bit familiar?" "Familiar?" Hearing this, Mo Xiaoxian fell into thought. After a while, he suddenly realized, "Bai Mengshi." Nan Xiu nodded. "That's right. This little girl calls Tingage daddy as soon as she sees him, and she looks so much like Bai Mengshi. I suspect she's Bai Mengshi and Tingage's child." Hearing this, Mo Xiaoxian looked shocked. "How is that possible? Where did you get this photo?" "An employee of Tiansheng Group secretly took it. I finally managed to buy the information from that person. That day, he personally saw this little girl run to Tingage's company, hug his leg, and call him daddy." Hearing this, Mo Xiaoxian couldn't help gnashing his teeth. "Good, that bitch Bai Mengshi, after being abroad for 6 years, actually had a daughter." Nan Xiu's face twisted with jealousy, and she said viciously, "This little girl's age matches. And she looks so much like Bai Mengshi, there's absolutely no mistake." Mo Xiaoxian was furious when he heard this, and said, "So, she hooked up with Tsai Yeting long ago, and secretly got pregnant with his child to study abroad. No wonder my people haven't been able to find her whereabouts for so many years. Bai Mengshi is definitely not simple, and there are forces behind her. Otherwise she wouldn't have bided her time abroad for 6 years, secretly had a child, and then returned to China to seek revenge on you." Hearing Nan Xiu's analysis, Mo Xiaoxian couldn't help but nod. "What you said makes sense. There must be someone behind her. This Bai Mengshi is not simple. I underestimated her. No matter what, Bai Mengshi stole MY. This child must be her precious treasure. Find a way to get this child." Hearing this, Mo Xiaoxian frowned. Dealing with Bai Mengshi is no problem, but this child is, after all, Tsai Yeting's child. If he finds out, I'm afraid. Nan Xiu glanced at Mo Xiaoxian. "What, are you scared? Do you think you even have a chance of surviving right now?" Mo Xiaoxian didn't say anything. He was just barely alive. Nan Xiu continued, "Don't worry, won't know. He doesn't even know that Bai Mengshi bore him a daughter. He doesn't know." Mo Xiaoxian paused, looking at the photo in front of him. "Are you sure?" In the photo, Tsai Yeting was holding the little girl, and he didn't look like he was unaware. I can be sure that doesn't know that this little girl is his daughter. Bai Mengshi hasn't told anyone. She's been protecting this child very well. If he knew, he would have already taken her back to the Sai family to acknowledge her ancestors. Even Mr. Sai doesn't know. Hearing this, Mo Xiaoxian silently nodded. Then what do you want to do? I've already found out which kindergarten this little girl attends. I'll have people watching. You take people over there and snatch the child as soon as you have the chance. Hearing Nan Xiu's order, Mo Xiaoxian nodded slightly. Okay. Nan Xiu smiled coldly, her smile full of weirdness. Brother is mine. I will never allow any woman to bear him children. Nan Xiu's obsession with Sai Yeting has reached a point of madness. Bai Corporation. Bai Mengshi had just walked out of the company when her phone rang. Hello, husband, I'm already downstairs at your company. Hearing this, Bai Mengshi looked up and saw Sai Yeting's luxury car. The car window rolled down, and Sai Yeting was seen holding his phone, waving at her. Seeing that Sai Yeting had come to pick her up from work again, Bai Mengshi hung up the phone and walked towards him with a smile. Get in, Sai Yeting beckoned her with his finger. Bai Mengshi opened the car door and got in. The reporters have been watching closely lately. Didn't I tell you not to pick me up from work anymore? It's only natural for a husband to pick up his wife from work. Sai Yeting smirked. Bai Mengshi smiled slightly, hooking her arm around Sai Yeting's. Then, let's go home. With that, Bai Mengshi buried her head in his shoulder. Sai Yeting smiled silently, unable to help but think of what Yong Kai had told him. Mr. Sai, the old man's side is watching closely. Someone has been following Madam recently, and it might be harmful to her. This is also the reason why Sai Yeting insists on picking up and dropping off Bai Mengshi every night. As long as he is there, others will not dare to act rashly. He wants the old man to know that Bai Mengshi is the woman he will protect with his life, and no one should even think about hurting her. Another reason is that he is worried that Mo Xiaoxian will retaliate against Bai Mengshi. By the way, honey, let's go back and visit Grandpa tomorrow. Bai Mengshi suddenly realized that she hadn't been back to the Bai family for a few days and was worried about old Master Bai's health. Sai Yeting smiled dotingly. Okay, wherever you want to go, I'll be with you. Chapter 109. Pressure to marry from old Master Bai, Bai family mansion, Xiaoting. It's almost the new year. When are you planning to get our two families together? Since Sai Yeting and Bai Mengshi made their official announcement online, old Master Bai hadn't seen the Sai family. Sai Yeting's face stiffened slightly, and he couldn't help but smile faintly. Grandpa, I will arrange it as soon as possible. Old Master Bai nodded with a smile. Good, good, good. Then when are you planning to have the wedding? Bai Mengshi sat next to Sai Yeting and quickly came to his rescue. Grandpa, we haven't thought about the wedding yet. We'll consider it after the new year when we have less to do. Sai Yeting looked at Bai Mengshi beside him, took her hand, and they smiled at each other. We will as soon as possible. Bai Chonggong smoothed things over, looked at the old Master Bai, and said with a smile, Dad, you're just too anxious. The old Master Bai said with a serious face, I'm doing this for 1111's happiness. Hearing this, Bai Mengshi got up and came to the sofa where the old Master Bai was sitting, affectionately holding his arm like she did when she was a child. Grandpa, I know you want to see me get married sooner, don't worry. You will definitely live to be 100 years old and watch your great-grandson grow up. The old Master Bai nodded with a smile. Okay, 1111, if you give birth to a big, fat boy, Grandpa will give him all his wealth. Bai Mengshi chuckled. Then what if I had 3 children? The old Master Bai thought for a while. Then 3 would be even better. Although our Bai family is not as wealthy as the Sai family, there is absolutely no problem in raising 3 children. Hearing this, Bai Mengshi smiled without saying a word. Coming out of the Bai family, Bai Mengshi thought of what her grandfather said, and she subconsciously looked at Sai Yeting beside her, the two walking side by side. Bai Mengshi looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Sai Yeting turned his head to look at her, and took her hand proactively, only to find that her hand was ice cold. Is there something you want to tell me? Sai Yeting put Bai Mengshi's hand into his pocket to warm it up. Hearing this, Bai Mengshi carefully probed. Husband, I have a question I want to ask you. Go ahead, Sai Yeting said softly. Would you like children? After asking this question, Bai Mengshi looked at Sai Yeting with anticipation. Yes, I do, Sai Yeting nodded. Before meeting Bai Mengshi, he would have thought that having a child would be too noisy. After meeting Bai Mengshi, especially after seeing Nyan Nyan. He felt particularly fond of her. At that time, he was thinking, if he and Bai Mengshi had a daughter in the future, would she be as cute and adorable as Nyan Nyan? As a result, Nyan Nyan is really his daughter, his and Bai Mengshi's daughter. He had never even thought about such a question before. Now, he would answer without hesitation, do you really like children? Bai Mengshi thought that a person with Sai Yeting's personality would find having children particularly noisy, and might even think of them as burdens and dead weight. Sai Yeting nodded without hesitation. Actually, it's not bad to have a few children at home, it's lively. Hearing this, Bai Mengshi continued to ask, then do you prefer boys or girls? Hearing this question, Sai Yeting stopped and couldn't help but look at Bai Mengshi in front of him, the two standing face to face. Bai Mengshi was a little puzzled. Why didn't he say anything? Sai Yeting took her other hand and held it together, not forgetting to use his warm palm to transmit warmth to her. Are you cold? Sai Yeting held her hands, brought them to his lips, blew hot air on them, and warmed her hands. Bai Mengshi shook her head, smiling sweetly. Husband, you haven't answered my question yet. As long as they are yours, whether boys or girls, I like them all. It's best if they are like Nyan Nyan and the other two. Two older brothers and a younger sister. Sai Yeting held her hand, the corners of his mouth raised, with a hint of a smile. Hearing this, Bai Mengshi was confused. Why did she feel like he was implying something? Could it be that this guy already knew that Nyan Nyan and the others were his children? Bai Mengshi couldn't help but think of the night she got drunk, and she tentatively asked, darling, did I say anything to you that night I was drunk? Which day? Sai Yeting asked knowingly. Bai Mengshi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Forget it if you don't remember. You're so curious about what you said to me that night. Why not ask what you did to me that night? Sai Yeting whispered in her ear, ambiguously. The warm breath lingered around Bai Mengshi's ears, and she couldn't help but blush. Who did anything to you? I was drunk. What could I do to a big man like you? Baby, that night, you were very proactive. Sai Yeting continued to tease her ear. Bai Mengshi was teased by him until her face was red and her heart was racing. She pushed Sai Yeting away and kept a certain distance from him. Sai Yeting. And you're talking about me. You were drunk that night. You held my hand and wouldn't let go, and you took advantage of me. Who exactly took advantage of whom? Sai Yeting smiled, a teasing look on his lips. Of course, it's you. Bai Mengshi reached out and poked Sai Yeting's chest with her finger. Yes, yes, yes. I took advantage of you. Sai Yeting held her fair finger, his mouth full of smiles. She. Sai Yeting held her hands and suddenly called her name. Bai Mengshi raised her eyes and looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just wanted to call you. As he said that, Sai Yeting put his arm around Bai Mengshi's waist and said, let's go home. Okay, let's go home. Bai Mengshi smiled happily, took Sai Yeting's arm, and the two got into the car. Night fell, and the winter night was bitterly cold. On the way back to Maple Forest Villa, Sai Yeting drove his Rolls-Royce along the highway, because of its remote location. Coupled with the dead of winter, there were few people and little traffic. Sai Yeting was driving along just fine when a group of men in black suddenly appeared ahead, blocking their way. Seeing this, Sai Yeting immediately slammed on the brakes. Bai Mengshi almost crashed into the dashboard. But luckily she had her seatbelt on and was only shaken. What's going on? Seeing the group of men in black, Bai Mengshi's pupils suddenly constricted, her expression immediately tensed. And she looked around warily. She realized that the men in black were approaching from all directions, surrounding them completely. Sai Yeting's expression was calm as he unfastened his seatbelt. He touched Bai Mengshi's head and said gently, 1111, stay in the car and wait for me. No matter what you hear or see, pretend you didn't see anything, understand? Hearing this, Bai Mengshi looked worried and quickly grabbed Sai Yeting's arm, shaking her head at him. No, Sai Yeting, don't go out. Sai Yeting patted the back of her hand and comforted her. Don't worry, they won't hurt me. But I will never allow anyone to hurt you either. Hearing this, Bai Mengshi felt a pang in her heart. She knew those people were after her. If Sai Yeting hadn't been picking her up from work every day, those men in black would have come for her long ago. They're here for me, so I should bear the responsibility for whatever happens. As she said this, Bai Mengshi held Sai Yeting's hand and said with a determined look in her eyes, Sai Yeting, I don't want to stay in the car alone. I want to face this with you. But Sai Yeting said, be good. If you come out, I'll be distracted. Wait for me." After speaking, Sai Yeting opened the car door and rushed forward, ignoring Bai Mengxi's objections. Seeing this, Bai Mengxi opened the door and tried to get out, only to find that Sai Yeting had locked the car doors. She couldn't open them at all. Sai Yeting stood in front of the car, looking at the group of men in black with a cold gaze. "If you have a problem, come at me." The leader of the men in black looked troubled. "Young master, we don't want to hurt you, but we can't disobey the chairman's orders." Sai Yeting smiled grimly. "No one can take 1111 away from me, unless they step over my dead body." The leading man in black looked embarrassed after hearing this. At this moment, the earpiece on the man in black's ear lit up, and a stern male voice came from the other side. "Teach him a lesson. But be careful, don't hurt him too much. You must bring him back to me." "Yes," the man in black responded in a low voice after receiving the order. Immediately, he nodded to Sai Yeting and said, "Since the young master doesn't want to, then I have to offend you." Sai Yeting sneered, "Enough nonsense. Come at me together." The man in black waved his hand and said to his men, "Go together, and be careful with your strength." The others looked at each other. "Be careful with the strength. Doesn't that mean they can't hurt the young master?" The men in black were immediately on the verge of tears. Why is it always them who get this terrible job, and it's always them who get hurt in the end? "Hit him." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of men in black brandished their fists and attacked Sai Yeting. Sai Yeting watched the men in black rushing towards him, his expression unchanged. He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. One of the men in black rushed to the front, swinging his fist towards Sai Yeting's head. Sai Yeting dodged with a sidestep, and the man in black's fist missed. The man was stunned for a moment, and then swung another punch. This time, Sai Yeting grabbed his fist, staring at him with cold eyes. The next second, he twisted his hand back and broke the bone in his wrist. "Ah!" The black-clothed man's painful cry came, constantly in his hand. "My hand, it hurts so much." Then, Sai Yeting fought with the other men in black. Bai Mengxi sat in the car, in the car window, her face anxious. "What should I do? I want to go out and help him. What if he gets hurt dealing with so many people alone?" But she couldn't get out now. Completely powerless, suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she quickly called Li Wei. "Hey, Li Wei, I'm in danger now. Bring people over here immediately. I'm at." After reporting the address, Bai Mengxi added, "Come quickly, the faster the better." "Okay, Sister Shi, we'll be right there, don't worry." After hanging up the phone, Bai Mengxi gradually calmed down. She couldn't help but unfasten her seat belt and groped around the car, trying to find a way to open the window. Outside, Sai Yeting knocked down one black-clothed man after another. His movements were smooth and flowing, and he subdued them with ease. Seeing people constantly falling, the leading man in black panicked and couldn't help but ask for help from the voice in his headset. "Chairman, the young master is too powerful. He defeated all of our men in a one-on-one fight." Sai Zhennan's annoyed voice came from the other side of the headset. "A bunch of useless things. Chairman, we've tried our best. But the young master is just too strong." After speaking, there was no sound from the other end. Just when he thought the other party wouldn't give an order, the earpiece lit up, and Sai Zhennan's voice drilled into his ears. "That woman is his weakness. Find a way to scare him a little." Hearing this, the man in black trembled. "Chairman, I'm afraid that's not good. If we threaten the young master with that woman, won't he kill us? Look at your lack of ambition. Just say it's my order. And be sure to bring them both back." "Yes." Hearing Sai Zhennan's instructions, the man in black slowly approached the car, opened the fuel tank, and took out a lighter from his pocket. Ouch! A large pile of men in black lay on the ground, holding their injured areas and howling. Sai Yeting knocked all the men in black to the ground and discovered that one person was missing. Turning his head to look, he saw Cai Jie standing next to the fuel tank. "What do you want?" Sai Yeting clenched his fists, a furious light flashing in his eyes, and walked towards Cai Jie step by step. Seeing this, Cai Jie was scared to death, but he still pretended to be calm and said, "Young master, don't come any closer, or I will immediately ignite the fuel tank." Hearing this, Sai Yeting indeed dared not rush forward again. The thought of Bai Mengxi still being in the car made his face change drastically. "Cai Jie, are you threatening me?" Upon hearing this, Cai Jie quickly said, "I wouldn't dare. But this is the chairman's order, and I dare not disobey it. I can only offend you." Sai Yeting's face was livid, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth, coldly saying, "What exactly do you want? If anything happens to 1111, I will definitely kill you, young master. I don't want to hurt anyone. Rest assured, the chairman only instructed us to bring you and Miss Bai back." Sai Yeting smiled sinisterly. "What if I don't go back?" Cai Jie frowned, earnestly persuading. "Then I will have to resort to this last measure. Please don't make things difficult for us, young master, and obediently come back with us to see the chairman." Sai Yeting gritted his teeth and threatened. "Cai Jie, listen carefully. As long as you dare to harm 1111 in the slightest, I will definitely tear you to pieces and massacre your entire Cai family." He absolutely would not allow anyone to harm Bai Mengshi, not even his father. If Bai Mengshi died, his life would be meaningless, and he would inevitably live each day like a walking corpse. In that case, he might as well make all those who hurt her pay with their lives. Finally, he would end his own life and go with her. For Bai Mengshi, he could give up everything and do anything. Cai Jie couldn't help but shiver after hearing this. He knew that Sai Yeting was a man of his word. If he dared to do it, he would definitely follow through. Chapter 110. The man behind Bai Mengshi. "I'll count to 3. Release Shishi immediately, and maybe I can spare your life." Sai Yeting stared at him coldly. "Young master, don't come any closer, otherwise I really will." Cai Jie looked troubled, watching Sai Yeting slowly approaching, the panic on his face growing. Just then, the sound of a car driving over came from a distance, and the high beams shone, blinding both Sai Yeting and Cai Jie. Suddenly, Bai Mengshi jumped down from the car roof with lightning speed and kicked the lighter out of Cai Jie's hand. Before Cai Jie could react, 8 people got out of a van behind them, each holding a wooden stick, and ran over quickly. "Go get them. How dare they bully Sister Shi? Beat them to death." The leading man, with a touch of yellow in his black hair, looked like a young man of 23 or 4. He was the little Li that Bai Mengshi mentioned on the phone, named Li Wei, the legendary man behind her. Sai Yeting was stunned by the appearance of Li Wei and his group, clearly not having reacted yet. Cai Jie reacted quickly. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived, he quickly led his men to run away. "Brothers, retreat." The group of people who were groaning in pain on the ground, seeing those people rushing over with sticks, got up from the ground one by one and ran faster than rabbits. "Brothers, chase them. Don't let them get away," Li Wei ordered, and then ran to Bai Mengshi's side. Bai Mengshi looked at Li Wei with a happy expression. "Little Li, you're finally here. She, are you all right?" Li Wei asked, looking at her with concern. Bai Mengshi shook her head. "I'm fine. Just now, she had found a way to escape, which was to open the car window and crawl out from inside. As soon as she crawled out, she saw Cai Jie holding a lighter, ready to ignite the fuel tank and burn her alive inside. So, with quick eyes and hands, she immediately knocked the lighter out of his hand and was about to subdue him when Li Wei and the others rushed over. "It's good that she is okay." Seeing that Bai Mengshi was unharmed, Li Wei breathed a slight sigh of relief. Sai Yeting walked over and, seeing Bai Mengshi talking to a man he had never seen before at the first moment, ignoring her husband, his face immediately turned dark. Cough cough. Sai Yeting put his hand to his lips and coughed deliberately, trying to regain his sense of presence. Just now, the one who was fighting desperately with those people outside was her husband. She was all right. Shouldn't the first thing she did after escaping from the car be to give him a hug? Hearing Sai Yeting cough behind her, Bai Mengshi remembered the scene of him fighting with those people just now. She quickly ran to Sai Yeting, grabbed his arm, and asked, "Husband, are you okay?" Bai Mengshi pulled Sai Yeting, looking left and right, her face full of worry. Sai Yeting wore a stern face and said jealously, "Bai Mengshi, you only remember you have a husband now. I thought you didn't care whether I was injured or not." Hearing Sai Yeting's sour words, Bai Mengshi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I just escaped from danger. I couldn't care about you." She was already overwhelmed. "Okay." Sai Yeting didn't seem to buy it. "You mean you don't have me, your husband, in your eyes?" Hearing this, Bai Mengshi quickly shook her head and explained, "How could that be? I didn't mean that." Seeing Sai Yeting was angry, Bai Mengshi quickly took Sai Yeting's arm and said flatteringly, "Okay, husband, I was wrong. I should have rushed to you immediately and asked if you were injured." Seeing Bai Mengshi's sincere apology, Sai Yeting's unhappiness immediately dissipated. He hugged Bai Mengshi tightly in his arms. cupped her head in his large hands, and gently stroked her hair. He whispered in Bai Mengxi's ear, She, do you know, that situation just now really scared me. I was afraid that if I made a mistake, I wouldn't be able to save you. I was afraid that I would never see you again in this lifetime. Hearing Sai Yeting's sudden, heartfelt words, Bai Mengxi felt a warmth in her heart, rippling with layer upon layer of emotion. She returned the embrace, pressing her face against his chest. Listening to the strong and powerful sound of his heartbeat, and slowly said, Sai Yeting, it's all over, it's okay, you don't have to worry, I'm not hurt. What about you? Are you hurt anywhere? As she spoke, Bai Mengxi stepped out of Sai Yeting's embrace, took his hands, and anxiously checked his body for any injuries. Sai Yeting shook his head and smiled gently. I'm fine, as long as you're safe. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Bai Mengxi's face. Just then, Li Wei coughed lightly, interrupting the lovey-dovey scene between the two. Sister Shi, is this the famous Sai Yi? Bai Mengxi realized that there were still outsiders present. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she immediately let go of Sai Yeting's hand, looking embarrassed as she said, Yes, Xiao Li. This is the person I often mentioned to you. His name is Sai Yeting, and he is now my husband. Upon hearing this, Li Wei couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, Sai Yi, hello, today I finally met you in person. After speaking, Li Wei quickly extended his hand to show his goodwill to Sai Yeting. Sai Yeting looked at Bai Mengxi with a puzzled expression, wondering who this Xiao Li was and what his relationship with Bai Mengxi was. Bai Mengxi quickly said, Honey, I forgot to introduce him to you. This is my good brother. His name is Li Wei. Li Wei nodded with a smile. That's right, Sister Shi saved my life 6 years ago, so I've been helping Sister Shi with things all these years. Bai Mengxi nodded. Although Li Wei is involved in the underworld, he is kind at heart. When I met him 6 years ago, he was only 18 years old, with a round face and a naive look. He was young and couldn't see the bright side of life. He jumped into the lake wanting to commit suicide, and I saved him. ****. Li Wei was the young man Bai Mengxi saw wanting to jump into the lake at Ice Lake Park the morning she left the hotel 6 years ago. Without thinking, she rushed over to save him, but it was still too late. He jumped in, anxious to save him. Bai Mengxi didn't even think about the fact that she couldn't swim and jumped in to save him. Finally, she grabbed a branch and pulled Li Wei along with her, and after a long time with the help of tourists in the lake, they barely made it to shore. At that time, Li Wei looked disgusted. You're so stupid. Why did you jump down to save me if you can't swim? Aren't you afraid of losing your own life? Bai Mengxi smiled slightly. A person's subconscious is kind. At that time, I was only thinking about saving people, not about the fact that I couldn't swim. When I see someone who is contemplating suicide, of course I will jump in to save them without hesitation. Hearing this, Levi stared blankly at her and couldn't help but say, How can there be such a foolish woman in the world? Bai Mengxi sighed, Yeah, precisely because I'm foolish. I trusted the wrong person and suffered betrayal from those closest to me. You seem to have a story. Bai Mengxi turned to look at Levi, smiling faintly. Don't you have a story too? Tell me about it. Why did you choose to jump into the lake early in the morning when there were few people around? Levi said lightly. It's nothing. I just couldn't think straight and wanted to end it all. A person only has one life. If you die, what will those around you do? And those who have hurt you, are you just going to watch them get away with it? At this point, Bai Mengxi said in a low voice, How about this? Let me tell you a story. Maybe after you hear this story, you won't want to give up. What story? Once upon a time, there was a beautiful princess who had a half-sister. Her parents arranged a marriage for her, and she was very satisfied with her fiancé. He was handsome and talented. On the day of the princess's 20th birthday banquet, something happened that made her wish she were dead, her fiancé and her sister, together. After hearing this story, Levi was shocked. It was also because of Bai Mengxi's story that he regained his confidence and had the courage to live on. From then on, Levi decided to be Bai Mengxi's man behind the scenes. Protecting her from harm, Bai Mengxi also did her best to cultivate him, giving him unlimited money to do what he liked to do. So, for the past 6 years, Levi has been helping Bai Mengxi in the country, secretly taking photos of Mo Xiaoxian and Ling Weiwei together, as well as photos of Mo Xiaoxian dating other women, all taken by Levi. He didn't even know why he would help Bai Mengxi without hesitation. perhaps because he had no relatives in this world. And Bai Mengshi had saved his life and given him the courage to live, which is why he chose to silently accompany her and work for her. After listening to Bai Mengshi's explanation, Sai Yeting couldn't help but look at Li Wei and extended his precious hand. He usually doesn't shake hands with people to make peace, only if that person is worthy of his respect and admiration will he shake hands with them. And now, he reached out, which means he respects Li Wei, because, in these 6 years, Li Wei has helped Bai Mengshi a lot. He collected the evidence of Mo Xiaoxian, so that Bai Mengshi could have enough strength to bring down the Mo family. Nice to meet you, I'm Sai Yeting. Seeing this, Li Wei was overjoyed and quickly shook hands with Sai Yeting. Mr. Sai, hello, I'm so happy. He didn't expect that he could shake hands with the son of the richest man in the country in his lifetime. It is said that Sai Yeting is the youngest entrepreneur in history. His success is not only because of his good family background, but largely due to his efforts and strength. He has a wide network of contacts, is rich and powerful, has strong business management skills, opened the door to international trading companies, and has won the appreciation of many predecessors. Thank you for everything you've done for our 1111, Sai Yeting said to Li Wei with a faint smile. Li Wei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, even at a time like this. He didn't forget to assert his ownership and show off his affection in front of him. Bai Mengshi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she stood aside, unable to interject. Soon, Li Wei's men returned. Boss, those sons of bitches drove away. After hearing this, Li Wei said angrily, those trash, don't let me see them again. Or I'll kill them. Bai Mengshi chuckled. All right, since they've run away, there's no need to chase them. It's good that we're all right. Li Wei nodded. Fortunately, Sister Shi is unharmed. I'll spare those sons of bitches for now. Sai Yeting remained silent. He knew better than anyone who had sent these people. Sister Shi, do you know who wants to kill you? Bai Mengshi frowned, lost in thought. Besides Ling Weiwei, only Mo Xiaoxian wants me dead. One is in detention, and the other is still on the run. After hearing this, Li Wei couldn't help but rub his chin and thought, then it seems more likely to be Mo Xiaoxian. Sai Yeting's expression was serious. It wasn't Mo Xiaoxian, it was my dad who sent them. Hearing this, Bai Mengshi was slightly surprised and couldn't help but look at Sai Yeting beside her. Sai Zhennan still won't let her go. This, Li Wei frowned, looked at Bai Mengshi, and didn't speak. Shi, I'm sorry. Sai Yeting suddenly apologized to Bai Mengshi. Bai Mengshi was stunned. Why are you suddenly saying sorry to me? Sai Yeting took Bai Mengshi's hand, lowered his eyes, and a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. I'm sorry. I've put you in danger. Hearing this, Bai Mengshi smiled slightly, and couldn't help but hold his hand back, saying, Sai Yeting, this is not your fault. Since I chose to be with you, I will experience these difficulties and setbacks. Don't worry, I will always be with you, no matter what difficulties and obstacles. They cannot separate us. Hearing Bai Mengshi's words, Sai Yeting was filled with emotion and embraced Bai Mengshi again, under the gaze of Li Wei and the others. The two hugged each other tightly, showing off their affection. Li Wei felt that he didn't need to eat dinner tonight because he was already full of dog food. Maplewood Manor Villa, the young master is back. Uncle Fang saw Sai Yeting and Bai Mengshi returning and quickly went out to greet them warmly. When he saw a purplish-red spot on Sai Yeting's forehead, he asked with concern, Young master, what's wrong with the bruise on your forehead? Hearing this, Bai Mengshi noticed that Sai Yeting's forehead was injured. The light was too dim on the way, and she hadn't noticed it yet. Could it be that you got hurt when you were fighting with someone just now? Bai Mengshi touched the injury on Sai Yeting's forehead, also with a worried look on her face. Sai Yeting took Bai Mengshi's hand down and said lightly, It's just a small injury, it doesn't hurt. Hearing their conversation, Uncle Fang reacted, Did the young master get into a fight tonight? Bai Mengshi looked embarrassed, not knowing how to explain it to Uncle Fang, and just said, Just met a few unreasonable people on the road, so there was a bit of an argument. Seeing Bai Mengshi concealing the truth, Sai Yeting looked at her, feeling a little guilty. It was clearly because of him that the old man targeted her. In the end, she was concealing the truth. Chapter 111 Little Programmer, Computer Genius. He felt that the greatest happiness in his life was choosing Bai Mengshi. It was because he had such a wonderful her that his life was full of meaning. I'll get the medicine. Seeing that Sai Yeting's forehead was red and swollen, Uncle Fang quickly ran into the house to get the medicine for Sai Yeting. Seeing this, Bai Mengshi couldn't help but turn her head to look at Sai Yeting and couldn't help asking, "Does your injury still hurt?" Sai Yeting shook his head. "I don't feel anything." Hearing this, Bai Mengshi smiled helplessly. "Honestly, you really can't go out and risk your life alone next time." Sai Yeting frowned and said, "I'm tough, that group of people can't beat me." Hearing this, Bai Mengshi chuckled. "Do you think you're Iron Man? I bet they can't beat you because they were going easy on you." Sai Yeting frowned. Although Bai Mengshi was right, they did hold back. Worried about hurting him, it seems that the old man still can't bear to hurt his son, but Bai Mengshi is his life. If the old man wants to hurt her, he will never agree. Even if it means turning against him, he will protect her and not let her be hurt in the slightest. Soon, Uncle Fang ran over with the ointment. "Young master, apply this medicine, and it will definitely disappear tomorrow." Bai Mengshi reached out and took it, smiling faintly. "Uncle Fang, give it to me." "Yes, madam." Uncle Fang gave the medicine to Bai Mengshi. Immediately after, Bai Mengshi took Sai Yeting's arm and went upstairs. Seeing the couple go up to the second floor, Uncle Fang thought that with the young mistress applying medicine for the young master, there shouldn't be any major problems, so he returned to his room. Inside the room, Sai Yeting sat on the bed, and Bai Mengshi said, "Wash your face first, then apply the medicine." With that, Bai Mengshi made a move to go to the bathroom to get a basin of hot water for Sai Yeting. Sai Yeting grabbed Bai Mengshi's arm and said, "This little injury doesn't need you to take care of me. I'll go wash myself." With that, Sai Yeting got up and headed to the bathroom. Bai Mengshi watched his back, humming and smiling softly. Before long, Sai Yeting came out of the bathroom and obediently sat back on the big bed, letting Bai Mengshi apply the medicine for him. "Does it hurt?" Bai Mengshi asked him if it hurt while applying the ointment to his body. Sai Yeting shook his head. "It doesn't hurt. If 1111 blows on it for me, maybe it will get better soon." Bai Mengshi couldn't help but laugh and cry after hearing this. "You're still in the mood to joke at a time like this." Sai Yeting feigned seriousness. "I'm not joking, I'm serious." Hearing this, Bai Mengshi smiled helplessly. Okay, I'll blow on it for you." Bai Mengshi leaned over, pouting her cherry-like lips, and blew on his forehead. The warm air caressed Sai Yeting's forehead and stirred his heart. Sai Yeting's throat tightened, his face flushed, and he grabbed Bai Mengshi's arm, turning her over and pinning her on the soft bed. Bai Mengshi was stunned for a moment, staring at Sai Yeting's magnified handsome face, her lips still pouted. Sai Yeting smirked, and in the next second, he leaned down and blocked her lips. Bai Mengshi snapped out of her daze and quickly pushed away Sai Yeting, who was pressing down on her. "Aren't you injured?" "A minor injury. It won't affect our intimacy." Sai Yeting smiled playfully. Bai Mengshi couldn't help but blush. "Who wants to be intimate with you? Get off me now," Sai Yeting said ambiguously in her ear. "That won't do. 1111. You were the one who seduced me first." Bai Mengshi was both ashamed and indignant when she heard this. "Who seduced you?" "Just now. Do you know that you look very alluring?" She pouted her cherry lips. And Sai Yeting couldn't help but feel the inner desire to kiss her. As soon as he finished speaking, Sai Yeting kissed her lips again, blocking Bai Mengshi's incessant mouth. The temperature in the room gradually increased, but outside it was a world of ice and snow. This day, inside the apartment, Cheng Rui received a reply from Xingji Entertainment, and Bai Niannian passed and obtained the qualification to participate in the competition, which will be held in March next year. Bai Niannian was very happy to learn the news. "Great, I can finally participate in the children's model contest. Congratulations, sister." Bai Chenghan and Bai Cheng-Rui congratulated Niannian respectively for obtaining the qualification to participate in the Xingji Entertainment Company. "Big brother, second brother, I want to tell daddy the good news." Cheng-Rui and Chenghan exchanged a look, but mommy said there are strangers outside and won't let us go out. "Not even to our extracurricular classes," Chenghan said with a troubled expression. Cheng-Rui nodded. "The bad guys haven't been caught yet. It's dangerous outside. We still can't go out." Hearing this, Nian pouted. "But I want to share this good news with daddy." Chenghan thought for a moment. "Since we can't meet daddy, we can choose another way." "What way?" Bai Nian asked curiously. Chenghan smiled without saying a word, and couldn't help but look at Cheng-Rui. "Big brother, I'm counting on you." Cheng Rui rolled his eyes. Hacking into other people's computers is the behavior of a hacker. Doing so is illegal. Cheng Han stuck out her tongue and said mischievously, hacking into our own dad's computer doesn't count as illegal, right? Cheng Rui got off the stool and said with a displeased expression, if you want to do it, you do it yourself. I'm not doing it anyway. Cheng Han shrugged and said to Bai Niannian, see, second brother has already thought of a way. But, eldest brother is unwilling to help, so there's nothing I can do. Hearing this, Bai Niannian couldn't help but look at her own brother, her chubby little hand grabbing the corner of Cheng Rui's clothes. She blinked at him and began to coax him. Rui Gij, please help Niannian. Niannian hasn't seen daddy in so long, I miss him, and I want to share my happiness with him. Doesn't Gij want me to be happy? How could I not? Cheng Rui frowned. Then why can't Gij grant Niannian this small request? With that, Niannian extended her little pinky, indicating that she only had this one tiny request. Cheng Rui looked speechlessly at the sky and sighed. My, can you please not always try to coax me, really? He had no resistance to his sister's unreasonable demands, who told Niannian to be their sister. There's no other way. As her brother, he could only spoil her. Big brother, please help Princess Nian, Cheng Han said to him. Clasping her hands together, with a pleading expression, Cheng Rui sighed helplessly. All right, I'll give it a try. Upon hearing this, Nian and Cheng Han revealed joyful expressions, a sly smile appearing on the siblings' faces. Cheng Rui sat at his computer desk, opened his laptop, and his little hands fluently tapped away at the keyboard. Soon, the computer screen displayed strange letters and symbols that Nian and Cheng Han couldn't understand, but they knew that, informal language. This was called programming, and Cheng Rui, at the young age of 5, was a little programmer, a computer genius in the toddler world. Sai Family Villa, Caij stood before Sai Zhennan, his head lowered, not uttering a word. You can't even bring back one person, a bunch of useless people. Sai Zhennan slammed his hands on the desk and chairs, his face filled with anger. Caij lowered his head even further. Chairman, we have already done our best, but the young master and that woman are too strong. In the end, a group of helpers arrived, and we couldn't beat them. Hearing Caij's words, Sai Zhennan squinted his eyes. This woman is not simple. Right. This Bai Mengshi is very clever. Seeing Sai Zhennan also praising Bai Mengshi, Caij couldn't help but echo. Her. Halfway through his words, Sai Zhennan raised his eyes and glared at him, and his voice became smaller, daring not to speak anymore. All right, maybe next time. Sai Zhennan waved his hand dismissively, looking displeased. Yes, Chairman. Caij lowered his head in acknowledgement and turned to leave the living room. At that moment, Butler Shu walked in. Seeing that Sai Zhennan's expression wasn't good, he stood quietly to the side, not saying a word. Sai Zhennan glanced at him and asked, why didn't you say anything when you came in? Butler Shu straightened his back and replied, the chairman didn't tell me to speak. Hearing this, Sai Zhennan rolled his eyes. Speak if you have something to say. It's like this. The Nan family, during a reporter interview, said that they had severed ties with the Sai family, and the two families have nothing to do with each other. Now the outside world is talking about how it's because the young master abandoned Miss Nan after marrying another woman, which made the Nan family fly into a rage and speak out. Hearing Butler Shu's words, Sai Zhennan slammed the table and said angrily, absurd. When did my son ever abandon Nan Xiu? Hearing this, Butler Shu looked surprised. He never expected the chairman to speak up for the young master, and looked at him with a shocked expression. Sai Zhennan realized that he had spoken too quickly. He subconsciously patted his face, eased his expression, and said, Yi Ting is still my Sai family's son. How can we let outsiders fabricate stories about him? Then what does the chairman mean? Butler Shu asked cautiously. For the sake of my Sai family's reputation, since the Nan family is acting so resolutely, then don't blame our Sai family for turning our backs on them. Sai Zhennan narrowed his eyes and said with a serious expression. Lao Shu announced to the public that the young master did not cheat, nor did he abandon anyone. From beginning to end, it was all Miss Nan's wishful thinking, and it has nothing to do with the young master. This matter was indeed something the Sai family owed the Nan family. It was also because he insisted on bringing Sai Yeting and Nan Xiu together that things had turned into the current situation. A large part of the reason was him. He felt indebted to the Nan family, so he had been tolerant. But he didn't expect the Nan family to be so ruthless, using public opinion to target his son, trying to ruin his son in this way. For the sake of the Tsai family, for the sake of the Tianxin Group, he absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. Yes, Chairman, Tianxin Group. Xu Chengyan's voice came from the office. I recently received an email about a little girl who signed up for a children's modeling contest. Guess who she is? Tsai Yeting was on a video call with Xu Chengyang. Seeing the other party being coy, he rolled his eyes. What does this have to do with me? Xu Chengyang quickly said. How can it not be related? You've seen this little girl before, and she was even downstairs in your company. Remember? Hearing this, Tsai Yeting instantly fell into recollection. At that time, a cute little girl rushed into his arms, hugged his leg directly, and shouted, "Daddy." Thinking of this, Tsai Yeting subconsciously asked, "Is it Nyan Nyan?" Xu Chengyang nodded. "That's right, her name is Nyan Nyan, and the person in the photo is her." Hearing this, Tsai Yeting frowned. Nyan Nyan wants to participate in a children's modeling competition. Is it her own will, or? Tsai Yeting didn't continue. He felt that it was very likely Bai Mengxi's wish to have Nyan Nyan participate in the children's model competition. But on second thought, Bai Mengxi protected the three children very well and would never let them appear in the public eye. Moreover, she didn't even mention it herself. She only revealed it during that drunken episode. She probably wasn't even aware of it herself. This kind of thing must be from a parent's email. What does a 5-year-old child know? Tsai Yeting didn't speak, but simply asked, "Did you pass?" Xu Chengyang replied, "Of course, Nyan Nyan is so good-looking. If she participates in the model competition, she will definitely win first place." "I don't agree," Tsai Yeting said immediately, his face dark. Xu Chengyang looked dumbfounded and couldn't help but say, "You don't agree? You're not the child's parent. Do you have the right to interfere?" Tsai Yeting was momentarily speechless. He said with a cold face, "Not now, but soon will be." Xu Chengyang was completely confused. "Not now, but soon will be. What does that mean? Tsai Yeting, what riddle are you playing at?" Then, Xu Chengyang boldly guessed, "Tsai Yeting, Nyan Nyan, and Han Han, could they really be your illegitimate children?" Tsai Yeting rolled his eyes and said irritably, "You're the illegitimate child." No, Tsai Yeting, what's gotten into you today?" Xu Chengyang was speechless. "Alright, I won't talk to you anymore, I'm hanging up." After speaking, Tsai Yeting clicked the mouse and hung up the video call. He stood up, just about to leave the office. Suddenly, Yang Kai rushed in, flustered. "President Tsai, something major has happened." "What is it?" Tsai Yeting asked indifferently, his face slightly displeased. "The Nan family is now buying negative news online, spreading false information about you, saying that you cheated and abandoned your fiancée, Miss Nan, just like the previous rumors about Miss Bai." Hearing Yang Kai's words, Tsai Yeting clenched his fist and said fiercely, "The Mo family, who spread the rumors last time, has already gone bankrupt. It seems the Nan family wants to follow in the Mo family's footsteps. President Tsai, what should we do? The internet is full of people calling you a scumbag now, but there are also some who choose to believe you." Yang Kai chuckled. Tsai Yeting's mind was in a mess. Nian Nian's matter had not been resolved, and now the Nan family was starting to cause trouble again. Right now, he has no time to care about the Nan family. His mind is entirely focused on his daughter's safety. Let them run wild for a few days. I'll go out for a bit and be right back. Having said that, Tsai Yeting was just about to leave. Just then, his computer program glitched, and a bunch of code popped up. "Mr. Tsai, your computer." Yang Kai was the first to notice and pointed behind Tsai Yeting. Chapter 112, Carrying the Three Little Ones, the family reunites. Hearing this, Tsai Yeting turned around and saw a bunch of code on his computer. His expression changed drastically. "Someone has hacked my computer." Hearing this, Yang Kai looked shocked. "No way, who's so bold as to hack even your computer?" Tsai Yeting shook his head. "I don't know, contact the technology department immediately and find this hacker." "Yes, President Tsai," Yang Kai nodded quickly. About to call the technology department, at this moment, a video box popped up on the computer, and 3 adorable children appeared on the screen. "Daddy!" Cheng Han and Nyan Nyan shouted in unison. Their little faces full of smiles. Only Cheng Rui, sitting in the middle, had a normal expression, unhurried, neither warm nor cold. "Oh my God, how could it be you 3 little guys?" Yang Kai said in astonishment. Tsai Yeting's face turned cold. Did you invade my computer? Seeing Tsai Yeting angry, Cheng Rui said calmly, yes, I did it. Seeing this, Nyan Nyan quickly said, Daddy, don't be angry, I kept pestering my brother to see you. Mommy won't let us go out, saying there are outsiders. I miss Daddy, and I don't know Daddy's WeChat, so I can only meet you in this way. Hearing Nyan Nyan's explanation, Tsai Yeting frowned and couldn't help but say, the three of you are being too mischievous. You're just kids. Why are you learning to be hackers and invading other people's computers? Cheng Rui said with a proud look, I haven't hacked into anyone else's computer, yours is the first. The reason he was able to successfully hack in was because Nyan Nyan had been to Tsai Yeting's office and seen his computer account. Oh, so, I should feel honored. Tsai Yeting smiled. Cheng Rui clasped his hands, maturely and expertly said, that's right, your computer being hacked by me is your honor. Tsai Yeting couldn't help but laugh. I wonder who you get this arrogant and conceited look from. Cheng Han, who was beside him, replied with a smile. Daddy, do you even need to ask? Of course. It's from you. Nyan Nyan nodded vigorously, chiming in, that's right, it's from your family. Tsai Yeting chuckled softly and nodded slightly. Yes, that's right, we are the Tsai family's children. Hearing this, Nyan Nyan and Cheng Han exchanged glances. Cheng Rui frowned slightly. So, you already knew that we are your children? Tsai Yeting smiled faintly. I suppose so. Cheng Rui couldn't help but ask, when did you first find out? Tsai Yeting replied, the first time I met you. I only suspected it. Later, I encountered you and 1111 at the mall, and I became even more suspicious. Cheng Rui thought for a moment, then suddenly realized, so, you asked Aunt Yu to take us to your house to play so you could get our hair and do a paternity test? Yes, Tsai Yeting answered honestly. Rui, you're very smart. After hearing this, Cheng Han couldn't help but say, Daddy, so you're this cunning. Nyan Nyan pouted and said, since you knew you were our daddy a long time ago. Why didn't you tell us? Why didn't you acknowledge us? Do you not like us? Hearing this, Tsai Yeting quickly said, Nyan Nyan, that's not it. Daddy doesn't dislike you. I wasn't avoiding acknowledging you because your mommy doesn't know that I already know. Nyan Nyan was a little confused. Does this have something to do with mommy? Tsai Yeting said with a serious expression. Your mommy protects you very well. There must be a reason why she doesn't want you to acknowledge me. Although Daddy can't acknowledge you, I love you in my heart. When he knew that Cheng Rui and Cheng Han and Nyan Nyan were all his children, the joy in his heart outweighed the anger. Although Bai Mengshi had deceived him, hiding it from him for 6 years, Cheng Rui was right. It was not easy for her, a woman, to study abroad alone, get pregnant and have children, and work hard with 3 children. What right did he have to blame her? He would respect her decision. Which was why he chose not to recognize the children for the time being and not disrupt her plans. It would be enough for him to secretly see the children and make up for the shortcomings of the past few years. Cheng Rui snorted coldly. You're lying. If you really loved us, why didn't you come and take us home? Nyan Nyan nodded. Yes, Daddy, we just want to be reunited with Mommy and Daddy. I don't want our family to be separated. As Nyan Nyan said this, her eyes sparkled with tears. And her face was full of longing. When Tsai Yeting thought that he had missed 6 years of his children's growth and had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a father, seeing his daughter's eyes yearning for fatherly love, his heart softened. Nyan Nyan, Daddy is sorry for you. Cheng Han couldn't help but say, Daddy, now that you know the truth, when can you take us home? After hearing this, Tsai Yeting's heart was filled with emotion. His eyes were slightly red, and his voice choked. Daddy will take you home now. Hearing this, Nyan Nyan cheered with joy, clapping her little hands. Yay, that's great, big brother and second brother. We can finally be with Daddy openly. Watching from the side, Yang Kai couldn't help wiping away tears, the shameful tears streaming down his face. War, it's so touching. Father and son reunited. The family is finally going to be together. Nyan Nyan, you guys stay at Auntie Yu's house and behave. Daddy will drive to pick you up in a bit. And then we'll go to the Bai Corporation to pick up your mommy. How does that sound? Okay. Nyan Nyan's little face lit up with excitement. Daddy, we'll wait for you. A smile appeared on Tsai Yeting's handsome face, and he hung up the video call. Turning his head, he saw Yang Kai wiping away tears alone. He frowned and asked, What are you crying about? Yang Kai wiped his tears and said, Woo woo, it's so touching. President Tsai, I'm happy for you. Your family is finally going to be reunited. Hearing this, Tsai Yeting's mood gradually brightened, and he couldn't help but make up his mind. Nothing will stop our family from reuniting, no matter what. This time, he would take the initiative to stand up, fulfill his responsibility as a father, and do his best to protect his 3 children. Stop crying. Give me the car keys. I'm going to drive to pick up the kids. Tsai Yeting reached out to Yang Kai for the keys. Yang Kai quickly took out Tsai Yeting's car keys and placed them in his palm with a smile. President Tsai, congratulations. I wish you a safe journey and a quick reunion with your family. Did I need you to tell me that? Tsai Yeting smiled slightly, grasped the keys, and strode out of the president's office with cheerful steps. Inside the apartment, Cheng Rui closed his laptop and couldn't help but say, if Mommy finds out we secretly video called Daddy, will she be angry? Cheng Han said, no. Daddy will come pick us up later and take us to see Mommy. If she knows we've reunited with Daddy, she'll definitely be happy. Nian Nian also nodded. I think so too. Mommy won't blame us. Cheng Rui sighed. Forget it, what's done is done. Even if Mommy is angry, she can just take it out on me. Who told me to be the eldest brother? I'll take responsibility for my own actions. Cheng Han patted Cheng Rui on the shoulder, full of enthusiasm. Big brother, don't worry, if something happens, the 3 of us will bear it together. Nian Nian nodded. At most, we'll get a beating from Mommy. Actually, since we were little, Mommy has been fierce sometimes, but she has never been willing to hit us. Cheng Han chimed in. That's right, Mommy is very gentle. At this moment, Bai Mengshi, who was still busy at the company, didn't know that the 3 adorable babies had invaded Tsai Yeting's computer and staged a scene of father and son recognizing each other. She finally managed to get her phone and flipped through WeChat, and saw the Weibo link and voice message that Tang Yujia had sent her. 1111, take a look quickly. Someone is trying to slander your husband online. Bai Mengshi was still wondering, who is so bold and doesn't want to live, to slander her husband. Clicking on it, she saw a newly registered Weibo account, and several marketing accounts forwarding and spreading the news. Just like when she was slandered before, who is playing tricks behind the scenes? Doesn't Nan Xiu like Tsai Yeting? Could it be that she is so embarrassed and angry that she is just making wild accusations? Finding someone to slander him online, Bai Mengshi muttered to herself, becoming more and more confused. That shouldn't be the case. Nan Xiu wouldn't do something like this. No matter how stupid she is, right, what good would it do her? She's betting her own reputation. In the end, it will turn into a lose-lose situation. The Nan family. Nan Xiu rushed to Chairman Nan in anger, holding her phone and pointing at the rumors on Weibo. She couldn't help but ask, Dad, did you ask someone to do this slander? Chairman Nan's face turned livid when his daughter came back and immediately confronted him. What do you mean? Are you suspecting your own father, besides you? Who else would it be? Nan Xiu said angrily. Dad is sorry for me, but he is not wrong in this matter. We have never been together. It has always been my wishful thinking to pester him. Chairman Nan snorted coldly and said with an ugly face, you still know that you are pestering him, aren't you ashamed? So what if I did it? Tsai Yeting deserves it. Have you forgotten how he treated you in the first place? You still have the nerve to speak up for him. Has he ever spoken up for you? Nan Xiu was rendered speechless by his words. Yes, she has always been protecting Tsai Yeting, not allowing anyone to speak ill of him. It's precisely because of her wishful thinking that Tsai Yeting turns a blind eye. He has never taken her seriously, and even though the Tsai and Nan families have fallen out, she still harbors illusions about him in her heart. Shiyu, it's not that Dad is lecturing you, but you should wake up, no matter who spread it online. This matter is only beneficial to our Nan family, not harmful. Just pretend you don't know. Hearing the Nan chairman's words of dissuasion, Nan Xiu lowered her eyes and said, Dad, I understand. Outside the apartment, the doorbell rang. Aunt Lin was cleaning when she heard the doorbell and muttered, at this hour, neither Manny nor 1111 are off work. Who could be knocking? She suddenly remembered Yu Manny's repeated instructions, and thought that it might be Bai Mengshi's enemies at the door, so she decided to ignore it. But the doorbell kept ringing, and Aunt Lin began to feel a little scared. She asked, who is it? It's me. Hearing that the voice was a little familiar, and a man's voice, Aunt Lin slowly approached the door, looking through the peephole. She was surprised to see that the man standing outside the door was Tsai Yeting. Mr. Tsai, yes, it's me. Hearing the response, Aunt Lin opened the door, her face full of joy, and said, "Oh, it's Mr. Tsai, please come in." Tsai Yeting nodded slightly and stepped inside. After Aunt Lin closed the security door, the three children in the room heard the noise and immediately ran out. "Daddy!" Nyan Nyan was the first to rush to Tsai Yeting, throwing herself into his arms. Tsai Yeting couldn't help but pick up Nyan Nyan, looking at the three children with a smile. "Did you miss Daddy?" Nyan Nyan nodded with a smile. "Of course, Daddy. Nyan Nyan missed you so much." Cheng Han stretched out his finger and gestured a little bit, grinning. "Just a little bit." Tsai Yeting smiled, looking at the three children, a fatherly smile on his face. "What about Rui Rui? Am I still welcome this time?" Cheng Rui crossed his arms. "Well, I'll forgive you for now. Seeing as you behaved quite well." Tsai Yeting was somewhat amused and exasperated by this, seeing that the three children clearly liked Tsai Yeting very much and were clinging to him. Aunt Lin couldn't help but smile and say, "Mr. Tsai, it seems the three children really like you." Tsai Yeting smiled, reached out and hugged Cheng Han, not forgetting to pat Cheng Rui on the head, and said, "Aunt Lin, thank you for taking care of the three children." Aunt Lin chuckled, "It's no trouble at all. Mainly because the three children are so adorable and especially well behaved. Miss 1111 taught them well." As soon as Aunt Lin said this, she realized she had let something slip and quickly covered her mouth. If Miss Bai knew she had let something slip, wouldn't she be fired from her job as a nanny? Thinking of this, Aunt Lin quickly said, "Mr. Tsai, don't misunderstand me. I meant to say." Tsai Yeting smiled faintly. "Aunt Lin, you don't have to hide it from me. I already know. Nian Nian and the others are all my children with 1111. Hearing this, Aunt Lin was extremely surprised. "Mr. Tsai, you know." Tsai Yeting nodded. "Shishi has already told me personally. I'm here today to pick up the three children and go find Shishi. It's time for our family to reunite." Hearing this, Aunt Lin looked excited. "That's wonderful. I was worried Mr. Tsai was being kept in the dark. Seeing your family reunited now makes me so happy." Tsai Yeting smiled faintly. "Then I'll take the children with me," Aunt Lin quickly said upon hearing this. Okay, Mr. Tsai, let me see you off downstairs." "Okay." Tsai Yeting thought for a moment. Aunt Lin usually takes care of the three children, so her seeing them downstairs can help keep an eye on them. Nyan Nyan loves to run around. So, Tsai Yeting took the three children and left the apartment. He drove the Rolls-Royce, carrying the three children, to the Bai Corporation. The family of 5 can finally reunite. Tsai Yeting and the three children were all excited, eager to see Bai Mengshi as soon as possible, as if the next stop is their family's happy harbor. Chapter 113. A family of 5 recognizes each other. Nan Xiu drove to an apartment building, where a man was waiting for her. She first looked around to make sure no one was watching, then opened the car door and got out. She held a bank card in her hand and handed it to the man, saying, "Give this bank card to the Mo couple. If they ask, tell them someone is giving them filial piety money, and they must accept it." "Yes, miss." The man nodded and turned to go up the stairs of the apartment building. Before leaving, Nan Xiu did not forget to look around again before getting into the car and driving away. Sitting in her luxury car, Nan Xiu made a phone call, pressed the headset, and focused on driving. "Hello," a man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, I've done what I promised you. When will you fulfill your promise to me? That little girl hasn't been to her extracurricular class in ages. I never see her. How am I supposed to bring her to you?" Hearing this, Nan Xiu said angrily, "Useless. Can't you think of another way? Bai Mengshi must be hiding the child. Start investigating the people around her. That'll take some time to investigate. Please be patient," Nan Xiu said forcefully. "I'll give you only 3 days. Within 3 days, you must find the girl's whereabouts." Okay, miss. 3 days it is." After hanging up the phone, Nan Xiu said angrily, "Bai Mengshi, you ruined my plans 6 years ago and secretly gave birth to Ting Gij's child. I will absolutely not let you have an easy time." Arriving at the Bai Corporation, Tsai Yeting didn't directly bring the 3 children to Bai Mengshi's company. Instead, he went to a high-end coffee shop nearby. This coffee shop was less crowded and inconspicuous, so no one would notice his family. Inside the coffee shop, Nyan Nyan looked around curiously and asked, "Daddy, where's Mommy?" Tsai Yeting smirked, "Don't worry, I'll call your mommy now and have her come here to see us." Nyan Nyan nodded obediently. Okay, Bai Corporation. Bai Mengshi sat at her desk, flipping through the documents in her hand, one hand supporting her forehead, looking tired. The ringing of her cell phone jolted her, sending a shiver through her body. She quickly sat up straight and picked up the phone next to her, seeing the word husband displayed on the screen. Bai Mengxi froze for a moment, then quickly pressed the answer button. Hello, husband, 1111, it's me. Yeah, I know, what's up? I'm at a coffee shop near your company. Come over now. But I have important work to do. Bai Mengxi frowned, looking up at the window. Is my husband more important, or my job? Hearing this, Bai Mengxi had no choice but to say, okay. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Bai Mengxi glanced at the time on her phone. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. She picked up her phone and her designer bag and got up to leave the office. Oh, President Bai, where are you going? Bai Mengxi had just left the office when she ran into her assistant, Lin Na. She smiled and said, I have some urgent business. I'll be out for a bit. I'll take care of work matters when I get back. Okay, President Bai. Bai Mengxi waved goodbye to Lin Na and walked into the elevator. In about 10 minutes, Bai Mengxi arrived at a coffee shop near the company. It's usually not very crowded here, only during off-work hours is it peak time. She pushed open the glass door, walked into the cafe, and looked for Sai Yeting. Soon, Bai Mengxi saw Sai Yeting sitting in the corner, waving at her. She smiled and walked towards him. Aren't you at work? Why do you suddenly have time to come to the company to find me? Bai Mengxi sat on the sofa opposite Sai Yeting, put down her handbag, and smiled at Sai Yeting across from her. Sai Yeting smiled. Of course, it's because the 3 little ones miss you. As soon as he finished speaking, before Bai Mengxi could react, 3 small heads popped out from behind Sai Yeting, shouting in unison, Mommy. Seeing the 3 children, Bai Mengxi couldn't help but widen her eyes, looking shocked. How are you here? I brought them here, Sai Yeting said lightly. Then, he waved to the children, and the 3 children obediently came to him and sat beside him. You brought them here. Bai Mengxi looked surprised. Sai Yeting said with a playful smile, Bai Mengxi, you're quite capable. You slept with me and ran away, and secretly carried my babies, hiding it from me for so long. Hearing Sai Yeting's words, Bai Mengxi was dumbfounded. You know everything. If I didn't know, I'd probably still be kept in the dark. Upon hearing this, Bai Mengxi recovered from her shock and quickly asked, when did you find out? Let me think. It should be the day after I invited the children to Maple Woods. Sai Yeting pointed to his head, saying deliberately. Bai Mengxi listened and couldn't help but fall into. Then she reacted, so, you knew about the children's background from that time? Sai Yeting nodded. Bai Mengxi asked again, I was drunk that night. Did I say something too, and you pretended not to know? Sai Yeting nodded again. Hearing you say the background of the 3 children with your own mouth, I was indeed very surprised, but even more certain that Nyan Nyan and the others are my children. Hearing this, Bai Mengxi said with an angry expression, Good job, Sai Yeting, you knew it a long time ago. Why didn't you tell me? It made me think you didn't know, and I still felt guilty towards you. After hearing this, Sai Yeting couldn't help but laugh or cry. Bai Mengxi, it's clearly you who hid it from me first. I didn't get angry with you. Why are you getting angry with me instead? Bai Mengxi was momentarily speechless. I've been looking for you for 6 whole years. You pretended not to know me at first, and now you're hiding the identity of my 3 children. Bai Mengxi, am I? Sai Yeting, really so unworthy of your trust? Upon hearing this, Bai Mengxi quickly shook her head, hurriedly explaining, No, it's not that. I didn't tell you at first because I didn't know how to bring it up. Plus I have very important things to do this time I'm back. I didn't want my children to be targeted by enemies because of me, putting them in danger. Afterwards, we got married, and I thought about telling you about the children, but I never had the chance. I finally mustered the courage with the help of alcohol, but I forgot everything when I woke up. Hearing Bai Mengxi's explanation and seeing her nervous expression, Sai Yeting couldn't help but chuckle softly. You don't need to be nervous. I don't blame you. I know it hasn't been easy for you, raising 3 children alone for the past 6 years. Chapter 114 Young Master, Young Miss. Bai Mengxi looked surprised. So, you're not angry that I hid it for so long? You're not angry that I deceived you? Sai Yeting shook his head. You gave birth to 3 such adorable children for me. I'm overjoyed. Why would I blame you? Nyan Nyan came down from Sai Yeting's body and ran to Bai Mengxi. taking her hand and saying, "Mommy, Daddy said he doesn't blame you, you have your reasons, so don't blame yourself." Bai Mengshi couldn't help but be moved to tears. Seeing Bai Mengshi with tears in her eyes, Cheng Rui also ran over, sat beside her, and wiped away her tears. "Mommy, don't cry, you won't be good if you cry." Nian Nian nodded in agreement. "That's right, Mommy is so pretty, it's not good to cry." Bai Mengshi couldn't help but laugh through her tears upon hearing this. "Okay, Mommy won't cry." She hugged Cheng Rui and Nian Nian, a motherly gentle smile appearing on her face. Seeing this, Sai Yeting took Cheng Han's hand and came to Bai Mengshi's side as well. Cheng Rui sensibly got down, giving Sai Yeting his spot. 11:11, don't cry. Sai Yeting took out a handkerchief and gently wiped away her tears. Hearing this, Bai Mengshi couldn't help but take Sai Yeting's arm, looking at him with burning eyes, and said, "Husband, you're so good to me." Sai Yeting lightly stroked her nose, a smile playing on his lips. His eyes filled with affection as he said, "You're my wife. I'll only be good to you. Now that we have 3 children, I'll be even better to you, to make up for the debt of these 6 years." As he spoke, Sai Yeting held Bai Mengshi's hand, his eyes deep and infatuated. 11:11, don't worry, I will definitely fulfill the responsibility of a father, protect you and the children, and not let you suffer the slightest bit of harm. Bai Mengshi nodded with a smile. Unconsciously, she leaned her head on his arm, a happy smile on her face. The children rushed into their arms, shouting in unison, "Daddy, Mommy." The family of 5 reunited. Sai Yeting and Bai Mengshi embraced their children, their faces filled with happiness, as if time had stopped at this moment. The night, outside the Maplewood Manor villa, a black Rolls-Royce drove up, and the security guard on duty quickly opened the iron gate. Sai Yeting drove the car in and parked it in the carport. Uncle Fang led the servants to stand at the door to greet them, and saw Sai Yeting and Bai Mengshi get out of the car and walk towards the back seat, opening the door of the rear compartment. They saw 3 adorable babies crawling out of the car. Seeing this scene, Uncle Fang looked surprised. "Daddy, hug." Nian Nian reached out, wanting Sai Yeting to hold her. Sai Yeting reached out and scooped her up into his arms, still holding Cheng Han's hand. Bai Mengshi, holding Cheng Rui's hand, walked towards Uncle Fang and the others. "Young master, young madam, why did you bring the 3 little ones? Where is Miss Yu?" Uncle Fang craned his neck, noticing that Yu Mani wasn't there. Sai Yeting and Bai Mengshi exchanged a glance, both understanding each other tacitly. Sai Yeting then said, "Uncle Fang, I have something to announce." As soon as these words came out, Uncle Fang and the servants were puzzled. Usually, this kind of situation meant a big announcement was coming. Sure enough, Sai Yeting's opening statement immediately shocked everyone. "Actually, Nian Nian, Rui Rui, and Han Han are all my children." Upon hearing this, Uncle Fang and the servants all looked surprised. Uncle Fang looked at Bai Mengshi, then at Sai Yeting, then, "Young madam." Bai Mengshi smiled slightly and added, "They are Sai Yeting's and my children. Their names are Bai Cheng Rui, Bai Cheng Han, and Bai Nian Nian." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to whisper among themselves, "Heavens, did we hear that right? Those 3 children are actually the young masters and the young madams. This is too surprising. How did they suddenly have such big children?" Looking at the confused and puzzled crowd, Sai Yeting didn't offer much explanation, simply saying, "From now on, the young masters and young miss will live at Maplewood Manor. You must take care of them meticulously and ensure nothing happens to them." Uncle Fang reacted and quickly said, "Don't worry, young master, we will definitely take good care of the young masters and young miss." Sai Yeting nodded reassuringly. "I trust Uncle Fang to handle things." With that, Sai Yeting, holding Nian Nian, turned to look at Bai Mengshi, unable to resist saying, 11:11, let's go inside." Bai Mengshi nodded with a smile. They held the children's hands and walked into Maplewood Manor. As soon as they went inside, the servants began to whisper amongst themselves, "I never thought the children would be the young master and young mistresses. No wonder when I saw these 3 children last time, I thought they looked a bit like our young master. But didn't the young master and young mistress just get their marriage certificate? Where did such big children come from? Are you stupid? Couldn't they have gotten in the car before buying the ticket?" That's true, it seems what they said online is true. The young master and young mistress were together 6 years ago. Don't mention it. They really do look like the young master and young mistress. Uncle Fang turned around, saw several maids whispering to each other, and immediately ordered, "Stop discussing here. What did the young master just say? We must take good care of the young masters and young misses. Everyone, perk up and pay attention. We can't let the young masters and young misses bump or scrape themselves, get cold or hot, or go hungry. Yes, housekeeper Fang." The maids lowered their heads and nodded in unison. A family of 5 sat on the sofa, as the maid served freshly washed fruit. "Mommy, I want to eat strawberries." Nyan Nyan pointed to the strawberries in the fruit plate, her favorite fruit. Bai Mengshi smiled dotingly. Okay, she picked up a strawberry and fed it to Nyan Nyan. Sai Yeting looked at the 3 children, and the thought that there was no children's room at home, 3 children, needing 3 rooms. They couldn't squeeze into one room like before. Thinking of this, Sai Yeting picked up the tablet next to him and started designing. "Daddy, what are you doing?" Cheng Han curiously poked his head. "Designing rooms for you." When Bai Mengshi heard this, she couldn't help but curiously moved closer. "Honey, you can design children's rooms." Sai Yeting curled his lips. "Graphic design is not difficult for me." After hearing this, Nyan Nyan looked at Sai Yeting with adoration, clapped her little hands, and said excitedly, "Daddy is so amazing. We have spare rooms in our house, but they are not suitable for children. So I plan to redesign the 3 spare rooms and turn them into children's rooms." After hearing this, Bai Mengshi couldn't help but nodded. "That's a good idea." Cheng Han couldn't help but ask, "Daddy, Mommy, aren't we going to sleep together as a family?" Cheng Rui glanced at Cheng Han, speechless, and said, "Han Han, you're so old. Why do you still want to sleep with Mommy and Daddy?" Chapter 115, I want to sleep with Daddy and Mommy. Cheng Han pouted, "We used to sleep by ourselves. It's not easy for our family to reunite. I want to sleep with Mommy and Daddy." Nyan Nyan nodded and echoed, "I want to sleep with Daddy and Mommy too." Bai Mengshi was a little bit dumbfounded, and touched Nyan Nyan's head. "Okay, let's sleep together." And so, the family of 5 slept in one bed, with the 3 children in the middle, and Bai Mengshi and Sai Yeting on either side. "Mommy, you used to sing to us when we went to sleep." Cheng Rui nodded, looking at Bai Mengshi. "Mommy, you haven't sung for us in a long time." Cheng Han also chimed in, "We want to hear Mommy sing us to sleep." Sai Yeting looked at Bai Mengshi opposite him and couldn't help but ask, 11:11. "Did you always coax the children to sleep like this before?" Bai Mengshi nodded and smiled faintly. "When the children can't sleep, I always tell them stories, sing nursery rhymes, and coax them to sleep." Sai Yeting's eyes flashed with a complex emotion after hearing this. 11:11. "You've been taking care of the children for the past 6 years. Thank you for your hard work." Bai Mengshi shook her head. "Actually, I'm already very content with 3 adorable babies by my side. If it weren't for the 3 children, she wouldn't have been able to persevere until now." Every time she was tired, seeing the children's innocent smiles when she got home, she would feel very healed. Sai Yeting raised the corners of his lips. "What about now?" Bai Mengshi thought for a moment, and whispered with a light smile, "With you, I am also very content and happy." Hearing this, the smile on Sai Yeting's lips deepened. "Are Daddy and Mommy flirting?" Nyan Nyan blinked her eyes and asked curiously. Cheng Han couldn't help but correct, "Nonsense. Mommy is confessing to Daddy." After hearing this, Nyan Nyan couldn't help but laugh and say, "How cheesy." Bai Mengshi couldn't help but poke Nyan Nyan's little face, smiling with affection. "You little thing, hurry up and sleep." Cheng Rui couldn't help but say, "Mommy, you haven't sung a song yet." Bai Mengshi then remembered that she had promised to sing them to sleep. She gently patted the children, a gentle smile on her face, her voice murmuring, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are," accompanied by Bai Mengshi's gentle singing. The children gradually fell into a peaceful sleep. Not only did the children fall asleep, but even Sai Yeting, listening to Bai Mengshi's singing, also fell into a deep sleep, a good night's dream until dawn. Sai Yeting was the first to wake up, finding the children still fast asleep beside him, and Bai Mengshi also still sleeping. He carefully lifted the quilt, got out of bed, put on his shoes, and then tucked the children back in. This bed was very large and spacious, just enough to accommodate their family of 5. Before the children's room was renovated, it meant that their family of 5 would have to squeeze into the same bed. Sai Yeting looked at Bai Mengshi, who was sleeping on her side, thinking that she must have been too tired last night after lulling the children to sleep, so He went around the foot of the bed and came to Bai Mengxi's side. He reached out to stroke her hair and placed a kiss on her smooth, white forehead. His movements were very gentle, for fear of waking Bai Mengxi. Then, he got up, walked out of the room, and closed the door softly. When Bai Mengxi woke up, the 3 children were already awake. Cheng Rui and Cheng Han were getting dressed themselves. "Mommy, good morning, children." Bai Mengxi couldn't help but kiss her daughter's cheek, helping her put on beautiful clothes. Immediately afterwards, Bai Mengxi combed Nian Nian's hair and took the 3 children to the bathroom to wash their faces and brush their teeth. The servants had already prepared the children's toothbrushes and toothpaste, as well as cups and towels, and wash basins. The 3 children brushed their teeth and washed their faces in an orderly manner, cooperating with each other tacitly. By the time the 4 of them, mother and children, finished brushing their teeth and washing their faces before heading downstairs, Sai Yeting was already waiting for them in the downstairs restaurant. Seeing them come down, Sai Yeting waved at Bai Mengxi. 11:11, come and sit. Good morning, Daddy. The 3 children came to Sai Yeting and greeted him in unison. Sai Yeting touched the children's heads with a doting smile. Good morning, Rui Rui. Good morning, Nian Nian. Good morning, Han Han. He treated all the children equally, touching their little heads respectively. Hurry up and sit down to eat breakfast. Okay. The children nodded obediently and went to find seats on the table. Besides sandwiches and bread, Bai Mengxi noticed that there was also seafood porridge and steamed egg custard. There used to be no steamed egg custard for breakfast, so it was obviously specially prepared for the 3 children. This steamed egg custard is? Bai Mengxi couldn't help but ask curiously. Uncle Fang, who was standing nearby, quickly replied, Madam. This steamed egg custard was specially prepared by the young master for the young master and young miss. Bai Mengxi was a little surprised to hear this and couldn't help but look at Sai Yeting across from her. You made this early in the morning. Sai Yeting nodded slightly. I heard that children like to eat steamed egg custard, so I learned how to make some from the internet. I don't know if the kids will like it. Cheng Rui was the most sensible, and he quickly said, We like anything Daddy makes. Cheng Han echoed. This is the first time Daddy has made us breakfast. We will definitely eat it all up to show our appreciation. Nian Nian couldn't wait any longer. She picked up the spoon on the table, licked her lips, and said, Daddy's food must be delicious. I can't wait to try it. As soon as she finished speaking, Nian Nian scooped up a large spoonful and put it in her mouth. Seeing this, Bai Mengxi quickly said, Nian Nian, eat slowly. Be careful, it's hot. As soon as she finished speaking, Nian Nian spat out the egg custard she had just eaten and quickly fanned her tongue. Ah, it's so hot. Seeing this, Sai Yeting looked nervous and quickly ordered, Uncle Fang, quickly get some water. Yes, young master. Uncle Fang was stunned for a moment, then reacted and quickly asked someone to pour a glass of water, but Bai Mengxi was quick-witted and immediately picked up Nian Nian, asking with concern, Nian Nian, how are you? Is your tongue okay? Nian Nian stuck out her tongue and then shook her head. Mommy, I'm okay. I didn't burn myself. Bai Mengxi noticed that Nian Nian's tongue was a little red and couldn't help but smile helplessly. I told you it was hot, but you still ate so fast. Remember to blow on it before you eat next time. Hearing this, Sai Yeting felt a pang of self-reproach. Nian Nian, it's Daddy's fault. I'm useless. It's my first time making it. I didn't expect it to be so hot. Nian Nian shook her head, looked at Sai Yeting, and said, Daddy, it's okay. It was Nian Nian's fault for being too careless and eating too fast. Bai Mengxi couldn't help but say, egg custard retains heat and is easy to burn the mouth. Husband, it's not your fault. It's not because of you. Young master, the water is here. Seeing this, Sai Yeting quickly took the room temperature water from Uncle Fang and fed it to Nian Nian. Nian Nian, how are you feeling now? Does your tongue still hurt? Nian Nian shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. Bai Mengxi smiled helplessly. Luckily, you didn't swallow it, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hearing this, Cheng Rui quickly said, Sister, let brother blow on it for you, okay? With that, Cheng Rui found a spoonful of steamed egg custard from his own bowl, blew on it, and fed it to Nian Nian. Nian Nian opened her mouth and accepted the steamed egg custard that Cheng Rui fed her. After brother blew on it, it's indeed not hot anymore. Seeing this, Bai Mengxi couldn't help but say, Rui Rui, you should eat quickly. Mommy will feed your sister. Upon hearing this, Sayeting quickly said, She, you should eat too, leave the feeding of the child to me. Sayeting felt that since this was his first time being a father, feeding the child should be done by him, a man. The thought of Bai Mengshi feeding the 3 children all by herself in the past filled his heart with endless love and concern. Alright then, Bai Mengshi knew that Sayeting wanted to fulfill his responsibility as a father, so she didn't argue with him and tactfully gave him the opportunity. Sayeting sat next to Nyan Nyan, blowing on each spoonful before feeding her, and asking his daughter from time to time, Nyan Nyan, is it hot? Not hot, Daddy's steamed egg custard is delicious. Nyan Nyan likes it. Hearing Nyan Nyan's cute voice, Sayeting's heart melted, and he instantly turned into a daughter-doting dad. If Nyan Nyan likes it, Daddy will make it for you every day from now on. Okay, Nyan Nyan nodded with a smile. Uncle Fang, who was standing nearby, watched Sayeting transform from an overbearing CEO into a wife-doting fanatic, and now he had evolved into a super dad, seeing Sayeting quickly taking on the appearance of a father. Bai Mengshi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Looks like someone is really getting the hang of it. Maybe he'll turn into a total daughter-doting dad in the future. The family of 5 eating breakfast together created a very warm and enviable scene. What did you say? Nan Xiu couldn't believe her ears. Taken away by Brother Ting. That's right, I've already found out that Bai Mengshi entrusted the 3 children to a woman named Yu Mani. Neighbors around the apartment said that the children have been taken away by their father. 3 children. Bai Mengshi has 3 children abroad. Nan Xiu was shocked when she heard this. Yes, the neighbors around often saw Bai Mengshi coming in and out with 3 children, reportedly 2 boys and 1 girl. Hearing this, Nan Xiu clenched her fist and said fiercely, I originally thought Bai Mengshi only had 1 daughter, but I didn't expect she also had 2 sons. Now that the children are at Maplewood Manor, we should send people to keep an eye on them. There will always be a chance to strike. Okay, I'll have someone keep an eye on them. After hanging up the phone, Nan Xiu angrily swept the teacup off the table. Bai Mengshi, why did you have children with Ting Gij? The main thing was that she secretly had 3 of them, and Nan Xiu was going crazy with jealousy. Sua Chen held Tang Yujia's hand and arrived at a high-end bar. Passing through the noisy crowd, the 2 arrived outside a private room. Tang Yujia quickly grabbed Sua Chen's hand and couldn't help but ask, what are we doing at a bar? Sua Chen sighed and said with a helpless expression, someone is heartbroken and insisted on buying me a drink. I had no choice but to come. Tang Yujia looked puzzled. Wait, if they're buying you a drink, why did you drag me along? Sua Chen smiled, took Tang Yujia's hand, and said, if you're not by my side to supervise me, what if I get drunk? Tang Yujia blushed with a bit of shyness after hearing this. Immediately, she asked with a curious expression, by the way, you just said someone was heartbroken. Who is it? Is it your friend? You know that person? Sua Chen looked at her helplessly. Tang Yujia reacted instantly and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, could it be Jiang Jiari? Sua Chen nodded, pushed open the door of the private room. And the 2 walked in. Jiang Jiari had also invited a few friends, and the room was filled with the smell of smoke and alcohol, with several women singing karaoke on the side. Jiang Jiari was drinking heavily with his friends, and when he saw Sua Chen and Tang Yujia arrive, he quickly waved at them. Chen, Yujia, you're just in time. Come sit down and drink with us. Sua Chen took Tang Yujia's hand, walked over, and sat down on the sofa. Come on, brother, I've been waiting for you. Let me pour you one. Jiang Jiari directly grabbed a bottle of whiskey and poured them 2 glasses. Sua Chen saw that Jiang Jiari's cheeks were slightly flushed, and it looked like he had drunk a lot. Several people next to them looked at Sua Chen and Tang Yujia, and couldn't help but egg Jiang Jiari on to quickly introduce them. Jiang Jiari put his arm around Sua Chen's neck and introduced him with a drunken slur. This is my good brother, Sua Chen, the young master of the Su family. The men next to him all smiled and said, so you're the heir to the Su family, then the beautiful woman next to young Master Su must be your girlfriend, right? Sua Chen opened his mouth, just about to speak, when Jiang Jiari directly answered for him, nonsense, what girlfriend? She's his fiancée. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people had an expression of excitement. So she's his fiancée. I heard that young Master Su is engaged to the Tang family. So this must be the eldest daughter of the Tang family, right? Tang Yujia nodded slightly and smiled. Yes, My name is Tang Yujia. Miss Tang is so beautiful. Su Xiao and Miss Tang are truly a match made in heaven. Indeed, the man is handsome, the woman is beautiful, and they are well matched in social status. This is simply a beautiful story in the world of the wealthy. Brothers, don't you agree? Yes. How many people must envy them? Hearing everyone's enthusiastic comments, Tang Yujia gave an awkward smile, unsure of what to say. On the contrary, Suochen looked very happy. Thank you everyone. Jiang Juri watched Suochen with Tang Yujia. Their relationship was good, and they were engaged. The next step was just to get married. Jiang Juri was extremely envious, and couldn't help but think of himself, falling in love with someone he shouldn't have. Brother, I'm really envious of you. Jiang Juri patted Suochen on the shoulder, his face full of envy. The people next to him didn't know that Jiang Juri was heartbroken, so they deliberately teased him. If young Master Jiang is envious, he should quickly find a girl who is well matched in social status. That's right, Juri, you're not young anymore, it's time to get married. Bro, I know some socialites, all good looking. Want me to introduce you to one? Hearing this, Jiang Juri waved his hand, smiling until he cried. No need, I probably won't fall in love with another woman in this lifetime. Ooh, there's a story there. Seeing Jiang Juri crying, Suochen was a little worried about him, so he said to the others, he's not in a good mood today, guys. Let's not tease him anymore. Chapter 116 Heartbreak and Drowning Sorrows. Seeing Jiang Juri's low mood, the brothers next to him didn't dare to ask any more questions. Some patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. Bro, it's just heartbreak, it's no big deal. That's right, goodbye is goodbye, the next one will be even better. Jiang Juri waved his hand again, with a bitter smile. You wouldn't understand, she was the best girl I've ever met. No, to be precise now. Bai Mengxi is no longer the innocent and romantic 20-year-old girl she once was. 6 years is enough to change many things. Bai Mengxi has also transformed from a girl into a mature and charming woman. In the past, he could only watch her from afar. Now, he can only watch her from afar, without even the qualification to confess his feelings. The more Jiang Juri thought about it, the sadder he became. He couldn't help but slap himself twice. I'm useless, I'm really useless. He slapped himself while crying, frightening everyone. Jiang Juri, what are you doing? Jiang Juri pointed to his chest, looked at Suochen who was stopping him, and said crying, Ichen, it hurts here, it hurts so much. The pain on his cheek couldn't compare to the ache in his heart. Seeing Jiang Juri's emotional breakdown, Suochen couldn't help but say to the people next to him, well, brothers, Juri is drunk. Thank you for keeping him company today. Seeing him like this, he can't entertain you. How about we call it a night? Everyone, please head back. Hearing Suochen's words, Jiang Juri's good buddies could only follow his arrangements. Before leaving, they also told Suochen to comfort Jiang Juri. Seeing that everyone in the private room had left, Tang Yujia then said, Ichen, what should we do with Jiang Juri crying and making a fuss like this? Suochen sighed and said, understand, he's just heartbroken. This is normal, he's drunk, he'll be fine when he sobers up tomorrow. Hearing this, Tang Yujia nodded slightly and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, although Jiang Juri is very good, he's not the right fit for 1111 after all. Who told 1111 to choose Sai Yi? He's destined to be hurt. Hearing Tang Yujia's words, Suochen couldn't help but say, Juri is already upset enough. Don't twist the knife in his heart. Hearing this, Tang Yujia couldn't help but cover her mouth and said, okay, pretend I didn't say anything, and you didn't hear anything. Tang Yujia just felt sorry for Jiang Juri. Liking someone who doesn't like you is destined to have no results and destined to be hurt. Ichen, do you think I'm very useless? Jiang Juri looked at Suochen with a sad face. Suochen quickly said, no, you've done very well. Suochen also didn't expect that Bai Mengxi would be with Sai Yeting, and that they had an intersection 6 years ago. Both sides are his brothers, and he doesn't know who to help, so he can only treat them equally. Jiang Juri shook his head and muttered to himself, I'm just useless. That's why I've missed the person I like again and again. I used to think that it was enough to see her happy. Later, when I found out that she and Mo Xiaoxian had broken off their engagement, I had another chance, just when I finally plucked up the courage to confess to her. Reality slapped me in the face again. She was with Sai Yeting. During that time, He locked himself in his house all day, determined to forget everything in order to not think about these things. But later, he found that he couldn't forget her at all. As soon as he closed his eyes, he would see Bai Mengshi smiling at him. After a period of immersion, he saw news about her online again. Seeing that she and Tsai Yeting had already obtained their marriage certificate, his heart broke again. So, he decided to get drunk and invited some friends, including Sue Chen and Tang Yujia. Jiang Jiari smiled self-deprecatingly. Who is Tsai Yeting, a favored son of heaven, rich enough to rival a country? What am I going to compete with him for? I can't compete. Hearing this, Sue Chen patted him on the shoulder and couldn't help but comfort him. Jiari, you must not think like that. You are also very good. Don't compare yourself with Tsai Yeting. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Jiang Jiari's eyes. Really? Sue Chen nodded. You and Tsai Yeting are both my good brothers. I will not favor either side. You have your good points, and he also has his advantages. Everyone is very good. There is no need to belittle yourself. Tang Yujia felt that Sue Chen was right and couldn't help but agree. Chen is right. Everyone has their strengths. You don't need to compare yourself to Tsai Yeting, nor do you need to compete with him. Love is not something you fight for, but a mutual affection. Sue Chen nodded and sighed. Jiari, like someone else. Maybe you'll feel better. Jiang Jiari's eyes were filled with disappointment after hearing this. I understand. You're trying to tell me that it's not that I'm not good enough, but that 1111 has never liked me from beginning to end, and no matter what I do, I can't win her heart. Sue Chen and Tang Yujia were silent, not knowing how to comfort him next. Love is something that you have to explore and understand on your own. Hopefully, this time, it will completely wake him up and eventually learn to let go. I understand. Come on, Chen, drink with me. Let's, as brothers, drink until we're drunk, okay? I'll drink with you, today, for my good brother. I, Sue Chen, am willing to go to great lengths. Promise me that you must get better soon. Life must go on. Jiang Jiari nodded. After tonight, it will be a brand new day. Come on, cheers, cheers. Sue Chen raised his glass and clinked it with Jiang Jiari's. The two looked at each other and smiled, drinking it all in one gulp. Tang Yujia sat to the side, picked up the whiskey, and was about to take a sip when she suddenly remembered she had to drive. She put the glass down again. Seeing the fruit platter on the table, she picked up a piece of cantaloupe and started eating it herself. Sue Chen was accompanying Jiang Jiari for drinks, and she was just a follower, preventing them from getting drunk. Seeing Sue Chen and Jiang Jiari gulping down drinks, one glass after another, she couldn't help but frown and couldn't help but dissuade him. Chen, drink slowly. Don't get drunk. Sue Chen gave her a reassuring look and said, if I get drunk, don't I have you to drive? Tang Yujia was speechless after hearing this. It's not that, even if I drive, don't drink too much. I'm just afraid you'll feel sick after you wake up. Sue Chen held Tang Yujia's hand and said, don't worry. I know my limits. Jiang Jiari drank more than him and would easily get drunk before him. Hearing this, Tang Yujia stopped trying to dissuade him. Alright then, you two take it easy. Last time, to celebrate Bai Mengshi's promotion and formal inheritance of the family business. She also drank a lot of wine and had a headache for 3 days after sleeping it off. So, this time, she didn't dare to drink too much and ate fruit the whole time, because she still had to drive them home. In the end, Jiang Jiari passed out drunk in the private room, completely unconscious. Sue Chen wasn't doing much better, his cheeks flushed, and he was even staggering, his left foot tripping over his right, as Tang Yujia helped him out. Look at you, I told you not to drink so much, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, I'm exhausted from supporting both of you. Jujia, I'm not drunk, just a little dizzy. Tang Yujia rolled her eyes. You're dizzy and you still say you're not drunk. Watch your step. We're getting in the car. Tang Yujia opened the car door, worried that Sue Chen would hit his head, and specially told him to duck. But Sue Chen didn't take it seriously and bumped his head on the edge of the car. Hearing a thump, Tang Yujia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't I tell you to watch out? Sue Chen rubbed his forehead, which was now red from the impact, and said, aggrieved, I'm dizzy, I can't see clearly. Tang Yujia looked helpless, and finally had to hold Sue Chen's head and get him into the car. She first took the completely drunk Jiang Jiari back to the Jiang family. Immediately after, Tang Yujia took Sue Chen back to the Su family villa. Auntie. Tang Yujia saw that it was Madame Su who opened the door for her, and she immediately smiled. Madame Su was slightly stunned, and then said with a happy face, "Jujia, why are you here?" Tang Yujia supported the drunk Su Ichen and smiled awkwardly. "Well, Ichen is drunk. I brought him back." Madame Su looked at her son, his face flushed from drinking, and couldn't help frowning. How much did Ichen drink to be this drunk? Tang Yujia quickly said, "Auntie, Ichen had a drinking session with a friend. He was just happy and had a couple of extra drinks. It's okay. He'll be fine after a sleep tomorrow." After hearing this, Madame Su quickly said, "Jujia, thank you for your trouble, bringing our Ichen back so late." Tang Yujia quickly said after hearing this, "Auntie, it's no trouble at all. Quick, come in." Madame Su hurriedly waved her towards her, then instructed the servants behind her to come forward and help support the drunken Su Ichen into the villa. Mr. Su had just finished his bath and came downstairs in his bathrobe. Hearing the noise downstairs, he couldn't help but ask, "Is Ichen back?" Madame Su responded, "Yes, and Jujia is here too. She brought Ichen back." As soon as Mr. Su heard this, he said with a delighted expression, "My daughter-in-law is here. Quickly, invite her in." Madame Su smiled, "I already let her in." As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Yujia emerged from behind Madame Su and bowed her head to Mr. Su. "Hello, uncle." Mr. Su was very satisfied with this future daughter-in-law. "Jujia, come and sit down." As soon as Tang Yujia heard this, she quickly waved her hand and said, "Uncle, no need, I just brought Ichen back. It's so late. I won't disturb you any longer. I should head back." Madame Su immediately said, "Jujia, you rarely come to our house. It's so late, it's not safe for you to drive home alone." Mr. Su followed up, "Your aunt is right. Go back." "What go back? You and our Ichen are already engaged. This is your home." Madame Su smiled and nodded. "Yes, don't go back tonight. Just stay here." Hearing this, Tang Yujia said with an embarrassed expression, Isn't this inappropriate? My parents would worry if they knew I didn't go back." After hearing this, Madame Su couldn't help but say, "I will personally explain it to your mother." Hearing this, it would seem ungrateful if Tang Yujia refused again. Just as she was hesitating, Madame Su couldn't help but step forward and take her arm, smiling and saying, "Come on, let me take you to see your room." Tang Yujia could only nod with an awkward smile and follow Madame Su upstairs. Father Su also quickly instructed the servants to help the drunken Su Ichen up to his room on the second floor. Madame Su pushed open the door, and a festive scene came into view: red bedding, wine-red curtains, and vermilion furniture. Seeing such a festive room, Tang Yujia subconsciously thought of a wedding room. Sure enough, Madame Su turned her head and smiled at her gently. "Yujia, this is the new room I prepared for you and Ichen. You can sleep here tonight." Hearing this, Tang Yujia chuckled and nodded her head. "Okay." Madame Su couldn't help but ask, "How is it? Do you like it?" "I like it." Tang Yujia immediately chimed in, "I can tell you put a lot of thought into it, Auntie." Hearing this, Madame Su couldn't help but take Tang Yujia's hand, patting the back of her hand, her face full of smiles. "Yujia, I'm just hoping that you'll marry into our Su family soon." Tang Yujia only smiled and didn't say anything. It seemed like her future mother-in-law was starting to rush her into marriage. She didn't want to get married so early yet, but she didn't dare say these words. "Your uncle and I were thinking of having the wedding in March next year. It still depends on what Ichen thinks." Tang Yujia quickly said. Madame Su said, "That child Ichen is shy and embarrassed to bring it up, so I, as his mother, am asking you, when are you planning to get married?" Seeing Madame Su direct the question back at her, Tang Yujia rolled her eyes, thinking about how to brush it off. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and said, "Auntie, I don't think marriage is something to rush. When the time is right, Ichen and I will naturally get married." Hearing this, Madame Su didn't want to continue talking about it, as saying more would make it seem like she was pushing for marriage, so she nodded with a smile. "Okay. Just let us know whenever you want to get married." Tang Yujia quickly nodded. Definitely. After that, Madame Su left, instructed the maid to prepare hot water, and told Tang Yujia to take a hot bath and rest early. Tang Yujia was comfortably soaking in the bathtub when she heard the maid's voice from outside. "Madam, it's terrible. The young master is vomiting." Immediately after, she heard Madame Su rushing to Sue Chen's room in a flurry. Tang Yujia felt a little worried. So she quickly got up, dried herself, put on her clothes, and went to the next room. In the next room, Sue Chen was vomiting on the edge of the bed. The maid held a trash can to catch it, while Madame Su sat beside the bed, gently patting her son's back. How did he get this drunk? Madame Su frowned. Her face filled with worry. Upon seeing this, Mr. Su quickly instructed the servants to fetch sobering medicine. Tang Yujia walked over and couldn't help but say, "Auntie, let me take care of Chen. It's so late. You and uncle should go and rest." After hearing this, Mr. Su couldn't help but say, "How can that be? Jujia, don't worry about it. Your aunt and I can take care of him. You should go and rest first." Chapter 117, Fiancés, sleeping in the same bed. It's okay, I'm not sleepy yet. Tang Yujia smiled slightly, then took the sobering medicine and water from the maid, and fed it to Sue Chen. Seeing this, Mr. Su wanted to say something, but was stopped by Madame Su's look. She grabbed Mr. Su's hand and said, "Jujia is also feeling sorry for our Chen. We're just getting in the way here. We'll have to trouble Jujia to take care of him tonight." Hearing this, Tang Yujia turned her head to look at Madame Su and Mr. Su, and smiled faintly. "Auntie, it's okay, you should go and rest first." Father Su immediately understood Madame Su's intention to secretly create opportunities for the young couple to be together. Thinking of this, Father Su quickly said, "Everyone, go and rest. Let Jojo take care of Chen." Yes, the servants lowered their heads in agreement and left the room. Seeing that everyone had left, Tang Yujia was stunned for a moment. But without thinking too much, she busied herself taking care of Sue Chen. "Chen, how are you? Feeling better?" Tang Yujia patted Sue Chen's back and asked with a concerned expression. After vomiting, Sue Chen took some sobering medicine and immediately felt much better. He opened his eyes, looked at Tang Yujia in front of him, and revealed a bright smile. "Jojo, I'm here." Seeing the remnants of vomit at the corner of his mouth, Tang Yujia stood up and said, "You lie down and rest. I'll get a basin of hot water to wash your face." With that, Tang Yujia ran into the bathroom, got a clean basin, filled it with water, and wiped Sue Chen's face. She washed his face and wiped his hands. Sue Chen sat on the bed, leaning against the headboard, looking at the gentle and considerate Tang Yujia, feeling extremely moved. "I'm sorry, Jojo, it's all my fault for being greedy and drinking too much, and in the end, I have to trouble you to take care of me." Hearing this, Tang Yujia looked up at him, smiling slightly. "It's okay, you're my fiancé, it's only right that I take care of you." Hearing this, Sue Chen was initially pleased, but suddenly realized something, and the smile on his face froze. He stared intently at Tang Yujia and couldn't help but ask, "Jujia, is it just because I'm your fiancé?" They were in a business marriage, and they had met each other before. Sue Chen worried that Tang Yujia had agreed to be engaged to him only because of family reasons, not because she really liked him. Tang Yujia looked up, looking at him in confusion. "Why are you suddenly asking this? I want to know. Are you staying here tonight to take care of me because I'm your fiancé, or because—" "Of course not." Before Sue Chen could finish speaking, Tang Yujia immediately interrupted him. Sue Chen's handsome face flushed red. "Then is it because you like me?" Tang Yujia couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this. "So that's what you're asking. So is it or isn't it?" Sue Chen became a little anxious. Tang Yujia chuckled softly. "We've been together for so long, can't you tell? I want to hear you say it yourself, that your engagement to me isn't because of our families, but because you genuinely want to." Tang Yujia smiled helplessly. "My engagement to you is voluntary, not because of family reasons. Are you satisfied with that answer?" Upon hearing this, Sue Chen immediately beamed with joy. "Really?" Tang Yujia nodded with a smile. "As real as it gets," although Tang Yujia didn't say it explicitly. Upon hearing her words, Sue Chen believed everything she said was true. She liked him, just as he liked her. "Jujia, thank you." Sue Chen revealed a happy smile, and couldn't help but take Tang Yujia's hand. "All right, get some rest. When you wake up tomorrow, your head won't hurt anymore." Sue Chen nodded, with an apologetic expression. "Jujia, thank you for your trouble. It's nothing." Tang Yujia smiled faintly. Holding the basin of water, she stood up and walked into the bathroom. Before long, she came out of the bathroom and was about to leave Sue Chen's room to go back to her own room to sleep. In the end, she found that the door of the room could not be opened no matter what. Obviously, the door had been locked from the outside. What's going on? Tang Yujia turned to look at Suo-Chen on the bed and couldn't help asking. Why can't the door of the room be opened? Suo-Chen was secretly delighted. He had already guessed his parents' intentions. Maybe, probably, the door is locked. Hearing this, Tang Yujia frowned and couldn't help asking, what should we do? Why don't I tell your parents and ask them to open the door with the key? Suo-Chen thought for a while and couldn't help saying, it's so late. My parents are probably already asleep. Tang Yujia frowned even more deeply after hearing this. Then I'll call someone. With that, Tang Yujia turned her head, patted the door, and shouted outside, is anyone there? Is anyone outside? Seeing no one respond, Tang Yujia shouted even louder, is anyone there? We're locked in the room. Someone, please come. Hearing the noise, the servants couldn't help but run upstairs out of curiosity. Just as they were about to ask what was wrong, they saw Madame Su standing in the hallway. Madam, the young master's room. Madame Su made a shushing gesture. Shish. The servants immediately fell silent, and Madame Su whispered, you don't need to worry about it, no matter what the young mistress says. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. Go back to sleep. Yes, madam. After hearing this, the servants exchanged glances and turned to go downstairs. Inside the room, Tang Yujia pounded on the door, but no one responded no matter how much she shouted. Suo-Chen, who was beside her, couldn't help but say, Jiao, don't waste your energy, they're all asleep. Hearing this, Tang Yujia looked discouraged and turned to look at Suo-Chen. What should we do then? Suo-Chen patted the spot beside him, full of smiles. There's nothing we can do. Tonight, you'll just have to make do and sleep with me. Sleep together. Tang Yujia's face flushed instantly upon hearing this. Suo-Chen nodded. Yes, there's only one bed in this room. I'm afraid you'll have to put up with it. Hearing this, Tang Yujia pointed to the sofa next to her and couldn't help but say, I'd better sleep on the sofa next to it. Suo-Chen glanced at the sofa and quickly said, how can you sleep on the sofa? There's only one quilt, and it's so cold now. I'll be heartbroken if you get sick. Tang Yujia was speechless. Suo-Chen started using reverse psychology again. Judgia, you don't have to be so scared. I won't do anything to you. Besides, we are engaged. No one will speak ill of us for sleeping together. Tang Yujia's face flushed slightly after hearing this, and she pretended to be bold and said, who said I'm scared? Let's sleep. Do you think I'm afraid you'll eat me? After saying that, Tang Yujia walked over, lifted the quilt, and lay down beside Suo-Chen. Seeing this, Suo-Chen's mouth curved into a smile, and he also lay down, not forgetting to cover her with the quilt. Let's sleep, Suo-Chen said softly. Good night. Tang Yujia seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help but get up, saying, wait a minute, what's wrong? Suo-Chen raised his eyes, looking at her in confusion. Tang Yujia slapped her forehead and said, I forgot to call my parents. If I don't go back, they will definitely worry about me. Hearing this, Suo-Chen couldn't help but say, your parents know you're with me. They won't worry. Tang Yujia insisted, no, I have to call them back. With that, Tang Yujia took out her phone and called her parents. Hello, my dear daughter, what's up with calling so late? Tang's mother's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding like she was half asleep. Mom, your daughter hasn't come home tonight. Aren't you worried? What am I worried about? Aren't you with Chen? Yeah. I sent him home. I wanted to come back, but his aunt wouldn't let me leave, and now she's locked us in the same room. Hearing this, Tang's mother immediately said with a smile, that's wonderful. You and Chen get along well, and strive to give me a big, healthy grandson next year. Hearing this, Tang Yujia couldn't help but blush and said, Mom, what are you talking about? I won't talk to you anymore. I'm so sleepy. I'm hanging up. Before Tang Yujia could speak, Tang's mother had already hung up the phone. Hello, Mom. Looking at the phone that had already been hung up, Tang Yujia looked helpless. Which is more important, your daughter or sleep? Tang Yujia was a little dumbfounded. Suo-Chen looked curious and couldn't help but ask, what did your aunt say? Tang Yujia turned to look at Suo-Chen. My mother told me to get along well with you. Hearing this, Suo-Chen curled his lips. It seemed that his future mother-in-law was very confident in him as her future son-in-law. Both parents approve, but Tang Yujia is the only one who is not in a hurry, although they were already engaged. Suo-Chen always felt that the nights were long and full of dreams. and he wanted to marry Tang Yujia home as soon as possible. Since my mother-in-law has already agreed, let's go to sleep. With that, Sue Chen reached out and put his arm around Tang Yujia's shoulder, and the two of them fell together on the soft bed. What are you doing? Tang Yujia looked at Sue Chen's hand around her shoulder, then turned to look at Sue Chen, her face flushed, and she looked at him nervously. Although she and Sue Chen were engaged, they had only held hands and hugged at most, and had never even had the most basic kiss, and now that they were sleeping in the same bed, Tang Yujia couldn't help but feel nervous. Sleeping? Sue Chen replied seriously. If you're just sleeping, why are you holding me? Tang Yujia frowned. Sue Chen replied, I can't sleep if I don't hold you. Besides, is there a problem with me holding my own fiancé? Hearing this, Tang Yujia's face was flushed beyond compare. She didn't know how many times she had blushed tonight. But tonight Sue Chen, although drunk, is more flirtatious than usual. Normally, their interactions were proper and respectful, and he would never say such ambiguous things. In the end, Tang Yujia was defeated by Sue Chen, and she let him hold her. Judgia, looking at Tang Yujia's blushing and shy face, Sue Chen found her particularly lovely, and as a mature man, he couldn't resist a little. He called her name in a hoarse voice, his throat unconsciously rolling. What's wrong? Sue Chen asked. Can I kiss you? Hearing this, Tang Yujia's face turned red instantly. What did you say? I said, can I kiss you? A hint of desire flashed in Sue Chen's eyes, staring at her intently, as if seeking her consent. Hearing this, Tang Yujia looked shy and embarrassed to answer. She and Sue Chen had been dating for 3 years, but they had never even kissed. May I? Sue Chen asked again. Tang Yujia nodded shyly. Sue Chen looked delighted. He had finally obtained the permission of his beloved girl. As happy as a child who had eaten candy, his heart was filled with excitement as he looked at Tang Yujia's red lips and slowly moved closer to her. Tang Yujia nervously clutched the quilt with both hands and shyly closed her eyes. Sue Chen was also very nervous, and couldn't help pursing his lips, slowly moving closer to her red lips, closer and closer. Sue Chen also closed his eyes, and when their lips touched, the warm sensation sent a jolt through both of them. Sue Chen kissed Tang Yujia's lips somewhat clumsily, and Tang Yujia, who was shy at first, slowly began to respond. The two went from ignorance to exploration together. Sue Chen seemed to have tasted the sweetness and felt energized, and couldn't help wanting to ask for more, deepening the kiss. It wasn't until both of them were flushed and their breathing became disordered that Sue Chen's lips left Tang Yujia's. He almost lost control. Sue Chen was already very satisfied. He controlled the desire in his heart, looked at Tang Yujia, and couldn't help but passionately kiss her forehead. Sleep, good night, good night. Tang Yujia responded softly, and they both slowly closed their eyes, falling into a deep sleep. That night, the two slept in each other's arms, sleeping soundly until dawn. In the morning, the winter sun shone into the room. After waking up, Madame Sue's first act was to quietly unlock the bedroom door with her key. Immediately afterward, she went downstairs to prepare breakfast for her future daughter-in-law. Sue Chen woke up first, and the first thing he saw was Tang Yujia lying next to him, her serene face as beautiful as a painting. The thought of them sleeping together last night, and that he had kissed his fiancée. Sue Chen felt particularly accomplished. It turned out that being drunk really does allow you to act like a rogue. This time, he could say he used alcohol to embolden himself. Looking at Tang Yujia's luscious red lips, Sue Chen felt a tightening in his throat and a renewed urge to kiss her. He turned his head away, suppressing the desire within, and took a deep breath. He turned back, carefully withdrawing his hand, afraid of waking Tang Yujia, who was sleeping on his arm. Despite his quiet movements, he still managed to wake Tang Yujia. Judgia, are you awake? Sue Chen looked at her with a smile. Tang Yujia rubbed her eyes and couldn't help but ask, what time is it? Sue Chen glanced at the time on his watch, 8 in the morning. Upon hearing this, Tang Yujia immediately became more alert. Oh no, I have to go to work today. Sue Chen smiled slightly. No need to rush, we can just take a day off. The time he and Tang Yujia spent together was limited, as both had their own work and careers. At most, they would meet after work for a date or a meal. So, this was still their first time being so intimate, sharing the same bed. Chapter 118 Nan Xiu Sao's Discord. That won't work. I still have to meet a very important client. Saying that, Tang Yujia lifted the quilt and quickly got up to put on her shoes. Seeing this, Sue Chen looked helpless. Alright then, go wash your face and brush your teeth first, I'll take you downstairs for breakfast. Tang Yujia nodded and was the first to rush into the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth. After she finished washing up and went downstairs with Sue Chen, Madame Su had already instructed the staff to prepare a lavish breakfast. Chen, Judgia, you're awake. Tang Yujia nodded slightly, a smile on her face. Good morning, Auntie. Good morning, Uncle. Smiling, Sue's father nodded and couldn't help but ask, Judgia, did you sleep well last night? Hearing this, Tang Yujia's face turned red, unsure how to answer. Her mind was filled with the image of Sue Chen kissing her, making her so shy that she wished she could find a hole in the ground to hide in. Madame Su, on the other hand, revealed a satisfied smile. Looking at their expressions, she knew something must have happened last night. Seeing Tang Yujia's shyness, Sue Chen quickly answered for her. Dad, I slept very well last night. That's good. Father Su nodded with a smile and quickly waved at them. Come over and have breakfast. Sue Chen took Tang Yujia's hand, and they walked over, sitting opposite Madame Su and Father Su. Judgia, quickly try this porridge, I made it myself. Madame Su filled a bowl of seafood porridge and placed it in front of Tang Yujia. Try it quickly and see if it suits your taste. Tang Yujia nodded with a smile. Thank you, madam. With that, she picked up the spoon and eagerly took a sip. How is it? Is it good? Madame Su asked with anticipation, her face filled with a kind smile. Tang Yujia nodded vigorously. It's delicious. This porridge not only has crab, but also shrimp and pork. It tastes especially delicious. Madame Su nodded with a smile. That's right. This seafood porridge needs to be simmered slowly to extract the umami from the crab and shrimp. It's very nutritious. Judgia, drink more. Yes, thank you, Auntie. Tang Yujia nodded with a smile. No need to thank me. There's more here when you finish. Seeing this, Sue Chen couldn't help but hand his empty bowl to Madame Su and asked pitifully, Mom, is there any for me? Madame Su glanced at her son and said, If you want to drink, can't you serve yourself? Hearing this, Sue Chen was a little dumbfounded. Mom, you're too biased. As soon as Judgia arrives, you personally cook and serve her. Why do I have to rely on myself? Madame Su looked at Tang Yujia and said with a smile, Judgia is different. She will marry into our Su family in the future and be our Su family's daughter-in-law. I have to be good to my daughter-in-law. After saying that, Madame Su glanced at Sue Chen, paused, and continued, As for you, Mom has raised you for more than 20 years and hasn't enjoyed a day of leisure. You're so old, you have to rely on yourself. Sue Chen smiled helplessly after hearing this. Yes, you're right. Tang Yujia glanced at Sue Chen, lowered her head involuntarily, and secretly smiled. Also, be nice to Judgia. If I find out you're bullying her or making her unhappy, I won't acknowledge you as my son. After saying that, Madame Su didn't forget to point at Sue Chen, her face showing warning. Sue Chen felt like crying but had no tears. Mom, how would I dare? Having said that, he looked at Tang Yujia beside him, took her hand involuntarily, his eyes as gentle as water. Judgia is my life. How could I bear to bully her? Hearing this, Tang Yujia felt more touched than shy. She couldn't help but hold Sue Chen's hand back, turned her head and said to Madame Su, Auntie, don't worry, Chen is very nice to me. He has never been fierce to me. That's good. Madame Su's face was full of smiles. Judgia, if Chen bullies you, just tell Mom, and Mom will stand up for you. Tang Yujia smiled softly and nodded involuntarily. Su's father interjected, If you two are loving and affectionate, your mom and I will be relieved. Don't just talk. Come, eat more dishes. As soon as she finished speaking, Madame Su quickly added food to Tang Yujia's bowl. Thank you, Auntie, please eat too. Tang Yujia was well behaved and sensible, and she also stood up to add food to her future mother-in-law's bowl. Seeing everyone getting along so well, Sue Chen felt relieved. He had been worried that Tang Yujia wouldn't like interacting with his parents. But it seemed his worries were unnecessary. Sue Chen thought about it and realized it made sense. Who wouldn't like a daughter-in-law who was a good match for their son? So talented, and so beautiful. Both he and Tang Yujia had their own careers and didn't completely rely on their parents. The Sai family villa. What did you say? Bai Mengshi gave birth to 3 children for Tinga. Sai Zhennan was shocked to hear this news. Butler Shu nodded. The news came from Maple Forest Villa. So it should be true. Sai Zhennan frowned, his expression solemn, and said, "How is this possible?" He had investigated that woman. She went abroad for 6 years, and when she returned, 3 children appeared out of nowhere. This couldn't help but make people suspicious. The young master said it himself. Those 3 children are all Miss Bai's and the young master's, born by Miss Bai secretly abroad. Sai Zhennan shook his head. This woman is so calculating, for wealth and status. She has refused to leave Tinga. These 3 children are probably just a smokescreen she's using to confuse everyone, with the aim of getting me to acknowledge her as my daughter-in-law. Butler Shu frowned upon hearing this. Does the chairman mean that these 3 children are not the young master's? Sai Zhennan narrowed his eyes and said angrily, regardless of whether these 3 children are actually Tingus or not, just because their mother is Bai Mengshi, I will absolutely not allow them to be recognized by the Sai family. At this moment, a bodyguard walked in and said respectfully to Sai Zhennan, "Chairman, Miss Nan has returned and says she wants to see you." Hearing this, Sai Zhennan's expression changed, thinking of what the Nan family had done. His face showed slight displeasure. "What is she here for?" "She said she came to apologize." Sai Zhennan snorted coldly. "The Nan family harmed our Sai family so badly. Does an apology make a difference now? What does the chairman mean then? Go, kick her out." Sai Zhennan waved his hand, his face displeased. The bodyguard hesitated. "But, Miss Nan doesn't want to leave. She says she sincerely wants to apologize to us, and she insists on seeing the chairman today, otherwise she won't leave." Hearing this, Sai Zhennan's face became even more unpleasant. "What, does she still want to stick to me?" The housekeeper Shu on the side couldn't help but say, "Chairman, why not let Miss Nan come in and hear what she has to say?" Sai Zhennan glanced at housekeeper Shu, hesitated for a moment, and finally did as he said, "Then let her in. I want to see what she wants to say." Yes, before long, the bodyguard led Nan Shiyu in. Nan Shiyu was seen carrying expensive gifts, and when she came to Sai Zhennan, she said in a low voice, "Uncle, I've come to see you." Sai Zhennan glanced at her lightly and said deliberately, "Miss Nan, I can't afford this gift. Tell me, what's the matter?" Seeing that Sai Zhennan didn't give her a good look, Nan Shiyu guessed that he must be angry about the rumors on the internet. She said with an apologetic face, "Uncle, I know you are unhappy. Those rumors on the internet, it really wasn't me who did it. You have to believe me." Sai Zhennan snorted coldly. "Believe you, Miss Nan? Do you think I, Sai Zhennan, am a fool, so easily fooled? Would others bother to slander my son? If it wasn't your Nan family, who else could it be?" Nan Shiyu quickly said, "Uncle, I really didn't do anything to slander brother. I like him so much. How could I find someone to smear him online? How is it impossible? You became angry and started blaming others, slandering my son, wanting to ruin his future. Unfortunately, your wishful thinking was wrong. I do like you and want you to be our Sai family's daughter-in-law, but only because you are the eldest miss of the Nan family." Sai Zhennan stated the reason he liked Nan Shiyu, not because of her character, but because he valued her family background. These words undoubtedly poured salt on Nan Shiyu's wound. So, Sai Zhennan didn't genuinely like her and want her to be the Sai family's daughter-in-law, but only because she was the eldest miss of the Nan family. Nan Shiyu smiled bitterly. If she didn't have the surname Nan and a wealthy family, she probably wouldn't even be qualified to approach Sai Yeting, let alone like him. Reality is often so cruel. Once, the family background she was so proud of has now become a laughingstock. At this moment, she finally realized that she was just a tool. A tool used by her parents, a political pawn that could be sacrificed at any time. Being born into a wealthy family means there's no such thing as real emotion. All they see are their own interests. As long as their own interests are harmed, kinship and love can be abandoned. Are they simply too cold-blooded and ruthless? Or is it her fate and sorrow to be born into a wealthy family? No, she refuses to accept her fate, since Sai Yeting is heartless towards her. And Sai Zhennan doesn't consider their past relationship, then don't blame her for being ruthless. This time, she hasn't forgotten her purpose for being here. "Uncle," Nan Shiyu immediately burst into tears, crying, "The person I respect most is you. How can you say that about me?" Nan Shiyu cried with a face like a pear blossom in the rain, trying to gain Sai Zhennan's sympathy. "What are you crying about? You've scolded my son from head to toe. How can you feel wronged yourself, uncle? I really didn't slander brother, it wasn't me, I like him so much, how could I do something to hurt him, if not you, then who, of this matter, your Nan family benefits the most. Nan Shiu wiped away her tears. After returning home that day, I asked my parents, and they didn't do it. Someone must be deliberately trying to ruin the relationship between our two families. Uncle Sai, you must not be fooled by others. Sai Zhennan snorted coldly. You mean, someone else did it? Nan Shiu nodded. I'm not quite sure who did it yet, but I can be sure that our Nan family didn't do it. Uncle Sai, don't worry, I will definitely come forward to clarify and prove Brother Ting's innocence. You would be so kind. Sai Zhennan looked at her with suspicion. Uncle Sai, if others don't believe me, don't you believe me? Nan Shiu earnestly said, my heart is completely devoted to Brother Ting, and I would never do anything to betray him. Sai Zhennan remained silent. Nan Shiu suddenly stood up, knelt in front of Sai Zhennan, raised 2 fingers, and immediately swore to him, Uncle Sai, if I did this, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Seeing Nan Shiu kneel down and make a solemn vow, Sai Zhennan immediately believed her words. All right, get up. Nan Shiu's face lit up with joy. Uncle Sai, now you believe it wasn't me, right? Sai Zhennan didn't answer, but asked, besides coming to apologize, what else do you want to say today? Nan Shiu slowly returned to her seat and couldn't help but say, Uncle Sai, actually, I came here today because there's something I want to tell you. Speak, what is it? Sai Zhennan said nonchalantly, Uncle Sai, do you know that Bai Mengshi has 3 illegitimate children outside? Hearing Nan Shiu's words, Sai Zhennan said calmly, I've already heard about it. The news from Maplewood Manor is that Tinga has already brought them home. Hearing this, a hint of jealousy flashed in Nan Shiu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. She couldn't help but say, Uncle Sai, do you really believe that those 3 children are Brother Ting's? Sai Zhennan didn't speak. Nan Shiu continued, Bai Mengshi has been gone for 6 years, and suddenly she has 3 children. Don't you think this is suspicious? What exactly are you trying to say? Sai Zhennan's face showed a slight displeasure. Nan Shiu looked anxious and indignant, saying, Uncle Sai, I'm doing this for S sake. That woman, Bai Mengshi, is not simple. These 3 children are definitely not S. They must be bastards she had with someone else abroad, trying to deceive and falsely claim to be of the Sai family's bloodline. After listening to Nan Shiu's words, Sai Zhennan couldn't help but slap the chair, his face full of anger. If what you say is true, then I absolutely cannot let this insidious woman into our Sai family. Our Sai family's bloodline will not tolerate outsiders defiling it. Seeing that Sai Zhennan was successfully provoked, Nan Shiu felt pleased and echoed, Yes, Bai Mengshi is very scheming. Uncle Sai is completely bewitched by her. Please don't be fooled. The butler Shu, who was standing beside them, couldn't help but say, Chairman, the young master is already an adult and should have his own judgment. If the children are not the young master's, he would definitely not bring them home. He could tell that this Miss Nan family was here to stir up trouble. Uncle Sai is completely infatuated with that woman now. He believes everything she says. She must have used sweet words to deceive into acknowledging these 3 children. Speaking of this, Nan Shiu paused, and continued, Also, if you want to know whether these 3 children are S, Uncle Sai, bring them over and do a paternity test, and you'll know. Chapter 119 At worst, we'll fight to the death. Hearing Nan Shiu's words, Sai Zhennan narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Uncle Sai, Shiu is also thinking of. That's why I'm being frank and telling you some private words. I know this is the Sai family's affair, and as an outsider, I can't interfere. I don't have the right to manage S affairs. But I just can't bear to see him being deceived by that woman. Bai Mengshi, Nan Shiu spoke eloquently, putting on a grand display while pretending to genuinely care for Sai Yeting's well-being. Sai Zhennan pondered for a moment, then said with a cold face, Miss Nan, I, Sai Zhennan, understand everything you've said today. You can go back now. This is a matter for the Sai family, and I know what I'm doing. With that, Sai Zhennan began to issue an order to see the guest out. Someone. See Miss Nan back. Yes, Chairman. Seeing this, Nan Shiu stood up and quickly said, Uncle Sai, no need, I can go back myself. After speaking, Nan Shiu turned and left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to look back, a grim smile on her face. After Nan Shiu left, Butler Shu cautiously glanced at Sai Zhennan's expression and couldn't help but ask, Chairman, Do you really believe what Miss Nan said? Sai Zhennan said with a stern face. This Bai Mengshi, after being abroad for 6 years, suddenly has 3 children and claims they are S, which is indeed suspicious. Regardless of whether what Nan Shiyu said is true or not, I need to confirm it to be at ease. After speaking, Sai Zhennan quickly instructed, Old Shu, find a way to bring the 3 children to the Sai family. I want to personally confirm whether they are truly of our Sai family's bloodline. Butler Shu looked embarrassed. Chairman, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. If the young master finds out, I'm afraid he will fall out with you. Sai Zhennan snorted coldly, looking displeased. Even if he finds out, I'm not afraid. Isn't it okay for a grandfather to see his own grandchildren? I don't believe he can kill me. Butler Shu frowned. Both father and son were stubborn, and neither side could be offended. Go. Just say that the new year is coming soon, and I, as a grandfather, haven't seen my 3 grandchildren yet. Invite the children to sit at home. Yes, Chairman. As the end of the year approached, major companies began to take holidays. Bai Mengshi and Sai Yeting were both busy with their work, and the children stayed at Maplewood Manor, taken care of by Uncle Fang and others. They thought that when the company was on holiday, they would have enough time to spend with the 3 children. Who would have thought? You're behind those rumors online, aren't you? In the basement, Nan Shiyu looked at the man opposite her, her eyes flashing with anger. Yo. Miss Nan is quite smart, Mo Xiaoxian said with a cigarette in his mouth, looking surprised. Mo Xiaoxian, what exactly do you want to do? I invited you here to deal with Bai Mengshi, not to deal with Brother Ting, Nan Shiyu said, exasperated. Nan Shiyu, why are you so agitated? I'm helping you. Mo Xiaoxian said slowly, with a slight smile. Helping me? Nan Shiyu snorted coldly. Are you sure you're not making things worse? Do you know that to explain things to the Sai family, I had to kneel down and beg Sai Zhennan for forgiveness? Nan Shiyu, I told you you're stupid and you didn't believe me. Sai Yeting doesn't care about you at all, and you still insist on clinging to him. No wonder Sai Yeting doesn't like you, Mo Xiaoxian mocked with a smile. Nan Shiyu's face looked very ugly after hearing this. What did you say? I said, you're just being a bitch. Hearing this, Nan Shiyu couldn't bear it anymore, stood up, walked to Mo Xiaoxian, and slapped him. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the basement, and 5 finger marks were clearly visible on Mo Xiaoxian's face, showing how hard Nan Shiyu hit him. Mo Xiaoxian, what gives you the right to say that about me? Seeing Nan Shiyu's embarrassed and exasperated look, Mo Xiaoxian was not angry but amused. What? Did I hit a nerve? Nan Shiyu gritted her teeth and said, Mo Xiaoxian, the police are now looking for you nationwide. Do you believe I'll hand you over to the police? Go ahead. At worst, we'll both go down. Nan Shiyu, don't forget, we're in this together. You want to get rid of me? No way, Nan Shiyu said angrily, you despicable and shameless villain. I shouldn't have saved you in the first place. Mo Xiaoxian laughed, regretting it. Nan Shiyu, it's too late for regrets now. We're destined to be tied together. If you want to kill me, you won't survive either. At worst, we'll both go down. You, Nan Shiyu glared at him, gnashing her teeth. If she handed Mo Xiaoxian over to the police, he would definitely expose her. Now it seems, she can only stabilize him first, and then make plans. Thinking of this, Nan Shiyu grinned. Look at what you're saying, we're of one mind now. How could I possibly kill you? Miss Nan was just rushing over to settle accounts with me. What's with the sudden change? I was just joking with Mo Xiao. If Mo Xiao still wants to get more money, your chance is here. What opportunity? Mo Xiaoxian looked puzzled. Nan Shiyu walked over and whispered a few words in his ear. Afterwards, Mo Xiaoxian couldn't help but laugh. Good idea. Nan Shiyu also smiled triumphantly. Next, it's up to you. Don't worry, leave it to me. Mo Xiaoxian smiled wickedly and patted his chest. Maple Forest Villa. Young master, this way, this way. Uncle Fang and a few servants were playing ball with the 3 children in the yard. Cheng Rui and the others were having a great time. Nyan Nyan sat aside, clapping her little hands, and said excitedly, Brother, go. At this moment, a dozen men in black rushed into Maple Forest. Hey, who are you people? What do you want? Several security guards at the entrance saw a group of men in black get out of a black car and quickly stepped forward to stop them. Unexpectedly, the men in black immediately knocked the security guards to the ground. Seeing this, the other security guards rushed forward, and a fight broke out between the 2 sides. Soon, The security guards at the entrance were all taken care of by this group of men in black. They opened the iron gate and rushed into the villa. Seeing this, the bodyguards inside rushed up with electric batons in their hands. The other side also had weapons, and the two sides fought fiercely. Seeing this, Uncle Fang quickly instructed the servants, "Quick, take the children inside and notify the young master immediately." "Yes, Butler Fang." The servants were startled. After hearing Butler Fang's instructions, they gradually calmed down, picked up the three children, and ran into the villa. Uncle Fang had also trained to resist the men in black. He also rushed up to help. Outside, a fierce battle raged. Servants carrying children rushed into the living room, while the remaining servants quickly closed the doors. Unexpectedly, there were also men in black inside the villa. They had climbed in through the back door and used electricity to subdue the other servants. Seeing this, the maids holding the children curled up in a ball, constantly backing away. "What do you want?" The leading man in black snorted coldly, without answering, and struck them with a club, immediately knocking several servants unconscious. Seeing this, the timid Nyan Nyan was so frightened that she burst into tears. "Ah, don't be afraid, little sister. Big brother will protect you." Cheng Rui shielded Nyan Nyan behind him, glaring fiercely at the men in black. "Nyan Nyan, don't be afraid. Second brother will protect you too." Seeing this, Cheng Han also stood in front of Nyan Nyan, the two brothers glaring at them. "Who are you? What exactly do you want?" Cheng Rui asked coldly. "You little brats, so much nonsense. Shut their mouths." The leading man in black looked impatient and ordered the people behind him to take action. The men in black nodded, stepped forward, taped the three children's mouths shut, knocked them unconscious, stuffed them into sacks, and carried them away. Uncle Fang, who was outside fighting with the group of men in black, had a drastic change in expression when he heard the children crying. "Not good. The young masters are in danger." Realizing this, Uncle Fang quickly ran towards the villa's main hall, and the other bodyguards didn't dare to be careless and followed him inside. The men in black who were left behind looked bewildered. Could it be that the higher-ups had sent people to meet them? Thinking of this, the man in black glanced at his companions who had been knocked down on the ground, and couldn't care less. He quickly led the other men in black to retreat. "Young masters." Uncle Fang pushed open the door and saw that there were no sounds of the three children in the hall, only some servants lying on the ground. His face turned pale instantly as he searched the house. "Young masters, young miss, please come out. Don't scare this old man." No matter how much he shouted, there was no response, and Uncle Fang and the bodyguards became increasingly panicked. Just then, a servant who had awakened from unconsciousness grabbed Uncle Fang's thigh and said in a trembling voice, Uncle Fang, the young master was taken away. Those people, they broke in through the back door." After speaking, the servant fainted again. "What?" Hearing this, Uncle Fang's pupils dilated, and his gaze turned to the back door. He couldn't worry about so much and rushed over directly. When they chased after and opened the closed back door, they only saw a black car with no license plate speeding away. "Young master." Uncle Fang quickly chased after him, shouting anxiously. Even if they ran as fast as they couldn't outrun a car with four wheels and were quickly left behind, watching the van get further and further away. Uncle Fang looked remorseful and self-blaming, and quickly took out his phone to call Sai Yeting. Tianxing Group. Sai Yeting had just finished a call with Bai Mengshi, and they were discussing picking up the three children after work and going out for dinner as a family. Immediately after, he received a frantic call from Uncle Fang. "Hello, Uncle Fang. Young master, something terrible has happened. The young master and young miss have been taken away." Uncle Fang's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone, even trembling slightly. Hearing this, Sai Yeting was shocked. His expression became wooden, unable to believe his ears, and his voice gradually turned icy. "What did you say, young master? I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not protecting the young master and young miss, causing them to be taken away by a group of men in black." Uncle Fang on the other end of the phone was full of self-blame and was almost crying. Sai Yeting reacted. His expression changed drastically. "When did this happen? Who did it?" "Just now. We don't know who did it yet. Young master, please come back." Sai Yeting didn't have time to think, and quickly said, "I'll be right back." After hanging up the phone, Yang Kai, who was beside him, noticed his unpleasant expression. as if he had heard some bad news, and couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Mr. Sai, what's wrong? What happened?" Sai Yeting stood up and ordered with a cold face, "Yang Kai, immediately notify all the bodyguards to come with me to Maplewood Manor." Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder, did something happen at Maplewood Manor? Sai Yeting roared. "The children have been taken away, hurry up." Seeing Sai Yeting lose his temper, Yang Kai didn't have time to be shocked and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I will arrange manpower immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai ran out of the office in a panic. Sai Yeting also rushed out of the office, his mind only on the safety of his children. Bai Corporation. What? Bai Mengshi was shocked when she received a call from Sai Yeting. "The children have been taken away." "Yes, 1111, don't worry. I'm going back right away and will definitely rescue the children." Sai Yeting was clearly worried to death himself, but in order to stabilize Bai Mengshi's emotions, he was afraid that she would break down knowing that the children had been taken away. Bai Mengshi's eyes widened, and her phone slipped from her hand, but she didn't even notice. Clang! Assistant Lin Na came in and happened to see Bai Mengshi's phone falling to the ground. She was stunned in place, as if she had lost her soul, and did not move. Seeing this, Lin Na quickly ran over and asked with concern, "President Bai, what's wrong?" The phone fell on the ground, but the screen wasn't broken, and the call hadn't been hung up. From the other end, Sai Yeting's anxious and worried voice could be heard. She, are you okay? Can you hear me?" Lin Na looked down and saw the word husband displayed on the phone screen, and guessed that the other party should be Sai Yeting, the president of Qiansheng Group. Now the whole country knows they are together, and they have even obtained a marriage certificate. They are husband and wife. Lin Na quickly picked up the phone and returned it to Bai Mengshi. "President Bai, your phone." Only then did Bai Mengshi recover from her astonishment. Her hand trembled as she held the phone, and her voice was full of strangeness. "Hello, husband, I'm fine. You go back first. I'll be right back." After hanging up the phone, Bai Mengshi was still trembling all over. Lina was very puzzled. "President Bai, what on earth happened? Why do you look so bad?" Bai Mengshi was not only trembling all over, but her face was also particularly pale. She tried to appear calm and said, "I'm fine." Then, she quickly grabbed Lina's hands and said quickly, "Lina, listen to me. Please take care of the company's affairs for me. I have something very important to do and I have to go home immediately." Hearing this, Lina frowned and couldn't help but say, "But, President Bai, you have a very important client to meet this afternoon. I really don't have time now. Please postpone it for a few days, please." After speaking, Bai Mengshi ran out of the office in a panic. By the time Lina reacted and chased out of the office, Bai Mengshi had already entered the elevator. Chapter 120. Tell me, where is the child? Hello? President Bai. Seeing Bai Mengshi leaving, Lin Na paced back and forth anxiously. "President Bai is gone. How am I going to explain this to the client and the chairman's side?" Just thinking about it made Lin Na feel overwhelmed. She couldn't help but pat her forehead and sigh, "Oh, this is going to be difficult." At that moment, Sai Yeting was driving a Rolls-Royce, followed by 10 black sedans, heading straight for the Maplewood Villa, Sai family villa. "Where is the person I told you to bring back?" Sai Zhennan sat on a rattan chair in the courtyard, a cigarette in his mouth. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the men in black before him. "Chairman, didn't you send someone to meet us and take the child away?" the leader of the men in black said cautiously. Hearing this, Sai Zhennan looked furious and immediately threw away the cigarette in his hand. "Bullshit, when did I send someone to meet you?" Hearing this, the men in black looked at each other in dismay. "Not you. Then who took the child away?" Upon hearing this, Sai Zhennan flew into a rage. "I should be asking you that question. A bunch of useless people. I told you to bring the 3 children to me, and you couldn't even do that. What good are you?" The men in black were stunned by Sai Zhennan's scolding, not daring to utter a word. Shu, the butler standing nearby, couldn't help but say, "Chairman, it seems someone beat us to it and took the children away. If the young master finds out you sent people, I'm afraid he'll come looking for you to demand their return immediately." Hearing this, Sai Zhennan's face turned grim as he said, "Outrageous. Who exactly took the children before I could? Don't let me find out who it is, or I'll skin them alive." Maplewood Manor Villa. "Young master, you're finally back." Seeing Sai Yeting returning in a furious manner, Uncle Fang quickly greeted him, his face covered in tears. Young master, I'm so sorry. I failed to protect the young masters and young miss, and I've let you down. Sai Yeting was tempted to blame Uncle Fang, but the children had already been taken away. Even if he killed him to vent his anger, it wouldn't solve anything. Moreover, Uncle Fang had been by his side for so many years, he was family, and he couldn't bring himself to blame him. Thinking of this, Sai Yeting couldn't help but pat the back of Uncle Fang's hand and said, "This isn't your fault. The top priority is to find the children." Hearing this, Uncle Fang quickly wiped away his tears and said, "Young master, don't worry, even if it costs me my life, I will bring the young master and young miss back." Sai Yeting looked at him gratefully, not having time to think, and quickly asked, "Where are the people who were captured now?" Uncle Fang immediately replied, "I've had them tied up. No matter how we ask, they won't open their mouths." Hearing this, Sai Yeting said with a grim face, "Bring them up." Yes, before long, several bodyguards brought up the black-clad men who had been stunned with electricity. Their hands were tied with ropes behind their backs, and they were unable to move. "Go over there and kneel down." Sai Yeting sat on the living room sofa in the villa, his icy gaze fixed on the three men in black who were being brought in. They were forcibly held down by Sai Yeting's men and made to kneel before him. Sai Yeting stared at them coldly, and questioned, "Speak, who sent you? Where exactly is my child?" The three men in black remained silent. Seeing this, Sai Yeting lost his patience and directly ordered his men to use harsh methods. Since they refused to speak, then pull out their teeth one by one until they talk. This punishment, although not fatal, is worse than death. The three men in black couldn't help but feel horrified after hearing this. "You better obediently reveal the whereabouts of the three children, otherwise, I have plenty of ways to make you talk." Sai Yeting's face was gloomy. His whole body exuded a cold and ruthless aura, and he looked at them with extremely cold eyes, as if looking at a dead person. The three men in black trembled in fear, but still dared not speak. "Pull them out." Sai Yeting immediately gave the order, and someone took pliers and forcibly pried open the mouth of one of the men in black. Pulling out one of his front teeth, a scream came, and only then did they see that the man's front tooth was gone, and blood was gushing out, making him look extremely painful. "Continue pulling them out." Immediately afterwards, the second front tooth was also pulled out. No matter how the man in black resisted, it was all in vain. The remaining two looked at their companion, blood streaming from his mouth, and felt fear. Master Sai is indeed Master Sai, living up to his reputation. He really is ruthless. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." One of them, less courageous, immediately reached out in compromise. Sai Yeting sneered coldly and couldn't help but roar, "Quick, where's the child?" "Master Sai, we really don't know where the child is. We were knocked unconscious at the time and don't know anything. We have no idea who took your child away. If you can't tell me the child's whereabouts, you should at least know who's behind this, right?" Sai Yeting glared, his handsome face as cold as ice. "No, I know." The man in black shrank his neck in fear and said in a low voice, "Yes, Mr. Sai Zhennan sent us." Hearing this, Sai Yeting subconsciously clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, "Sai Zhennan, it's Sai Zhennan again. His father still hasn't given up even now. Not only targeting Bai Mengshi, but now even her child." Chapter 121, The Children's Whereabouts. Nyan Nyan, Rui Rui, Han Han. Just then, Bai Mengshi's anxious cries came from outside the villa. Sai Yeting looked worried and quickly stood up, seeing Bai Mengshi running in anxiously. 1111. Sai Yeting frowned, calling her name. "Where are the children? Sai Yeting, tell me, where are our children?" Bai Mengshi saw Sai Yeting and lost control of her emotions. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed Sai Yeting's arm, and demanded to know the children's whereabouts. Looking at Bai Mengshi's anxious face, Sai Yeting couldn't help but take her hand, only to find her fingers were cold and her body was constantly trembling. 1111, listen to me. With me here, we will definitely find our children. Believe me. Bai Mengshi looked up at Sai Yeting, listening to his gentle comforting voice, and felt much more at ease. She nodded deeply. "Yes, I believe you. Let's find the children together." Hearing this, Sai Yeting felt a pang of self-reproach. It was all his fault for not protecting their children, allowing his father to take advantage. Looking at Bai Mengshi's worried expression, Sai Yeting felt both self-reproach and heartache for her. Sai Yeting subconsciously tightened Bai Mengshi's hand, turned his head to look at Uncle Fang. Maple Night is heavily guarded. How did you protect the children? Hearing this, Uncle Fang lowered his head with a guilty look and said with a face full of self-reproach, "Young master, it's all my fault. Don't worry, even if I, Laro Fang, give up this old life, I will bring the little miss back." Sai Yeting frowned deeply, his face stern as he said, "Bring the gear, follow me to the Sai family." "Yes, young master." Uncle Fang and the bodyguards responded in unison. It can be seen that this time, the young master is serious, determined to go against the chairman and take the children back. Sai family villa, how is it? Have the children been found? Who took them away? Sai Zhennan was originally anxiously pacing in the living room, sometimes sitting down, sometimes standing up, and lighting another cigarette while waiting for news. When he saw his men return, Sai Zhennan couldn't sit still and quickly got up to ask. Butler Shu hesitated. Sai Zhennan grew impatient. "Speak quickly." Butler Shu responded in a low voice. "Our people have discovered that the ones who kidnapped the 3 children at Maplewood Manor today were a different group of people." Hearing this, Sai Zhennan rolled his eyes. "Did we even need to ask that? The key is, who is the mastermind? Have you found out?" Butler Shu shook his head, then nodded. Sai Zhennan rolled his eyes again. "Did you find out or didn't you? We found a few clues, but who the mastermind is remains unclear." Hearing Butler Shu's words, Sai Zhennan was speechless. He seemed to have said something, but also seemed to have said nothing at all. In short, it was a load of nonsense. What clues exactly? Based on the people that young master and, Miss Bai, have offended, it is highly likely that the Mo family's young master kidnapped the 3 children. Hearing this, Sai Zhennan subconsciously said, "The Mo family's young master, Mo Xiaoxian." Butler Shu nodded and continued. "The grudges between Mo Xiaoxian and Miss Bai have been going on for quite some time. The Mo family's bankruptcy and Mo Xiaoxuan's disgrace are all thanks to young master and Miss Bai. Mo Xiaoxian is wanted by the police and is still on the run. He holds a grudge against young master and Miss Bai, which is why he kidnapped the 3 children. He is the most suspicious." Hearing Butler Shu's analysis, Sai Zhennan fell into deep thought. "From what you've said, Mo Xiaoxian does indeed have a motive for committing the crime. If the child really fell into his hands, the consequences would be unimaginable." Chapter 122. The boss's family wants a child. Thinking of this, Sai Zhennan quickly ordered, "Quick, send people out immediately, search the entire city. We must find the child." "Yes, Chairman." Butler Shu nodded obsequiously. Sai Zhennan knew better than anyone that Sai Yeting would come to him for the child, and if he couldn't get the child, he might even go crazy and do anything. As he was thinking, he heard fighting and screams outside. A bodyguard rushed in. Chairman." Butler Shu frowned and quickly asked, "What happened?" It's the young master who brought people in, asking you for someone." The bodyguard pointed outside the door, his face full of fear. Hearing this, Sai Zhennan frowned tightly and let out a soft snort. He came quickly. The next second, a scream rang out as Sai Yeting appeared at the entrance of the hall, holding an electric baton in his hand. He kicked the bodyguard on the ground, his face stern, and walked step by step towards Sai Zhennan. The winter sun shone on him, making him look like a god from hell. His eyes filled with endless indifference and madness. Looking at Sai Yeting like this, Sai Zhennan's heart was shaken. Sai Yeting strode up to Sai Zhennan, pointed an electric baton at him, and roared, "Hand over the child." Sai Zhennan feigned ignorance, raising his eyes to gaze at his angry eyes. "Child? What child?" The anger in Sai Yeting's eyes intensified, and he roared, using his full name, "Sai Zhennan, don't play dumb with me. Did you send someone to kidnap Nyan Nyan and the others?" Sai Zhennan was also enraged upon hearing this. "Bastard, I'm your father. How dare you speak to me like that?" Sai Yeting grabbed his collar, his eyes bloodshot, and intense anger burned through his reason. "Old man, don't force me, or I'm capable of anything." "What, you want to kill your own father?" Sai Zhennan was furious, his face turning ashen with rage. Sai Yeting's face was grim and terrifying, and he said coldly, "If anything happens to my children, I don't mind taking care of your funeral arrangements." He emphasized the words funeral arrangements heavily. Sai Zhennan was furious and immediately glared at him, shouting, "Insolent, I think you're the one being insolent, aren't you?" Sai Yeting sneered, "I respect you as an elder, so I've been tolerant time and again, but you insist on pushing your luck." hurting 1111, and now you want to hurt our children. What exactly do you want, old man? At this moment, Bai Mengshi rushed in and saw Sai Yeting grabbing her father's collar. The two of them already at daggers drawn, as if they were about to fight in the next second. She quickly ran over, grabbed Sai Yeting's arm, and shook her head at him. Yeting, calm down. Don't be impulsive. Sai Yeting looked at Bai Mengshi and said angrily, he took our child away. How can you expect me to calm down? Bai Mengshi lowered her eyes. At this moment, she also wanted her child back very much. But she was also very clear that the other party was Sai Yeting's biological father. If he acted impulsively and really did something, she didn't want him to regret it when he calmed down. She knew that at this time, his paranoia had flared up again. And his behavior was a bit extreme, and his consciousness was a bit unclear, so she had to stop him from doing something he would regret for the rest of his life. Yeting, I know you're worried about the 3 children, and how could I not be? The more worried we are at this time, the more calmly we should handle it. Bai Mengshi smiled gently, not forgetting to ask Sai Yeting to let go of his hand. Only then did Sai Yeting release Sai Zhennan's collar, repeating once more, tell me, where exactly are the children? Sai Zhennan was still surprised by Bai Mengshi's actions just now. Hearing Sai Yeting's cold question, he immediately turned his face away. The children are not in my hands. Hearing this, Sai Yeting said immediately without thinking, Sai Zhennan, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? It's obvious that you sent people to attack Maple Night and took away my son and daughter. Your people have already confessed. Sai Zhennan snorted coldly. It's true that I took people to Maple Night, and the initial purpose was indeed to have them bring the 3 children to me. After all, I am their grandfather, and I should see my grandchildren, right? However, someone took the lead and hijacked them. Hearing this, Sai Yeting smiled coldly. Old man, do you think I'll believe what you're saying? Although Sai Zhennan's words were suspicious, they still made Bai Mengshi frown, obviously. Sai Yeting didn't believe a single word of it. Sai Zhennan also expected that he would come to his door to get the 3 children back. But now, he really couldn't produce it, because he didn't kidnap the person at all. Believe it or not, Sai Zhennan sat there, unmoving, looking up at him. His voice neither cold nor warm. Sai Yeting's eyes were filled with anger, and he was about to step forward. Bai Mengshi quickly grabbed his lower back. Sai Yeting, calm down, let me talk. Sai Yeting turned to look at Bai Mengshi. Bai Mengshi gave him a reassuring look, then slowly released him and came before Sai Zhennan. She raised her head, took a deep breath, and said, Chairman Sai, let's negotiate. What exactly do you want me to do to let my 3 children go? The 3 children were born at the cost of her life, not only flesh from her body, but also her entire life. She values her children more than anyone else, and if anything happened to them, she would definitely break down. Therefore, she would rather use herself to exchange for the safety of her 3 children. The next second, Bai Mengshi knelt directly in front of Sai Zhennan, pleading with Sai Zhennan in her most humble posture. I know you are Yeting's father, my children's grandfather. You are our elder. We dare not do anything to you. If you have any resentment, if you don't like me, you can come at me. But the children are innocent. Chairman Sai, I beg you, please give me back my children. Seeing Bai Mengshi begging his father in a humble manner for the sake of the 3 children, Sai Yeting felt very uncomfortable. He quickly reached out to help her up. 1111, get up, don't kneel to him. In his memory, Sai Zhennan was not a qualified father at all. He killed his mother and tortured him and 1111, and now he doesn't even spare his children. Can such a person still be a parent? No, he doesn't have a father like that. Sai Zhennan was shocked to see Bai Mengshi kneeling down and begging him. The first time he saw Bai Mengshi, she was as proud as a thorny red rose, refusing to bow her head and admit defeat to him. That unyielding spirit in her bones was very similar to Meizhen. Now, she humbled herself and begged him, a completely different person from that day. Perhaps, this is maternal love. For the sake of their children, anything can be done. Even losing one's own face and begging someone they hate. Sai Yeting pulled Bai Mengshi up, glared at Sai Zhennan, and said coldly, kneeling to someone as unscrupulous and heartless as him, he doesn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve to be a parent. He's not a qualified father at all. I don't have a father like that, and there's no need for me to be obsequious to him. This sentence struck deeply into Sai Zhennan's heart. He's not worthy of being a parent. He's not a qualified father at all. I don't have such a father. Chairman Sai, all the fault is mine. The children are still young. Please return them to me. Bai Mengxi's eyes were red, and she was almost crying. She couldn't care about anything else now. She just wanted to know the whereabouts of her 3 children. Sai Zhennan glanced at Bai Mengxi, his tone softening slightly. I said, whether you believe it or not, the child is not with me. Even if you turn this place upside down, you won't find him. Hearing this, Bai Mengxi looked surprised. The child isn't here. Then where could he be? Sai Yeting immediately ordered, Uncle Fang, Yang Kai. Take people to the basement and the 2nd floor immediately to search. Don't let any place go. Yes, young master, Master Sai, Butler Fang and Yang Kai responded immediately, turning around and leading people to search the entire villa. Seeing this scene, Butler Shu looked anxious and quickly said, Young master, what the master said is true. We really didn't take the child away. Before I find the child, I won't believe a word you say. Sai Yeting held Bai Mengxi, his face indifferent, his eyes icy. Hearing this, Butler Shu hesitated. Sai Zhennan said, let him search. I want to see what he can find. From a certain basement came the sound of a child's crying, Wara, I want mommy, I want daddy. Nyan Nyan's hands and feet were tied to a stool, surrounded by darkness. With only a tiny bit of light filtering in from above, she was terrified and couldn't help but burst into tears. Rui and Han Han, who were also tied up beside her, quietly comforted her. Little sister, don't cry. Brother, I'm so scared. Cheng Rui, don't be afraid, your brothers will protect you. Cheng Han nodded. That's right, big brother and 2nd brother are here. Nyan Nyan, brother, why do you think these bad guys kidnapped us? Will they kill us? Cheng Rui thought for a moment. I guess they probably won't kill us for now. If they really wanted to, they would have already done it, and wouldn't have locked us in this basement. Cheng Han echoed, big brother is right. They kidnapped us probably because they know we are daddy's children, and they want to take the opportunity to blackmail daddy and mommy. Cheng Rui shook his head and said, it's not that simple. Nyan Nyan, Sai, I wonder if daddy and mommy have realized we've been kidnapped. The watch has a GPS, so mommy can find us, but it's a pity the bad guys broke it. Cheng Rui comforted her. It's okay, trust daddy and mommy, and the police, they will save us. Shesh, someone's coming, don't talk. Cheng Han, who was next to him, suddenly reminded in a low voice. After they heard the footsteps, they obediently closed their mouths and stopped crying and talking. Half an hour later, young master, we didn't find them in the basement. Mr. Sai, we searched every room upstairs, but they're not there either. Hearing Uncle Fang and Yang Kai's reports, Sai Yeting frowned. Sai Zhennan, who was beside him, snorted coldly. I already said, the child is not with me. If you don't send someone to look for them, I'm afraid things will turn out badly. Hearing Sai Zhennan's callous remarks, Sai Yeting subconsciously clenched his fists, his eyes filled with restrained anger. Bai Mengxi couldn't help but say, Yeting, it seems our children really aren't here. Let's quickly send people to look elsewhere. Butler Shu quickly said, Young master, we really didn't hide the young masters. Someone else took them away, most likely your enemies. Bai Mengxi muttered to herself, subconsciously thinking of Mo Xiaoxian. Could it be Mo Xiaoxian? Hearing this, Sai Yeting clenched his fists even tighter and immediately ordered, contact the police immediately. Search for Mo Xiaoxian, and rescue the children. Yes, young master. Yang Kai was about to leave to carry out the order. Just then, Sai Yeting received a text message notification. The phone number was unknown, and it read, Sai Yeting, if you want your 3 children to live, don't call the police, otherwise you will receive your children's corpses. Seeing this message, Sai Yeting's face changed drastically, and he quickly raised his hand and shouted, Wait, young master, what's wrong? The house manager looked at him in confusion. Don't call the police yet. Hearing Sai Yeting's words, everyone looked puzzled. Did the kidnappers send you a message? Seeing Sai Yeting's reaction, Bai Mengxi asked subconsciously. Sai Yeting didn't speak, but just handed the phone to Bai Mengxi. After reading it, Bai Mengxi's face changed drastically. What do we do? Sai Yeting looked serious, calmed down, and said, Yang Kai. Check this phone number immediately to see if it has been authenticated with a real name. Yes, young master. Bai Mengshi slowly said, since the kidnappers sent you such a text message, our child should be safe for the time being. They will probably use the child to threaten you. Hearing this, Sai Yeting said, I'll call them right away. After saying that, Sai Yeting made a phone call, wanting to ask the other party what it would take for them to let his children go. The phone is off. Sai Yeting frowned. Forget it, send people to search first. We'll wait for the kidnappers' next move. Sai Yeting nodded and turned to signal Uncle Fang to take people to search. Sai Zhennan said blandly, Old Shu, call Cai Jie and ask him to help find the young masters. Yes, sir. Seeing that Sai Zhennan had also sent people to search, Sai Yeting showed no gratitude on his face. In his opinion, everything his father was doing now was hypocritical. Bai Mengshi, on the other hand, nodded slightly, silently thanking Sai Zhennan. Regardless of Sai Zhennan's motives, at this moment, he was extending a helping hand, perhaps for the sake of Sai Yeting being his son. Afterwards, Sai Yeting and Bai Mengshi left the Sai family to search for the three children together, inside the Rolls-Royce. Sai Yeting focused on driving while Bai Mengshi sat in the passenger seat, talking on the phone with Li Wei. Hey, Li, Nian Nian and the others are missing. They've been kidnapped. I suspect Mo Xiaoxian is behind this. You quickly take some people to investigate his whereabouts. Chapter 123, Paying the Ransom. After calling Li Wei, Bai Mengshi glanced at Sai Yeting, who was driving, her expression hesitant. Husband, should we contact Officer Zhong? Hearing this, Sai Yeting quickly said, the enemy is in the dark. And we are in the light. Don't call the police for now. What if the kidnappers really kill them? Bai Mengshi thought for a moment, for the safety of her three children. She could only choose to remain silent and not tell the police for the time being. So, she nodded and said, you're right, let's wait for more information before taking the next step. Speaking of this, Bai Mengshi sighed, her face worried. Now, we can't even track their location. Nian Nian's smartwatch must have been destroyed by the criminals. Sai Yeting turned to look at her and couldn't help but comfort her. 1111, don't worry, the children will be fine, I'm here. And I will definitely bring them back safely. Okay, Bai Mengshi nodded. Just then, Sai Yeting's phone screen lit up, and another text message came from an unknown number. If you want your children to live, obediently prepare the money and wait for the ransom. Bai Mengshi immediately picked up her phone and quickly dialed the number. Hello, the call connected, and Bai Mengshi quickly said, don't hurt my children, I'll agree to whatever amount of money you want. A mechanical female voice came from the other end of the phone. Bai Mengshi knew the other party was using a voice changer. Any amount of money? Yes, any amount, even if it meant losing everything. She was willing, as long as she could save her children. Very good. Prepare $10 billion and a helicopter, and I'll release your children. Upon hearing this, Bai Mengshi replied without thinking, okay, but before that, you must guarantee that my children are safe and sound. Without a single hair missing, otherwise, don't even think about getting a penny. No problem, your children are right here, I can send you a video. Immediately after, the other party hung up the phone. Before long, a multimedia message arrived. Bai Mengshi opened the video. She saw her three children tied to chairs, their mouths stuffed with cotton, struggling and unable to speak, facing the camera. Watching this video, Bai Mengshi felt extremely tormented. Nian Nian, Rui Rui, Han Han, I'm sorry. It's your mommy who didn't protect you well, which led you to be in danger. Seeing that Bai Mengshi's emotions were not quite right, Sai Yeting parked the car on the side of the road and quickly asked, 1111, what's wrong? With red eyes, Bai Mengshi returned the phone to Sai Yeting and said, they're demanding $10 billion and a helicopter to ransom them. Seeing the three kidnapped children in the video, Sai Yeting was furious and slapped the steering wheel of the car. Damn it. They dare to kidnap my, Sai Yeting's, children. When I catch them, I will tear them to pieces. Looking at Sai Yeting's angry face, Bai Mengshi slowly said, the other party kidnapped our child for money and even asked us to prepare a helicopter, probably for an easier escape. I am now even more certain that Mo Xiaoxian is behind this. Sai Yeting nodded. You're right, Mo Xiaoxian is the most suspicious. They were talking when the other person received a call. You've seen the children, I presume. If you want your kids to live, obediently prepare the money and a helicopter. Also, if I find out you've secretly called the police, don't blame me for being ruthless. You can just prepare for the worst for your 3 kids. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the rampant laughter coming from the phone, Bai Mengshi gritted her teeth and said, Mo Xiaoxian, return my child to me. The other party was silent for a few seconds, and then said, enough nonsense, in 3 days. You put the money and the helicopter in the designated location. If you dare to play tricks on me, I will have my men tear up the tickets at any time. Having said that, the other party hung up the phone before Bai Mengshi could speak. Looking at the phone screen, Bai Mengshi became even more certain of her previous thoughts. It's definitely Mo Xiaoxian. He wants to use that money to escape, so he targeted our child and took the opportunity to kidnap him. Sai Yeting couldn't help but pat Bai Mengshi's hand and said, don't worry, I'll go exchange him in 3 days. Hearing this, Bai Mengshi looked anxious. But where are we going to get $10 billion, even if the Sai family is richer than a country, plus her Bai family's hundreds of millions in assets? It is impossible to raise $10 billion in 3 days. $10 billion is an astronomical figure. Mo Xiaoxian is really asking for the moon. Sai Yeting sneered, don't worry, leave this to me. I have my own way. The child's crying came from the basement. Mommy, Daddy, I'm so scared. Cry, cry, cry. What's with all the crying? It's so annoying. Nan Xiu was annoyed by Nyan Nyan's crying. She stood up and slapped Nyan Nyan. Shut up. This slap made Nyan Nyan's cheek ache and instantly turn red. She burst into tears with a loud wah, crying even harder. Bad woman, war, I'm going to tell my daddy. You dare to hit me. Rui Rui and Han Han also glared at Nan Xiu angrily, spitting at her. You vicious woman, daring to bully my sister. When we get out of here, I'll make my daddy kill you. That's right, my daddy is very powerful. Just wait to be punished. Nan Xiu already hated Bai Mengshi for stealing her. So she held a grudge. Now seeing her children, she vents her anger on them. Hey, you're still stubborn. Watch me deal with you 2 brats. Having said that, Nan Xiu, like a shrew cursing in the street, rolled up her sleeves and reached out to pinch Rui Rui and Han Han. The 3 children were tortured by Nan Xiu, wailing and screaming, still not forgetting to glare at her fiercely, their mouths cursing more and more fiercely. You bad woman, may you die a horrible death, bad woman. Bad woman, a bad woman like you doesn't deserve to like my daddy. That's right, you're not even worthy of carrying my daddy's shoes. No wonder my daddy doesn't like you. You're smelly and mean. He wouldn't even want you if you were given to him. Nan Xiu was furious. Say that again if you dare. I'll say it 100 times. You're a bad, smelly woman, and you deserve not to get my daddy's love. These words successfully enraged Nan Xiu, and she couldn't help but say fiercely, that's not true. If Bai Mengshi hadn't appeared, Tingage would have been engaged to me long ago. Your mommy stole my man. Pa, you're shameless. What your man? My daddy and mommy were together 6 years ago, which is why we were born. Who do you think you are? You're such a disgusting woman. My daddy doesn't like you. But you insist on clinging to him. It's clearly you who are malicious, yet you blame my mommy. My daddy just likes mommies like mine. Shut up. Nan Xiu was completely enraged and raised her hand to hit them. At this moment, Mo Xiaoxian, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but say something. Miss Nan, how old are you? How can you argue with children? Don't you know that children speak without thinking? Nan Xiu turned her head, glared angrily at Mo Xiaoxian, who was smoking, and said with a face full of anger, you still have the mind to care about my affairs. I asked you to arrest them 3. Not to let them come to scold me. If they don't listen, just get rid of them directly. Hearing this, Mo Xiaoxian couldn't help but say, that won't do. I still have to rely on them to make a fortune. I'm a wanted criminal now. I have to get the money before I can leave. Money, money, money. You only have money in your eyes. I don't care. After it's done, Bai Mengshi's child can't be left alive. Mo Xiaoxian chuckled. Don't worry. I'll have Bai Mengshi bring the money over in person. I guarantee that their mother and 3 children will die. Looking at Mo Xiaoxian's smug smile, Nan Xiu's face softened a little. All right, I'll spare them for now and wait for your good news. After speaking, Nan Xiu turned around triumphantly and instructed the 2 guards beside her, keep a close eye on them. Don't let them run away. Yes, miss. Also, they are too noisy. In order to prevent being discovered, you should stuff their mouths with cotton. Okay, miss. After instructing everything, Nan Xiu smiled triumphantly and left the basement. Young master, I've checked all the phone numbers you sent me, they're not registered under real names, they're all burner phones, used once and then discarded. I see. Receiving Yang Kai's reply, Tsai Yeting responded with a cold face. Meanwhile, Tsai Yeting and Bai Mengshi were busy raising money. Tsai family villa. Seeing butler Shu return, Tsai Zhennan quickly stood up and asked, "How is it? Any news?" "We haven't found Mo Xiaoshuan's whereabouts yet, and we don't know where he's hiding the 3 children. But," seeing old Shu hesitate, Tsai Zhennan became a little anxious. "But what?" But, just now, news came from the eldest young master's side, saying that they have made contact with the kidnappers, and they are demanding $10 billion from the young master in exchange. Hearing this, Tsai Zhennan looked shocked. "What? $10 billion? Butler Shu nodded. Tsai Zhennan immediately rebuked angrily. "This is outrageous. Do they think the Tsai family runs a bank? They're asking for $10 billion right off the bat. They really have a big appetite. Young master and Miss Bai are trying to raise the money." Tsai Zhennan frowned slightly after hearing this. Butler Shu continued. "The kidnappers said that if they don't get the full $10 billion, they will kill them." Hearing this, Tsai Zhennan couldn't help but say, "The company's funds have all been spent on investments. At this time, there's definitely no way to come up with $10 billion. Thinking of this, Tsai Zhennan couldn't help but say, "Go, sell the old house, that should raise about 100 million, plus my savings over the years, that should get us half. As for the rest, let the young people figure it out." Hearing this, Butler Shu looked surprised. "Master, but the old house is your life's work, your roots. Are you really willing to sell it? What good is being unwilling? Right now, saving people is the top priority." After hearing this, Butler Shu had no choice but to follow his arrangements. "Alright, I'll contact buyers immediately." It was night. Bai Mengshi sat alone on the bed, holding a bank card in her hand. This card contained all her savings, but it was far from $10 billion. At this time, she was too embarrassed to call her father for money. And she didn't dare to tell them that she had 3 children with Tsai Yeting, who had now been kidnapped by bad guys. She thought she would tell them after Ping An rescued the children. "My grandfather has a heart condition and can't be stimulated." So Bai Mengshi had no choice but to turn to her best friend for help. So, Bai Mengshi dialed Yu Mani's number. "Hey, Manny." Yu Mani's teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. "Bai Mengshi. It's nice to know you still have a conscience and know to call me. I thought your family reunion meant you'd forget about your best friend." At this time, Bai Mengshi was in no mood to joke with Yu Mani. She said with a serious expression, "Manny, Nyan Nyan, and the others have been kidnapped." "What?" Hearing this news, Yu Mani was very shocked. "Kidnapped? 1111. You're not kidding me, are you?" "It's true, I'm not kidding. Manny, please help me. I don't know what to do right now." Hearing Bai Mengshi's anxious voice on the other end of the phone, Yu Mani couldn't help but say, 1111. Don't worry, take your time and tell me. If there's anything I can help with, I definitely will." Bai Mengshi told Yu Mani the conditions the kidnappers had stated. Without a word, Yu Mani transferred 5 million to her. After that, Bai Mengshi called Tang Yujia for help. "Miss Bai, you're finally calling me. Hey, Judgia, I need your help right now. It's extremely urgent." Tang Yujia was stunned. She had never seen Bai Mengshi so anxious before and couldn't help but ask on the phone, "What's wrong? What happened? Judgia, can you lend me some money? Have you encountered any difficulties recently? Or is it that the company's funds are not flowing smoothly?" "Neither. I can't explain it to you clearly right now. Anyway, I urgently need money." Seeing that Bai Mengshi was unwilling to say, Tang Yujia couldn't ask too much on the phone and had to say, "Okay, how much do you need? The more the better." "Judgia, I really need the money. Please help me. Once I get through this difficult time, I will definitely pay you back." Hearing this, Tang Yujia said with a smile, "Okay, send me your bank card number, and I'll transfer the money to you." "Thank you, Judgia. I will definitely return it to you as soon as possible." Bai Mengshi quickly expressed her gratitude, knowing that those who could offer help in times of crisis were the people she loved most. Tang Yujia and Yu Mani were her best sisters. With a bond stronger than life, they would definitely help as long as she asked. Inside the luxury car, Tang Yujia was using her mobile banking app to transfer money to Bai Mengshi. Sua Chen, who was next to her, was focused on driving. Glancing at her from time to time, "Was that Mengshi calling just now?" Tang Yujia nodded. It seems like something happened to 1111's family, and she asked me to borrow money. Hearing this, Sua Chen looked puzzled. That shouldn't be, she's with Sai Yeting now, and they've already gotten their marriage certificate. There's no way she's short of money. Tang Yujia shook her head, indicating that she wasn't sure either. I asked, but 1111 wouldn't say, since she asked for my help. As her best friend, of course I have to help. Tang Yujia made a total of 10 transfers, totaling 10 million to buy Mengshi. Chapter 124, A Rare Pair of Lovers. Sua Chen nodded slightly. 1111 is your best friend, and if she needs help, we should definitely help, but she can obviously ask Sai Yeting for money. Why is she borrowing money outside? Sua Chen couldn't understand it. Everyone knew that the Sai family was immensely wealthy, richer than any country. Sai Yeting would offer it up with both hands at Bai Mengshi's mere request. Tang Yujia thought for a moment and couldn't help but say, perhaps 1111 has encountered some difficulties, but she doesn't want Sai Yi to worry, so she can only ask us for help. Hearing this, Sua Chen thought for a moment. Listening to you, it's not impossible, then I'll contribute too. As he spoke, Sua Chen parked the car on the side of the road. Tang Yujia looked at him, puzzled. What are you doing? Sua Chen curled his lips. Your good sister is in trouble, so as her future brother-in-law, of course I have to do my part. With that, Sua Chen transferred 30 million to Tang Yujia using his phone. Take this money and give it to your best friend. Help her get through this difficult time. Tang Yujia was shocked when she received a text message alert, informing her that 30 million had been transferred into her bank account. She raised her eyes to look at Sua Chen, and couldn't help but say, Chen, are you really willing to lend 1111 so much money? He hasn't officially inherited the family business yet, and is still using his own money for investments. He probably doesn't have much cash on hand, so this 30 million is likely all the savings he has left. He's basically taking out all his money to help buy Mengshi in her emergency. Sua Chen couldn't help but reach out and hold her fair hand, his eyes gentle, his tone calm as he said, I told you. I am your fiancé, your friends are my friends, and when friends are in trouble, I will naturally lend a helping hand. Hearing these words, Tang Yujia felt a surge of emotion and couldn't help but hug him. Faced with Tang Yujia throwing herself into his arms, Sua Chen was both surprised and delighted, and instinctively reached out to hug her. Tang Yujia rested her head on his shoulder, her voice filled with joy. Chen, thank you for being so kind to me, and for helping my best friend. I thank you on her behalf. Hearing this, Sua Chen couldn't help but chuckle. What's with all the thank yous? Bai Mengshi is my buddy's wife. After all, just for that reason alone, I would lend a hand. Hearing this, Tang Yujia couldn't help but release Sua Chen's neck, gazing at his flawless handsome face, and said with a grin, does this count as a perfect ending? My best friend married your good buddy. Sua Chen nodded with a smile. It's called keeping the benefits within the family. Tang Yujia couldn't help but beam with joy upon hearing this. That's right, from now on, the four of us will be the best of friends. Sua Chen corrected Tang Yujia with a smile. Wrong, it's that we and they are the best of friends. We are a loving couple, and they are also a loving couple. Tang Yujia's cheeks flushed slightly upon hearing this. Who's a couple with you? We're not married yet. At most, we're just engaged. Sua Chen looked at Tang Yujia's rosy cheeks, his smile full of affection. Not now, but soon. Because of what? Tang Yujia smiled shyly. Their eyes met. Sua Chen thought of Jiang Jiari, who was troubled by love, and he felt that if you like someone, you should be bold and say it out loud, because, I've decided, I'm going to marry you this year. He and Tang Yujia have been together for 3 years. From when they first met to their engagement, he had liked her, this girl, for a full 3 years. He wanted to marry the girl he had hidden in his heart, in a grand and glorious way. Hearing this, Tang Yujia's cheeks flushed even more, and her heart couldn't help but beat faster. When Tang Yujia heard Sua Chen say he wanted to marry her, her heart beat so fast, uncontrollably, as if it would jump out of her chest in the next second. She quickly turned around, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. Who said I was going to marry you? Jiao, you are already my fiancé. I remember everything you said to me that night. Do you want to go back on your word? Hearing this, Sua Chen started to get anxious, and quickly turned Tang Yujia's body back around, looking at Sua Chen's anxious face. Tang Yujia chuckled, just kidding with you, although we are already engaged. If you want to marry me, You must first propose to me. The engagement party was hosted by both families, and they were both present at the time, but there was no proposal scene. Therefore, Tang Yujia always felt that a romantic proposal ceremony was essential. Sua Chen held her hand tightly, their fingers intertwined. Jujia, don't worry, I will definitely give you a romantic proposal ceremony, and then marry you in a grand and glorious manner, getting Sua Chen's promise. Tang Yujia smiled happily and nodded. Okay, I'll wait. Sua Chen reached out and tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. The car was quiet, and the atmosphere was a little ambiguous. Tang Yujia lowered her head shyly, their eyes met, and they were filled with tender affection for each other, like a young couple in love. Sua Chen's palm landed on the back of her head, his lips slowly drawing closer to her. Tang Yujia also leaned towards him, the two making close contact. His lips pressed against her soft red ones, and, swept up in their emotions, they embraced and kissed in the car. Inside the car, the loving couple was still deeply entwined in a passionate kiss, while outside the window, a different scene unfolded. Tonight was the Laba Festival, and from the distant outskirts of the city came the sound of fireworks bursting, blooming one by one in the cold night sky. Exquisitely beautiful. Though beautiful, fireworks are fleeting. Yet they add a touch of romance and wonder to the night. Chapter 125, Using Him, This Old Man, Maplewood Manor Villa. Hello, Li Wei. Any news yet? Not yet, Sister Shi. Don't worry, I'll let you know as soon as there's any news. Okay, thank you for your hard work. After hanging up the phone, Bai Mengshi heard the sound of the door opening, and saw Sai Yeting walk in, looking weary. Seeing this, Bai Mengshi got out of bed, walked towards him, and couldn't help but ask, Honey, is there any news about the baby? Sai Yeting remained silent, walking towards the sofa to the side. Seeing this, Bai Mengshi quickly went over, picked up the kettle, and poured Sai Yeting a glass of water. Drink some water first. Sai Yeting reached out to take it, looked at Bai Mengshi's worried face, and slowly said, I have investigated all the surveillance footage near 1111. Apart from finding the people in that black car throwing the child's watch out of the car window and disappearing on Wanning Road, there are no clues. I have given the license plate number to the Vehicle Management Office for investigation, hoping to find a trace of a clue. Hearing this, Bai Mengshi nodded slightly. Did the kidnappers call? Sai Yeting shook his head. How are you preparing the money? Looking at Bai Mengshi's worried face, Sai Yeting couldn't help but take her hand and said softly, Don't worry, I will take care of it. Bai Mengshi took out her bank card and stuffed it into Sai Yeting's hand, saying, Honey, I have saved some money in this card, plus I borrowed some from Jujia and the others. Although it's far from enough, this is all I can offer. She wanted to share some of the burden for Sai Yeting, so he wouldn't be so tired and running around all day. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Sai Yeting's deep eyes, and he quickly said, How could I take your money? Bai Mengshi held his hand back, her face full of tenderness. Husband, we are already husband and wife, and now it's our child who is in trouble. As a mother, I naturally have to do everything I can to save our child. Hearing Bai Mengshi's words, Sai Yeting put the bank card back into her hand and said with a serious expression, You don't have to worry about the money. I will find a way myself. You are tired today, so get some rest early. Tomorrow we will continue to contact the kidnappers. Bai Mengshi nodded obediently. Okay. So, Sai Yeting got up, put his arm around Bai Mengshi's shoulders, and the two walked towards the soft bed. That night, Sai Yeting held Bai Mengshi in his arms, and neither of them slept a wink. With their child's fate still unknown, this night is destined to be long and the most agonizing for them. The next day, Sai family villa. How is it? Have the children been found? Seeing Butler Shu and Cai Jie return, Sai Zhennan quickly asked. Butler Shu didn't speak, just sighed. Cai Jie replied in a low voice, Not yet, we've searched almost the entire city, but we haven't found the people who kidnapped the 3 children that day. As for Mo Xiaoxian, he hasn't appeared since he was wanted. The police are also looking for him. Hearing Cai Jie's words, Sai Zhennan couldn't help but frown and fell into deep thought. He recalled the scene that day and muttered to himself, How did they know my plan? And why did they take the child away first? Sai Zhennan's words instantly enlightened Butler Shu, who seemed to have thought of something and quickly said, Master, do you remember Miss Nan Xiu coming here before? Hearing this, Sai Zhennan also suddenly realized, That's right, How could I have forgotten her? She was the one who told me about the children. Is it possible that she anticipated that I would take the 3 children for a paternity test, so she took people and kidnapped the children first? Hearing Tsai Jin-nan's words, Cai Jie couldn't help but say, that possibility cannot be ruled out, Chairman. It seems that this matter is inseparable from Nan Shiyu. Tsai Jin-nan nodded. This woman is the most suspicious. At first, I was quite optimistic about her and Yi Ting, but I didn't expect her to be so vicious. Daring to target the descendants of my Tsai family, and even using an old man like me, he understands now that he has been played by Nan Shiyu. Perhaps, taking the opportunity to abduct the 3 children was her true purpose. Thinking of this, Tsai Jin-nan's anger flared up, and he sneered, "Old shoe. Arrange the car immediately. I'm going to meet this Nan Shiyu." "Yes, sir." Butler Shu nodded and turned to instruct them to prepare the luxury car for Tsai Jin-nan's departure. "Ichen, I'm so sorry. I got you into trouble for being drunk last time, didn't I?" Jiang Jiari invited Su Ichen out for coffee, bringing up the last time he dragged him out for drinks at the bar, and they both got drunk. "That's not true." Su Ichen shook his head and laughed. "My parents don't interfere with my decisions." Although Su Ichen never indulged in alcohol, nor did he ever return home drunk, fortunately, Tang Yujia was the one who took him back this time. His parents, for Tang Yujia's sake, naturally wouldn't say anything about him. Jiang Jiari felt a little less guilty after hearing that. By the way, Su Ichen suddenly remembered Bai Mengshi borrowing money from Tang Yujia last night and couldn't help but ask, "Has Bai Mengshi contacted you?" Mentioning Bai Mengshi, Jiang Jiari smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Since she got together with Tsai Yeting, we've rarely been in touch. I don't look for her, and she's even less likely to contact me on her own." "Oh." Su Ichen seemed thoughtful upon hearing this. Watching Su Ichen's reaction, Jiang Jiari began to get nervous and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen to 1111? Su Ichen shook his head. "It's nothing." Hearing this, Jiang Jiari looked doubtful and eyed him suspiciously. "Really, you're not lying to me?" Su Ichen frowned and said, "I'm not sure either. It's just that last night, Bai Mengshi suddenly asked Jujia to borrow money. She seemed very anxious. I don't know if something happened or if she encountered some difficulties." Speaking of which, Su Ichen paused and added, "You know Tsai Yeting's temper. Originally, I wanted to ask him, but I was afraid that after he found out, it would cause some conflict between him and his wife, so I didn't dare to ask. After all, Tsai Yeting has plenty of money, but Bai Mengshi is borrowing money from them. Tsai Yeting would definitely feel uncomfortable if he knew. Isn't it that his wife doesn't ask him for money because she doesn't consider him as family?" He knew Tsai Yeting's temper like the back of his hand. Hearing this, Jiang Jiari wondered to himself, "I haven't heard 1111 mention it, and she hasn't come to me either. Why don't I call and ask her?" Seeing Jiang Jiari pull out his phone, Su Ichen quickly stopped him. "No, please don't call." Chapter 126, The Clever Triplets. Jiang Jiari looked at Su Ichen, who was stopping him, with a puzzled expression. "Why?" Su Ichen explained. "Think about it. If you abruptly call Mengshi to ask her, will she tell you?" Hearing this, Jiang Jiari thought for a moment and couldn't help but say, "You're right, she's the kind of person who always carries any difficulties she encounters alone, without telling anyone. Plus, Bai Mengshi herself was already distancing herself from him. Even if he rashly asked her, she might not tell him the truth." Thinking of this, Jiang Jiari dismissed the idea of asking Bai Mengshi. "Don't even mention you. She wouldn't tell Jiao even if she asked." Su Ichen sighed. Jiang Jiari also looked regretful. "Perhaps, she will never pay attention to me again in this lifetime." As he spoke, Jiang Jiari's face was filled with bitterness again. Looking at Jiang Jiari like this, Su Ichen didn't know what to say, so he could only comfort him. "You, don't think too much. The fact is that Bai Mengshi is with Tsai Yeting. I think you should give up as soon as possible. It's better for both you and her." Jiang Jiari smiled, his smile filled with mixed feelings. "You're right, I should let go, but can he really easily let go of his feelings for Bai Mengshi? The girl he had a crush on for so long has now become someone else's wife." The moment Jiang Jiari learned the truth, tears almost fell, his heart aching so much that he couldn't breathe. "I'm relieved you can think that way." Su Ichen sighed, got up, and patted him on the shoulder. "I have something to do, so I'll leave first." "Okay." Jiang Jiari nodded slightly and watched Su Ichen leave. In the basement, The three children's mouths were stuffed with cotton, and their hands and feet were tied. They had been in this position for a whole night. At this moment, the iron door of the basement opened, and a strong light shone in. Two tall figures walked in, holding a bowl of buns and porridge, smelling the aroma of the buns. Nyan Nyan, who had been hungry for a day, immediately felt her stomach growling and subconsciously swallowed her saliva. Three little ones, time to eat. The two burly men removed the cotton stuffed in their mouths, and then roughly grabbed a bun and shoved it into Han Han's mouth. Tui, I wouldn't eat your buns. Han Han spat out the steamed bun in her mouth, dropping it on the ground, the white bun covered in dust. Seeing this, the strong man immediately lost his temper. You brat. Didn't your teacher teach you not to waste food? If you don't want to eat it, then starve. Hearing this, Nyan Nyan quickly said, Uncle, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Han Han looked at Nyen Nyen in disbelief and said, Sis, are you crazy? They're kidnappers. Aren't you afraid they'll poison the buns? Nyen Nyen looked at Han Han expectantly. But second brother, I'm so hungry. I want to eat something. She has been hungry all day. If she doesn't eat, she will become weak, without strength. How could she escape? How could she wait for Daddy and Mommy to come and save her? I'm afraid that before Daddy could come to the rescue, they would starve to death first. Hearing this, Han Han turned her face away and said with a haughty look, Hamid, you can eat it if you want. I won't eat their stuff. At this moment, Rui Rui couldn't help but interject, Eat. How can you have strength if you don't eat? They kidnapped us, but they didn't kill us, which means we still have some use to them. They wouldn't poison the buns. The two burly men looked surprised to hear Rui Rui's words. Yo, kid, you're pretty smart. Are you the boss? Cheng Rui met their gazes head on, his voice neither warm nor cold, and said, That's right, I'm the eldest in the family. The two burly men exchanged a look, then burst into laughter. This little kid is much smarter than that one. No wonder he's the boss. I heard that the firstborn child is always especially intelligent, and I must say, these three kids are quite good looking. No wonder they're young masters from a wealthy family. Too bad, they ended up in our hands. We still need these three little guys to get a share of the pie. Rumor has it the boss asked for $1 billion. I wonder how much we'll get. Seeing the two of them chatting idly, completely disregarding their life or death, Cheng Rui said with a face full of dissatisfaction, Hey, you two, don't just focus on talking, hurry up and untie us. The burly man turned his head and asked, Why untie it? Are you trying to escape? I didn't. My hands and feet are tied up right now, and there are guards outside the door. How could the three of us have a chance to escape? Uncle, do you really think we're child prodigies? Following Cheng Rui's words, Cheng Han chimed in, Exactly. If you don't untie our hands, how are we supposed to eat? Hurry up, I'm starving to death. Nyan Nyan looked dejected, as if she was about to starve flat. With no energy left in her. Alright, seeing as you three little ones look so pitiful, I'll untie the ropes and let you move around a bit. They are still just 5 or 6-year-old children. Their hands and feet have been tied for a whole day and night, and they've been in the same position the whole time. Their hands and feet are probably numb. It's better to let them move around to promote blood circulation, so their hands don't become useless. They won't be worth anything then. Don't untie them. We were ordered from above not to untie them. These three kids are very cunning. Another burly man reached out to stop him. They're just children. How much mischief can they cause? Besides, isn't it a bit too cruel to treat three children like this? I think we should untie them first. They need to stretch their muscles. Hearing this, the other burly man also felt a pang of sympathy and nodded. Alright, let's just be merciful and take pity on these three children. With that, they untied the ropes on Rui Rui and the others' wrists one by one. After their hands were free, Nyan Nyan and the others quickly wiggled their fingers and wrists. Seeing the red marks on their wrists from the ropes, tears welled up in her bright, watery eyes, and she sobbed, It hurts so much, brother. Look how red my hands are. Cheng Rui quickly grabbed Nyan Nyan's hand and, seeing the red marks and traces of blood on her fair wrist from being tied with the rope, he blew on it with a pained expression. Don't cry, Nyan Nyan. Let brother blow on it for you. Blow on it and it won't hurt anymore. Seeing this, Cheng Han snatched it away and said nervously, Let second brother take a look. Oh no, our little princess got hurt. Let second brother blow on it for you. Looking at the incredibly cute little girl in front of him, doted on by her two older brothers, she was truly the most favored one. The strong man's heart instantly overflowed with sympathy, thinking of his own daughter. Little girl, I have a tube of ointment here, rub some on and it won't hurt anymore. It will be better soon. Hearing this, Nyan Nyan's eyes flashed with a sly look, and she said pitifully, then, uncle, are you still going to tie me up? I'm afraid of pain. Boo-hoo-hoo. Chapter 127 Meeting Nanshiyu. Okay, we won't tie you up. Seeing Nyan Nyan crying her heart out, the two burly men couldn't bring themselves to tie them up. One of the strong men brought the bowl of buns to her face and said, eat quickly. Thank you, uncle. Nyan Nyan beamed. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, picked up a steamed bun, and began to devour it. Look at you, you must be starving. The burly man was immediately overcome with sympathy. Another couldn't help but complain, our boss is really ruthless, treating 3 little kids so harshly, not giving them food or drink. Yeah, it's heartbreaking, watching the 3 children eat with relish, drinking the white rice porridge. A hint of sympathy flashed in their eyes. After leaving the basement, they arrived at the back of the villa, which was Nanshiyu's private villa, built in the mountains, surrounded by green hills and shady trees. Mo Xiaoxian was hidden here, a place the police couldn't find. Since the 3 children were captured and locked in the basement, Mo Xiaoxian came out for some fresh air. He was sitting in the yard, drinking tea. When he saw the bodyguard coming out, he couldn't help but ask, did you feed them? Don't let them go hungry. These 3 little cubs are worth a lot of money. They ate. They were starving all day. They ate with such relish. Hearing this, Mo Xiaoxian said nonchalantly, all right, keep a close eye on them. Don't let them escape. Yes. Nanshiyu was happily shopping with her 2 best friends when a mountain of shopping bags. When they came out, a black Lincoln stopped in front of her, and 2 bodyguards in black got out and blocked their way. Miss Nan, our chairman wants to see you. Hearing this, Nanshiyu looked up at the owner of the car. The car window was rolled down, and Sai Zhennan's face appeared before her eyes. Nanshiyu was stunned for a moment. And then a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Shiyu, who are they? A friend next to her looked curious, even a little timid. Nanshiyu's expression changed, and she turned to her 2 best friends and said, I have something to do, so I won't take you back. You can take a taxi yourselves. Hearing this, the 2 best friends looked bored and had to say, all right then. After they left, the bodyguard opened the car door, and Sai Zhennan turned his head, giving her a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Miss Nan, we meet again. Looking at the smile on Sai Zhennan's face, Nanshiyu seemed to see Sai Yeting's shadow. No wonder they were father and son. Their smiles were both so creepy. Nanshiyu forced a smile. Hey, Uncle Sai, why are you here? Sai Zhennan glanced around the mall and, noticing the large crowd passing by, said faintly, this is not the place to talk. Miss Nan, let's find another place to chat. Get in the car. Hearing this, Nanshiyu had no choice but to nod and get into Sai Zhennan's black Lincoln. Inside a coffee shop, there was no one else around, only Sai Zhennan and Nanshiyu, making it exceptionally quiet. Sai Zhennan had booked the entire coffee shop. Looking at Nanshiyu, who was sitting on pins and needles across from him, he smiled faintly. Miss Nan, don't just sit there, have some coffee. Okay, thank you. Nanshiyu smiled shyly, picked up the coffee in front of her, and took a careful sip. But her hand was uncontrollably trembling. This damned sense of oppression made her feel uneasy all over, her heart panicking immensely. Sai Zhennan looked at Nanshiyu, who was sitting across from him looking nervous, slowly put down his coffee, and asked, Ms. Nan, do you know why I asked you here today? Nanshiyu felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She tossed her hair, and gave an awkward smile. I don't know, Uncle Sai. Please tell me. In that case, I'll get straight to the point. Where are the 3 children? Faced with Sai Zhennan's question, Nanshiyu's heart skipped a beat, and she forced a smile. Uncle Sai, you're joking. A child? What child? Seeing Nanshiyu pretending to be ignorant, Sai Zhennan put away his smile, his face turning cold. Was what I just said not clear enough? Miss Nan is truly skilled. You even dare to take advantage of an old man like me. Use? What use, Uncle Sai? I don't understand what you're talking about. Although Nanshiyu was panicking inside, she had to keep her mouth shut at this time and couldn't say anything. Seeing that Nanshiyu was still pretending to be ignorant, Sai Zhennan lost his patience and immediately rebuked angrily. Nanshiyu, I've been in this industry for so many years. Do you think I'm really stupid and so easily fooled by you? Tell me, where did you hide the 3 children, Uncle Sai? I really don't know, those 3 children have no grudges against me. Why would I take them away? Humph, Sai Zhennan snorted coldly, the children have no grudge against you, but Bai Mengxi does. You're jealous that she married my son, so you want to kidnap her 3 children to get revenge on her. You deliberately revealed the news about the 3 children in front of me, just to use me. Am I right? Hearing Sai Zhennan's words, word by word, Nan Xiu opened her mouth, just about to argue. The next second, Sai Zhennan's 2 bodyguards appeared behind her and directly took her hostage. Nan Xiu felt 2 guns pressing against her back, and a chill ran down her spine. If Miss Nan doesn't obediently tell me the whereabouts of the 3 children, then don't even think about walking out of this coffee shop alive today. Sai Zhennan smiled with a strange look on his face, giving off a sinister feeling, and the surrounding area immediately turned icy cold. Nan Xiu pretended to be calm and said, Uncle Sai, I don't understand. Bai Mengxi's 3 children have no blood relation to you at all. Why are you helping her? She could understand Suochen and Sai Yeting searching the world for their lost child, but I never expected Sai Zhennan to help too. Doesn't he hate Bai Mengxi the most? Sai Zhennan said with an angry face. No, you're wrong, I'm not helping her, but helping my own son, regardless of whether they have Sai family blood in them. Since my son has acknowledged these 3 children, they are members of the Sai family, and no one can lay a finger on them. Hearing this, Nan Xiu couldn't help but laugh mockingly at herself. In the end, I lost. Miss Nan, let me give you a piece of advice. Hand over the 3 children immediately, or this old man will not be polite to you. Faced with Sai Zhennan's threats, Nan Xiu turned her face away and said, even if Uncle Sai shoots me dead, I won't tell you. I want to ruin Bai Mengxi. I want her to suffer more than death. Why can she get us love, and I can't? In the end, Nan Xiu almost went crazy. Widening her eyes full of jealousy and resentment, the current Nan Xiu was nothing like the well-behaved and sensible girl she usually pretended to be in front of him. She was just like a shrew. They say a woman's heart is the most venomous, and today he has truly witnessed it. I never imagined you were this kind of person. I even considered matching you with my son back then. Now it seems Tinga made the right choice. Sai Zhennan, having seen Nan Xiu's true colors, couldn't help but shake his head, his face filled with disdain and mockery. He understands now that this Nan Xiu is vicious and not worthy of his son at all. He suddenly understood why his son chose Bai Mengxi instead of her. Now it seems that Bai Mengxi is 1,000 times better than Nan Xiu. Nan Xiu was displeased after hearing this. She glared at Sai Zhennan resentfully. Hey, Sai Zhennan, don't make it sound so high-sounding. You brought me in together because you value the wealth of my Nan family. Sai Zhennan couldn't refute this. That's right. His initial goal was to use the marriage of Sai Yeting and the Nan family to promote business dealings between the 2 families, a strong alliance to monopolize the entire Asian economy and trade. However, his goal failed. His son seemed to like going against him every time, and he simply wouldn't follow his plans, thinking that children inevitably become rebellious when they grow up. He came up with the idea of drugging him to force him to consummate his relationship with Nan Xiu and secure cooperation with the Nan family. Unfortunately, Bai Mengxi's appearance that night 6 years ago disrupted all his plans. Looking back, perhaps their fate was predetermined. In the dark, even with a 6-year separation, they were destined to be together. At that moment, Sai Zhennan understood many things. He used to prioritize profit above all else. But now he feels that being together as a family is more important than anything. It's just a pity that he woke up too late, causing the relationship between him and his son to grow further and further apart. Originally, he only wanted to take the 3 children for a paternity test to confirm if they were from the Sai family. He had no intention of hurting them. Unexpectedly, it backfired, and things have turned into this situation. That's right, in the beginning, I valued your family background and connections, I admit that, but, Sai Zhennan paused at this point. Now, Miss Nan has made me realize profoundly that family background and connections are all superficial. The most important thing is people's hearts. If you truly love my son, you should always think of him, instead of kidnapping his child and hurting his family. Hearing Sai Zhennan's words, Nan Xiu showed no signs of turning back, retorting with dissatisfaction, I did love him in the past. That's true, but now, I only have hatred for them. Since Sai Yeting is unwilling to like me, nor willing to marry me, then fine, I will make sure they are never at peace. Looking at Nan Shiyu's fierce eyes, Sai Zhennan couldn't help but shake his head. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Do you think, with my son's abilities, he wouldn't be able to find the whereabouts of 3 children? Nan Shiyu said confidently. Let me tell you, as long as something happens to me, my people will kill those 3 children, and you will never see your grandchildren again. Ha ha ha. Hearing Nan Shiyu's words, Sai Zhennan said angrily, I, Sai Zhennan, have weathered many storms. What haven't I seen? You think you can threaten me with these little tricks? With that, Sai Zhennan turned and instructed his subordinates, Cai Jie, since Miss Nan refuses to speak, then start by breaking one of her fingers. Yes, Chairman, Li Wei responded with his head lowered. Then took out a gleaming silver fruit knife. A strange smile crept across his face as he walked towards Nan Shiyu step by step. Seeing this, Nan Shiyu felt a surge of fear in her heart. What do you want to do? What are you doing? Cai Jie chuckled. Since Miss Nan is so stubborn, we'll teach you a lesson. Hand it over. No. Seeing this, Nan Shiyu shook her head violently and immediately stood up to run away. Sit down. The 2 bodyguards behind her scolded and pressed her back into her seat. The cold muzzles of their guns pointed at Nan Shiyu's neck. Sai Zhennan on the opposite side remained calm, without even blinking, and said, I advise Miss Nan not to be unappreciative. You'd better tell us sooner, so you can avoid suffering. Nan Shiyu watched Cai Jie grab her wrist and press it towards the table, the fruit knife gesturing near her little finger, and she broke out in a cold sweat all over. No, I'll talk. I'll talk. Nan Shiyu was trembling with fear, and just as the fruit knife was about to fall on her finger, she shouted in time. Sai Zhennan smiled when he finally heard Nan Shiyu reveal the whereabouts of the 3 children. It would have been better if you had done this sooner. Then, he winked at Cai Jie. Cai Jie nodded, put away the fruit knife, and returned to Sai Zhennan's side. Speak, where are the 3 children? Nan Shiyu answered cautiously, in my private villa. Hearing this, Sai Zhennan turned his head and winked at Cai Jie. Understanding Cai Jie's intention, he nodded and turned to leave. Seeing this, Nan Shiyu couldn't help but say, Uncle Sai, I've already told you the whereabouts of the 3 children. Shouldn't you release me? Let me go. Hearing this, Sai Zhennan sneered. I won't let you leave until I'm sure the 3 children are safe. You better give me a straight answer, or your Nan family will disappear from this city forever. Hearing this, Nan Shiyu was a little scared. Uncle Sai, I know I was wrong. I was out of my mind and shouldn't have had your grandchildren kidnapped. Can you please be generous and let our Sai family off the hook? Regretting it now. Too bad, it's too late. Sai Zhennan sneered, immediately took out his phone, and made a call. Hey, President Nan, President Sai, what can I do for you? Chairman Nan on the other end of the phone asked in an indifferent tone as soon as he heard Sai Zhennan's voice. Your daughter is in my hands now. What? Chairman Nan was shocked to hear this. You kidnapped my daughter. Sai Zhennan sneered. You'll have to ask your precious daughter. She kidnapped my 3 grandchildren. Tell me, how should this matter be handled? The Chairman Nan on the other end of the phone didn't seem to believe it. That's impossible. How could my daughter kidnap your grandson? Besides, didn't your son just get his marriage certificate with Bai Mengshi not long ago? When did he suddenly have 3 more grandchildren? Don't trouble Director Nan with this matter. You should be thinking about how I should deal with your daughter. Or, should I just send her straight to the police station? Chapter 128. The child has been found. Hearing this, Nan Dong gritted his teeth on the phone and said, Sai Zhennan, what the hell are you doing? Do you think I'll believe that? Since you don't believe me, fine, I'll let you hear your daughter's voice. With that, Sai Zhennan turned on the speakerphone, looked at Nan Shiyu, who was being controlled, and laughed. Do you know who I'm on the phone with right now? Your dad. Hearing this, Nan Shiyu quickly shouted, Dad, save me, save me. Hearing his daughter's voice, President Nan on the other end of the phone was stunned for a good while, remaining silent, until Madam Nan beside him reminded, Husband, that's our US voice. Shiyu, are you alright? Mom, Uncle Sai is trying to kill me. I'm so scared. Please come and save me quickly. Nan Shiyu felt lingering fear when she thought of the situation just now. Sai Zhennan, what exactly do you want? Kidnapping my daughter, and now you want to silence me. Does the Sai family think they can do whatever they want? Director Nan, you really overestimate us, no matter how big the Tsai family is. We can't control everything. Clearly, your daughter kidnapped my grandson first. I'm just giving her a taste of her own medicine. The other party gritted their teeth. Name it. What will it take for you to let my daughter go? If my grandson is safe and sound, then your daughter will be out of danger. You'd better pray that not a single hair on my grandson's head is harmed. After saying that, Tsai Zhennan hung up the phone. Tsai family villa, how is the money coming along? The kidnappers called Tsai Yeting again. It's almost ready. Great. I'll send the account to your phone later. Remember to transfer the money. After hearing this, Tsai Yeting immediately said, I can give you the money, but you must guarantee the safety of my 3 children. Otherwise, even if I search the entire earth, I will tear you to pieces. Don't worry, your children are fine right now, eating and sleeping well. I need to see it with my own eyes. Okay, I'll send you the picture. After hanging up, the other party indeed sent a photo, along with a string of bank account numbers. In the photo, 3 children are eating steamed buns and look like they're enjoying them. With no visible injuries, seeing this photo, Bai Mengshi burst into tears. Rui Rui, Nyan Nyan, how Gan, Mommy misses you so much. Tsai Yeting looked at Bai Mengshi beside him, her face streaked with tears as she looked at the photo. He couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. He couldn't help but put his arm around Bai Mengshi's shoulders and pulled her into his embrace, saying, 1111, don't worry, I will definitely bring the children back safe and sound. Bai Mengshi nodded slightly, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said, I'll have Li Wei check this bank account right away. Tsai Yeting nodded slightly and continued, remember to keep in touch with Officer Zhong at all times and start the rescue operation. Okay, Bai Mengshi nodded. Then looked at Tsai Yeting's message and sent the card number to Li Wei. Also explained today's situation to Officer Zhong via WeChat. Officer Zhong, okay, continue to make contact with the kidnappers to confirm the children's safety. We've already investigated the surveillance footage at each exit and believe we'll soon know where the kidnappers are hiding. Bai Mengshi, thank you, you've worked hard. Just after sending a WeChat message to Police Officer Zhong, Li Wei sent a message. Li Wei, 11 Jia, I just checked, this account is overseas. And the account holder is someone named Jerry. Bai Mengshi, Jerry, I remember. Mo Xiaoshuan's English name seems to be Jerry. It seems he wants to take the money and escape abroad. Husband, look, Bai Mengshi showed Tsai Yeting her chat history. I can be 100% sure that Mo Xiaoxian is the one who kidnapped our children. Tsai Yeting looked puzzled. How did Mo Xiaoxian know about the existence of the 3 children? Bai Mengshi shook her head. That's what I'm wondering too. I've always protected the children very well, never letting them out of my sight. Until after returning to China, they secretly went to see you that one time. Hearing this, Tsai Yeting seemed to think of something and muttered to himself, could it be that time Nyan Nyan came to the company to find me and was secretly photographed and exposed? Bai Mengshi slowly said, if it was secretly photographed, it should have been posted online long ago. And Nyan Nyan would have been exposed to the public media. Tsai Yeting thought for a moment, and Bai Mengshi's words were not unreasonable. So, who exactly leaked it, and how did Mo Xiaoxian know the reason for this? They did not know. In any case, right now we need to find out where Mo Xiaoxian is hiding and rescue the child. As Bai Mengshi finished speaking, Yang Kai ran in with a joyful expression. Seeing Tsai Yeting and Bai Mengshi snuggling together, he turned back around, stammering, Mr. Tsai, there's news. Hearing this, Bai Mengshi was the first to stand up, her face filled with joy. Yang Kai, really? Only then did Yang Kai turn around, walk up to them, and say, based on the license plate number, we found out that the black car is owned by the Nan family. The Nan family. Hearing this, Bai Mengshi looked surprised. So, Nan Xiu sent someone to capture my child. Yang Kai nodded. You could also say that, in short, Nan Xiu is definitely involved in this matter. Hearing this, Bai Mengshi didn't speak, subconsciously looking at Tsai Yeting. Hearing this, Bai Mengshi didn't speak, and subconsciously looked at Tsai Yeting. Tsai Yeting clenched his fist, his face grim, and said, no matter who it is, anyone who dares to hurt my child will be torn to pieces. Just then, Uncle Fang rushed in, panting, young master, I have news, we've found the child. Hearing this, Bai Mengshi looked delighted and asked excitedly, Uncle Fang, is what you're saying true? My child has been found. Fang Shu was equally excited, nodding vigorously. Madam, it's true, the chairman's office just sent someone to inform us that the person who kidnapped the young master was the eldest daughter of the Nan family. Nan Shiyu. Upon hearing this, Bai Mengshi couldn't help but frown. Why is it Nan Shiyu again? All the evidence now points to Nan Shiyu. I suspect Mo Xiaoxian is also being hidden by her, otherwise the police wouldn't still be unable to find any trace of him. Sai Yeting pondered for a moment, then spoke with a serious expression. Bai Mengshi nodded slightly. What you said makes sense. I'm afraid Nan Shiyu holds a grudge against me and colluded with Mo Xiaoxian to kidnap my 3 children. Have you found the location of Mo Xiaoxuan's hideout? Found it, it's in Yijing Garden. Hearing this, Sai Yeting ordered sternly, quick. Send people to surround Yijing Garden immediately. Yes, Mr. Sai. Wait, Sai Yeting suddenly called out to Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and couldn't help but ask, Sai Yi, do you have any other instructions? I'm going to handle this personally and save my child. With that, Sai Yeting was about to lead his bodyguards to Yijing Garden to rescue people. Seeing this, Bai Mengshi quickly called out, wait a moment, I'll go with you. Looking at Bai Mengshi walking towards him, Sai Yeting frowned and couldn't help but say, 1111, it will be very dangerous if you come with me. Be a good girl and stay at home and wait for me to come back. Believe me, I will definitely bring our child to you safely. Bai Mengshi shook her head, a determined look on her face, and said, no matter how dangerous it is, I want to go with you, because they are not just your children, but also my children. As their mother, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Hearing this, Sai Yeting understood Bai Mengshi's feelings and was very clear that if Bai Mengshi didn't go with him to save their child, she would be even more restless. Thinking of this, Sai Yeting couldn't help but take Bai Mengshi's hand and said, okay, let's go together and bring the child back. Bai Mengshi nodded with a smile, and the two walked towards the villa, with Yang Kai and the others following behind. Yijingyuan Villa, basement. Bro, are you done yet? Taking advantage of the moment when his hands were free, Rui untied the rope that was tied to the back of the chair, freeing his feet. The first thing he did upon freeing himself from the ropes was to untie his sister, who was beside her, looked anxious and kept glancing at the door. Almost there, don't rush. After saying that, Rui untied the rope on Nyan Nyan's feet. After regaining the freedom of her hands and feet, Nyan Nyan couldn't help but stand up and stretch, almost falling over. Seeing this, Rui quickly helped Nyan Nyan, looking concerned. Are you okay, little sister? Nyen Nyen shook her head and smiled sweetly. Brother, I'm okay, my foot just fell asleep, but I can finally move around. Seeing the two of them talking to the side, Han, who was still tied up, couldn't help but say, hey, can you guys untie me first? Hearing this, Nyan Nyan and Rui turned their heads, only then remembering that Han was still tied up. Sorry. We forgot. Nyen Nyen smiled and said, don't worry, second brother, we'll untie you right away. As they spoke, Nyan Nyan and Rui walked towards Han, one untying the rope at her ankle and the other untying the rope at her knee. At this moment, Mo Xiaoxian, who was leisurely drinking tea in the villa, suddenly remembered something and called Nan Shiyu, but there was no answer. What's going on? Why isn't this bitch answering the phone? Mo Xiaoxian wanted to ask if Nan Shiyu had helped him with his visa for going abroad. He was now wanted nationwide, and as long as he took a domestic flight, the police would find him. But if he wants to go abroad, he must have a visa. So, Mo Xiaoxian asked Nan Shiyu to forge one for him. Who knew Nan Shiyu would actually disappear and not even answer his calls? Thinking of this, Mo Xiaoxian got angry. Is Nan Shiyu playing with me? Mo Xiaoxian was worried and dialed again. Only to find that there was still no answer, he threw his phone onto the sofa, looking angry. Seeing this, the person Nan Shiyu placed next to Mo Xiaoxian carefully said, Mo Xiao, don't worry, maybe our young lady is busy and didn't hear it. Why don't you call again later? Hearing this, Mo Xiaoxian raised his eyes to look at the bodyguard in front of him, and said in annoyance, you are her people, don't you know what your boss is doing? The bodyguard looked embarrassed. We are just subordinates, how could we know the boss's whereabouts? Please don't make things difficult for us, Mr. Mo. Alright, it seems I can't rely on Nan Shiyu, I'll have to find another way myself. With that, Mo Xiaoxian stood up and instructed, keep a close eye on them, go and check on those 3 kids. Make sure they don't get hurt, they are my money trees. Yes, Mr. Mo. With that, Mo Xiaoxian entered the villa, basement. Bro, there are people guarding the door, how do we escape? Nyan Nyan lay prone at the doorway, listening to the sounds outside, and couldn't help but say, we don't have phones, and they threw them away too, so we can't contact our parents. Hearing Cheng Rui's words, Cheng Han couldn't help but frown. Then what do we do? Go down? Cheng Rui thought for a moment. How about we try to find a way to escape first? Nyan Nyan nodded, expressing her support. Let's escape from here first. Maybe there's a chance to escape and we can also go out and send a message to Mom and Dad. Cheng Han and Cheng Rui expressed their support. The three adorable children glanced around the basement, and when they saw the only prop they could use to hit someone with, it was a stool. Han, quickly get a stool, brother. What are we going to do with the stools? Cheng Han looked puzzled. Cheng Rui rolled his eyes. You're so dumb. When they come in later, we'll use this to knock them out. Hearing this, Cheng Han suddenly understood. Got it, Nyan Nyan quickly said. Brother, I'll lead them in. Cheng Rui nodded. Okay, you're in charge of luring them in. When they come in, we'll knock them out together. Take the opportunity to run out, and then we'll run together. Nyan Nyan and Cheng Han nodded. We'll listen to you, big brother. Nyen Nyen, we're ready. Let's start. Cheng Rui and Cheng Han hid on either side of the door, signaling that Nyen Nyen could begin. Nyen Nyen smiled knowingly, clutched her stomach, and began to groan in pain. Ouch, my stomach hurts so much. Saying that, Nyan Nyan started rolling around on the ground. War, someone, please help, my tummy hurts. The people outside exchanged glances, hearing the child's cries from within. What's going on? It sounds like a child is crying. These three kids are our cash cows. Young Master Mo ordered us not to let them get hurt. Quick, go inside and see what's going on. Saying that, they opened the door and went inside to check the situation. Nyan Nyan was lying on the ground, rolling around by herself, shouting, my tummy hurts so much. How come there's only one child? Quick, go and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Rui and Cheng Han, who were standing on the stools, picked up the stools in their hands and smashed them over their heads. Ah! A cry of pain rang out, and the two bodyguards who had just entered immediately clutched their heads, blood slowly flowing from their wounds. The next second, the two bodyguards blacked out and fainted. Seeing the two bodyguards on the ground, Cheng Rui quickly shouted to Nyan Nyan, Sister, run, thank you for watching. This is a long novel. If you want to see the sequel, please leave a message in the comment section saying looking forward to the sequel, or give the video a like. I will update it in a timely manner based on everyone's feedback. See you next time.